In the pouring rain, the hero approaches the bank, carrying on his shoulders not just trash, but the entire weight of his desperate decision. The guy put everything on the line by selling his house for a ghost of a chance to escape poverty. Within the cold walls of a bank, his fate is decided, where his enormous sum seems like just a line item on an annual report. In a phone conversation, Sui hears bitter words of betrayal, left completely alone. Since childhood, the young man was a target of ridicule, and this pain haunts him to this day. A series of failures stretches back to his school days, where every mistake closed another door in front of him. Even after getting a job, the young man was unable to achieve success, feeling like a complete failure. In the empty apartment, there was only a faint hope that at least once in his life he would get lucky. At the bank window, the guy realizes that the money from the sale of the house is his last and only chance. Suddenly, the world changes, and a system of price devaluation turns his modest savings into untold wealth. Sui is stunned as his modest assets suddenly turn into millions. The guy doesn't believe his eyes, attributing what's happening to hallucinations out of despair. Deciding to deal with the money first, he hands the bank employee 2 garbage bags. The girl irritably takes the bags, dreaming of finishing her shift as quickly as possible and going home. Opening the bag, she freezes in shock to see inside not trash, but mountains of cash. The bank employee struggles to find the words, unable to believe the amount the young man named. In a panic, the girl frantically calls the main office, realizing that she has encountered something incredible. Suddenly, armed security appears, and the young man is invited into the limousine as a VIP client. An elite motorcade carries the hero away, emphasizing his new, incomprehensible status. Surrounded by special forces, Sui finally loses touch with reality, convinced that this is a dream. Sui tries to make sense of what's happening, noticing the absurdly low prices around her. The conversations of passers-by about penny bonuses only increase his bewilderment and vague guess. A flash of memory confirms that the price devaluation system was not an illusion. An influential employee of the bank's head office named Chen Haohai appears before him. The banker's unusual politeness and expensive suit evoke mixed feelings in the guy. The young man realizes that doors that were previously tightly closed are now open for him. Hearing that the luxurious suit costs only 2 fen, the young man is finally convinced of the unreality of what is happening. His mind explodes with the realization that if prices have fallen 1,000,000 times, then his savings are a fortune. The hero examines the new, thicker banknote with curiosity, trying to understand the rules of this world. Chen Haohai clutches his head in despair, because for the rich, this devaluation has become a real disaster. Under armed guard, Sui is taken to the bank's headquarters, a world completely alien to him. The charming consultant Lin Yi introduces herself to him, promising first-class service and full assistance. While handing over bags of money, the guy becomes embarrassed under the watchful gaze of a stunning girl. Left alone with the banker, the young man begins to suspect something is wrong, fearing for his life. Chen Haohai's tense silence only increases the hero's paranoia, who's expecting a trick. A sudden notification on his phone stuns the young man with a gigantic sum on his account. The numbers on the screen confirm the incredible, turning yesterday's loser into a billionaire. Sui looks at the interest on the deposit with bewilderment, considering it too small. Bankers are stunned, as the guy's fortune exceeds that of the richest man in the country. Lin Yi and Chen Haohai bowed deeply, vowing eternal loyalty to their new, all-powerful client. With his new status, Sui leaves the bank with a smile, leaving the past behind. Lin Yi and Chen Haohai are thrilled to have the chance to work with the most enviable and wealthy client. Arriving at the gym, the guy can't shake off his paranoia, expecting a catch at every step. He decides to put bad thoughts aside and focus on training in order to bring not only his body, but also his feelings into order. At the same time, Chen Baola, a girl with a strong character and hidden vulnerability, appears in the hall. Their acquaintance begins with a conflict when the heroine mistakes his gaze for insolence. The sudden change in the girl's mood makes the young man show genuine concern. She furiously talks about her humiliating part-time job, where her work was valued at mere pennies. For Chen Baoli, this injustice was the last straw, resulting in anger and resentment. Sui stops her blow, seeing a kindred spirit in the hot-tempered girl. Feeling omnipotent, Sui offers Chen Baole his help, confident in the power of his money. The girl just laughs in response, considering the guy a poor man, incapable of solving her problems. Watching her go, the young man remembers the darkness from which she once pulled him out. It was she who saved him from the fatal step from the bridge and sheltered him when he lost absolutely everything. Now that luck is on his side, the young man is determined to repay her kindness. Fate leads them to an expensive clothing store, where the heroine is looking for an outfit for an important event. Amidst the glitter and luxury, they are greeted by a polite consultant ready to help them with their choice. The guy understands that the upcoming event is very important for the girl, since she is ready to spend money on it. Suddenly, his former classmate Song Jia and her rich companion Fatty Song appear in the store. Song Jia points at Chen Baolu with disdain, mocking her past choice of poverty. Song Jia sarcastically offers Chen Baolei to rent a dress, reveling in her humiliation. Sui steps forward decisively, defending the girl from attacks and declaring her beauty. A former classmate furiously lashes out at the guy with insults, not believing that he is the heroine's companion. The arrogant Song Jia contemptuously throws them out of the store, considering them unworthy of even looking at expensive things. Fatty Song intervenes with a predatory grin, offering to buy the girl whatever she wants. Chen Baola steels himself, determined not to give in to provocation and maintain his dignity. The envious Song Jia capriciously reminds her companion of the promise, trying to draw attention to herself. Tired of the humiliation, the heroine pulls the young man by the hand, deciding to leave this unpleasant place. The consultant notes with regret that they leave without making any purchases, unaware of the upcoming turn of events. Suddenly, Sui makes a shocking announcement, announcing that he is buying the entire store and forbidding anyone to sell anything to his offenders. Song Jia bursts out laughing, dismissing the boy's statement as the ravings of a madman and a pathetic attempt to appear like someone. With unflappable calm, Sui admits he doesn't know the price, but his confidence leaves everyone baffled. Fatty Song is furious at the sight of large bills, not understanding where this ragamuffin got such money. The hero holds out just one banknote with a slight grin, questioning its purchasing power. The saleswoman, shocked, mumbles that this is too much, and the offenders freeze in bewilderment. Leaving behind his defeated enemies, the young man tenderly embraces the stunned Chen Baolu. Suddenly, the bossy shop owner Tang Ran appears, surrounded by impressive security. The young man is surprised by her appearance, suspecting that this is the work of a cunning banker. Tang Ran invites the new owner upstairs in a businesslike tone to complete the formalities. Sui agrees, intending to understand the situation and the plans of the bank pursuing him. Tang Ran coldly inquires whether the new owner has any connection with the couple who humiliated him. Fatty Song instantly changes tactics, hypocritically declaring a strong friendship for his own benefit. Song Jia immediately picks up on the lie, clinging to Chen Baolu and calling her her best friend. There is a calculating fire burning in her eyes, because she sees in this situation a chance to get ahead of her rival. The shop owner looks at Song Jia doubtfully, clearly not believing their fake past. Chen Baola finds himself in an awkward situation, unsure how to react to his former bully's deceitful embrace. Song Jia hisses angrily into her friend's ear, ordering her not to ruin the performance and to play along with her. Tang Ran, keeping his composure, orders VIP cards to be prepared for everyone, playing his game. The shrewd housewife sees through their lies, deciding to first win the trust of a real rich man. Sui puts an end to this farce by forbidding them from using his name for their own gain. Sui leads Chen Baolu away, coldly declaring that such poor souls are unworthy of their attention. He calmly suggests that Tang Ran find out about what happened from her employee herself, without stooping to explanations. Realizing the full extent of the humiliation, the shop owner bows low, offering a sincere apology for the incident. In a rage, Tang Ran orders the security guards to immediately throw the impudent couple out of her establishment. Despite their protests, Song Jia and Fatty Song are unceremoniously thrown out into the street like unwanted trash. The mistress does not hesitate to break a lucrative contract with the offender's family, putting her reputation above money. She invites the young man and his companion to her office to settle all the formalities in a more pleasant atmosphere. Over a cup of tea, Tang Ran admires Chen Baoli's unique beauty, trying to establish contact. The girl is embarrassed by such praise, while the young man remains icy calm. The guy asks the owner to personally help his friend choose outfits, demonstrating complete trust in her taste. Tang Ran takes on the task with enthusiasm, as transformation is her professional element. Sui watches with a grin as his mistress tries to please his companion, mistaking them for a couple. He sees Tang Ran not just as a stylist, but as a cunning player sent to him by a calculating banker. Leaving the store under cover of night, the young man realizes that all paths to success are now open to him. The owner presents him with an exclusive VIP card, which becomes the key to a world of luxury and limitless possibilities. As he says goodbye, the young man makes it clear to his astute hostess that their business acquaintance is just beginning. Under the warm glow of the lanterns, they leave the store, leaving behind another life-changing day. The guy notices Chen Baoli's thoughtfulness, who is still trying to comprehend what happened. The girl finally comes to her senses, unable to believe that this kaleidoscope of events was reality. Realization hits the heroine, and in playful anger, she attacks the guy for his long deception. Chen Baola lists all her sacrifices and hardships in her heart, feeling betrayed by his secret wealth. The girl demands an explanation, but the guy only tries to convey in confusion that he himself did not expect such a turn of events. Resentment overwhelms the heroine, because she cannot believe that such a performance was played out behind her back. Their tense conversation is interrupted by a sudden phone call, foreshadowing new trouble. After answering the call, the girl freezes, and her anger is replaced by concern for her loved one. The terrible news about Xiaomai's friend getting into trouble makes her forget about everything in the world. Sui follows her, fearing that her warm and kind heart will lead her into trouble again. He knows her willingness to rush to help anyone, and this selflessness makes him squeeze her hand tighter. Upon arriving at the scene, Chen Baola finds two strangers instead of her friend in distress, and she is overcome with a bad feeling. The girl is lured into a trap, and behind her back, the hero sees the shadow of danger looming over them. At a richly laid table, they are met by Sun Li, a former classmate of Chen Baoli, whose smile hides a cold calculation. The girl is rudely interrupted, making it clear that the story about the disaster was only a pretext for this dubious meeting. Sun Li's predatory gaze immediately switches to Sui, assessing him as potential prey. The guy calmly accepts the invitation to sit at the table, ready to meet any provocation head-on. The abundance of expensive dishes only increases the hero's suspicions, who senses falsehood in every gesture. A former classmate shamelessly tries to find out how rich her victim's new partner is. When they are about to leave, they are persistently offered to continue the evening. But the young man sees this as just an attempt to squeeze money out of him. Chen Baola tries to refuse in confusion, but her friends only mock her naivety. The masks are off, and Sun Li, with an evil grin, declares that they will not leave until they pay for this luxurious dinner. Sui puts an end to the blackmail, coldly declaring that he didn't touch the food and therefore doesn't have to pay. The girlfriends mockingly tease the guy, ridiculing his supposed modesty and indecision. Sui beckons the waiter with one gesture, but his calm only conceals the blow he is preparing to strike. The cunning girls exchange victorious glances, confident that their trap has worked and the bill will ruin him. Sun Li makes a decisive call, setting into motion the second part of his plan to humiliate his ex-girlfriend. She demonstratively walks away, leaving behind a tense atmosphere and a premonition of a coming storm at the table. Life is bustling around them, but at their table there is an oppressive silence, full of unspoken threats. Whispers at neighboring tables only add fuel to the fire, as everyone is interested in who will pay for this feast. The guy calmly gets up to pay the bill, but his words sound like a farewell, leaving Chen Baolu hostage. Sun Li looks after him triumphantly, anticipating how the abandoned girl will have to pay for his escape. Even the restaurant staff watches them with alarm, preparing for a scandal when the real amount of the check is revealed. Sui approaches the checkout counter with an unperturbed expression, ready to play his trump card. The staff sheepishly voices the ridiculous bill amount, not knowing how to react to such absurdity. The guy mentally converts the kopecks into old money, realizing that it's time for him to get used to the new reality. He makes his next move by asking the price for dinner for all the restaurant's diners. With one swipe of his card, the hero pays for the entire room and leaves a generous tip, shocking the staff. The sudden announcement that the gentleman is treating everyone throws the envious girlfriends into a stupor. The other visitors look at each other in bewilderment, trying to figure out who this mysterious and generous stranger is. Sun Li clenched his fists in impotent rage, unable to believe such a humiliating defeat. The young man returns to the table and gently leads the stunned Chen Baolu away, leaving the enemies with nothing. The girl is amazed by his actions, because he easily spent a fortune without even blinking an eye. Sun Li watches them go with a look full of poisonous envy, unable to accept such a crushing failure. She calls the manager over, and her face is distorted by an evil grin, because a new insidious plan has already formed in her head. The girl brazenly demands the return of the money spent by her imaginary brother, trying to get away with it by deception. But the manager, with icy calm, stops her attempt, firmly declaring that a refund is impossible. He turns the tables by presenting her with an unpaid bill and relaying Suya's humiliating question. Surrounded by security, his words sound like a direct threat, leaving the girl no chance to retreat. The manager, with an imperturbable look, demands payment of a ridiculously small sum, driving her into a corner. On the way, Chen Baola thinks anxiously about the future, fearing that the boy's generosity will make him easy prey. She playfully pounces on the young man with questions, and he only jokes, because for him it was mere pennies. Suddenly, the devaluation system opens up new horizons for the hero, offering mysterious points for his actions. Sui dives into studying the new system, realizing that activating all of its capabilities will require some effort. Chen Baola, burning with hunger and anger, kicks the guy, demanding that he feed her immediately. With a mischievous smile, the girl announces that today's dinner will be his payment for all the worries he has experienced. She coquettishly calls him the richest chef, and the joke is tinged with budding tenderness. Their idyll is interrupted by an insistent call from Jiang Yu, whose name slightly irritates the hero. On the other end of the line, a friend's sarcastic voice is heard, mockingly inquiring about rumors of his bankruptcy. Under the pretext of urgent business, the young man leaves the girl and gets into the car that is pulled up, rushing off to meet his business. Left alone with his friend, the young man immediately gets down to business, inquiring about the details of the mysterious project. Jiang Yu speaks enthusiastically about the grand prospects, because their future and great success are at stake. The name of a well-known internet celebrity, a Qigong master, comes up in the conversation, which adds even more intrigue to the matter. Jiang Yu enthusiastically outlines a plan for easy money, where for a couple of fake punches they will be paid a fortune. Sui listens to his friend with doubt, but the thought of the first big game in his new life makes him agree. Their plans are ruined in an instant when a luxurious red sports car crashes into them at full speed at an intersection. An enraged blonde emerges from the mangled car, ready to incinerate them with just one look. Jiang Yu tries to appeal to her conscience, since it was she who grossly violated the rules and caused the accident. Seeing the make of an expensive car, the guy panics, realizing that he will have to pay for this incident for the rest of his life. The car's owner arrogantly unleashes a stream of insults on them, portraying them as guilty rednecks. Her demand for compensation of 5 fen sounds like a mockery, plunging the hero's friend into a complete stupor. The appearance of the policeman called by Sui Chengjian only escalates the situation, as there is now nowhere to retreat. The girl immediately puts on a show for the officer, presenting herself as an innocent victim of brazen extortionists. The policeman patiently explains to the girl her mistake, but her indignation only increases from the realization of her guilt. She hits the car in a rage because even the paint on her sports car costs more than the guy's entire wreck. The lack of documents completely drives her crazy, and her friends can hardly contain their laughter as they watch this circus. The officer decides to call a forensic expert, and this threat forces the offender to look for ways to escape. Throwing a hateful glance at the guys, she promises that they will regret their insolence. The girl calls her patron in a panic, complaining about the injustice and demanding immediate help. At the same time, Sui's phone rings, and the familiar name of the annoying banker appears on the screen. Chen Haohai enters the conversation from afar, announcing an upcoming event and a certain gift for Chen Baoli. With a sly lilt in his voice, he offers his help, trying to gain even deeper trust in his client. The guy coldly interrupts him, surprised at how quickly all the news and rumors reach the banker. Sui asks the banker with cold curiosity where he got the information, which should be confidential. He decides to use the all-powerful banker as his tool to test his true intentions and goals. Chen Haohai readily promises to solve any problem, not even suspecting what kind of test his new client has in store for him. The girl looks at the guys with hatred, dreaming that they will be forever deprived of their rights for humiliating her. She arrogantly threatens them with the imminent arrival of her influential boyfriend, who will grind them into dust. Zhang Yu suggests leaving, but Sui is calm, already looking forward to the upcoming performance. In response to the call of his capricious girlfriend, the same fatty song arrives, whose face is distorted with rage at the sight of his offenders. He pompously declares his high status, not even suspecting who he is about to encounter. Seeing familiar faces, Sui can hardly contain his smile, because fate itself presented him with this gift. Fatty Song freezes in horror, recognizing in this simple guy the very same all-powerful Mr. Shu before whom he trembled. Sui notes with a grin the irony of fate, because his offender changes girls faster than clothes. Fatty Song tries to hide his animal terror behind a forced smile, realizing that he has crossed the wrong person. The unsuspecting blonde capriciously demands that her patron immediately deal with her offenders. In a fit of panicked rage, the man lashes out at his companion, who does not believe his sudden and inexplicable cowardice. The girl desperately lies, trying to put all the blame on the guys, but her words are drowned out by the fear of her rich lover. Losing control from fear, Fatty Song slaps his friend across the face, sacrificing her for his own salvation. He stands over the sobbing girl, paralyzed with horror at the thought of what an angry Mr. Sui is capable of. In a pathetic attempt to appease the all-powerful youth, he hands him a gold coin with a servile smile. He bows humbly and offers this payment for the repair, hoping that such submission will save him from total collapse. Sui walks away with cold indifference, leaving behind a defeated enemy whose humiliation does not touch him in the least. The humiliated Fatty Song realizes with despair that his last hope for salvation has collapsed along with his pride. The man obsequiously begs the young man for help, clinging to the elusive chance of restoring their shattered partnership. In the bank's gleaming headquarters, an invisible game is unfolding with fortunes at stake. Upon learning that someone dared to harm his precious client, Chen Haohai explodes in icy rage. The hero throws him an encouraging phrase, but behind his calm lies cold calculation, not forgiveness. The phone rings, and the voice of the all-powerful banker on the other end of the line turns his pitiful hope into chilling horror. From the car, a friend watches the unfolding drama with surprise, not understanding the reasons for such a sudden change. Zhang Yu can't believe his eyes, demanding an explanation from his friend about his mysterious power over the influential businessman. The guy calmly explains the nature of the conflict and returns the money with one movement, showing that for him it's a small thing. The friend panics at such generosity, because for him, this sum seems like a fortune. Zhang Yu looks at his friend with pity, mistakenly believing that he spent his last pennies on cheap posturing. Sui calmly puts the money away, because for him it's just dust, and the real game awaits them ahead. Under the light of the night moon, they race towards their dream, but only one of them knows the true price of their future wealth. The suddenly emerging system rewards him for the money he spends, opening up new, unexplored opportunities for him. Now, using the accumulated points, he can enhance his characteristics, turning himself into something more than just a human. Without a second's hesitation, the hero invests all the points he has earned into one characteristic, making a decisive bet. Once he completes the upgrade, he feels a surge of hidden power coursing through his veins, promising limitless might. But joy gives way to disappointment, because outwardly nothing has changed, and he is overcome by doubts about the reality of the system. Returning to the car, the guy hides his confusion, deciding not to reveal all his secrets to his friend for now. Their path leads to the gym, where they are met by manager Yao Jingjing, whose charming smile conceals a steely character. Instead of looking for a friend, Sui inquires about the price of the subscription, which leaves the manager confused. Yao Jingjing can hardly contain his irritation at his tactless question about money and calls the coach. Coach Sun Lichao comes running at the call, his eyes burning with a predatory fire in anticipation of a new victim for his training. Arriving at the place, he does not find the client and disdainfully asks where this mysterious gentleman has gone. Yao Jingjing explodes with rage because her subordinate lost a potential client due to his slowness. Sun Lichao dismissed it with disdain, as he recognized the description as that same poor man who was always hanging around Chen Baoli. The girl is furious and demands that he obey the rules, and he understands that he cannot lose face in front of his boss. The coach reluctantly agrees, but his indecisiveness and dependence on her opinion begin to irritate the girl. Sui suddenly appears and coldly declares that he will find another hall if he is not welcome here. Sun Li Chao waves after him mockingly, shouting that their elite club has no need of the poor. Seeing his persistence, Yao Jingjing, with a heavy sigh, finally decides to give him some time. She begins to talk about the types of subscriptions, deciding to show kindness to her coworker's friend. The request for 4 platinum cards shocks the girl, as their cost exceeds all imaginable limits. His request for 3 more cards seems like complete madness to her, and she freezes in a stupor from such impudence. The manager explodes with indignation, but the guy calmly offers to pay for the purchase, shattering her confidence. Having accepted the payment, she thinks with pity that he decided to throw all the money from the sale of the house down the drain. In the locker room, the young man decides not to disturb Chen Baolu for now, giving her the opportunity to finish her training in peace. The system instantly rewards him for his spending, awarding him precious points for further enhancement. Using his enhanced vision, he is surprised to notice his friend's name near the bottom of his grades. Sui covers his face with shame, realizing that his savior is not at all good at this job. The sudden appearance of a stranger in the locker room takes Suya by surprise. The dazzling fitness center owner, Liu Ziyuan, greets him personally, intrigued by his generous purchase. He shakes her hand with respect, because her name as a businesswoman thunders throughout the city. Every step she takes around the gym underlines her undeniable authority and popularity in the world of fitness. At the negotiating table, they are met by the stern accountant Sun Yue, who reminds them of the seriousness of this business. Sui states her goal directly, wanting to buy out all of her friend's training for the absurd price of 5 yuan. Liu Ziyuan freezes, as his proposal sounds like a mockery and an insult to her best coaches. Her piercing gaze tries to penetrate his soul, suspecting that behind this generosity, there is a cunning plan. The guy dispels her doubts with a disarming smile, explaining his actions only as a genuine concern for his friend. The owner breathes a sigh of relief, apologizing for her suspicion and becoming even more interested in him. Liu Ziyuan can hardly believe what is happening because for her, his generosity is equivalent to an eternity of hard work. The guy asks not to tell his friend about his actions yet, wanting to surprise her after the results are announced. The accountant briskly suggests adding him to your contacts so that all financial matters can be resolved quickly. Meanwhile, a drama of its own is unfolding in the hall, with head coach Chen Zhao flirting with his colleague Qian Li. He answers her question about the new student with disdain, not knowing what treasure he missed because of his pride. Qian Li looks at Chen Baolu with envy, not believing that such a loser could get an elite client. Chen Zhao watches the unsuspecting girl with a predatory grin, making his insidious plans. His mistress capriciously demands that he give her a rich client, because she has no intention of giving him up to some upstart. Confident in his irresistibility, the coach promises to seduce and lure the guy to his side. He approaches Chen Baolei with his phone in hand, ready to strike and tell her the stunning news. Chen Zhao, with a greasy laugh, tries to blackmail Chen Baolu, offering to share the client in exchange for her favor. But the girl rejects his dirty offer with cold indifference, because her conscience and honor are more important to her than money. The enraged coach shouts threats at her back, but she walks away with her head held high, without looking back. Meanwhile, the sweet couple of coaches burst into the accountant's office, anticipating easy money and a generous reward. Sun Yue, with icy calm, reports that the money has already been distributed, and their impudent dreams collapse in an instant. Confident in their indispensability, they only laugh in response, not even suspecting what fate awaits them. In the owner's office, they are met with deathly silence and the displeased look of Liu Ziyuan, angry at the leak of information. Chen Zhao tries to start a conversation about money, but his words are drowned out by the tense atmosphere of her silent anger. Fear paralyzes him because he understands that one wrong word could cost him not only money, but also his career. Liu Ziyuan interrupts his babble with a cold question, her voice filled with an undisguised threat. Qian Li is perplexed as she tries to guess the client's identity, imagining a typical rich, fat man. The owner is furious and throws out a couple of schemers, because their lies and greed are tarnishing her reputation. Chen Zhao desperately tries to justify himself, clinging to the last hope that this is just a misunderstanding. Liu Ziyuan looks at them with disdain, because they dared to arrange this circus behind her back. She delivers her verdict, declaring that the client has chosen Chen Baolu and orders them to get out. Humiliated, Qian Lili storms out of the office, swearing that she won't let this go so easily and will take revenge. Meanwhile, Chen Baola helps the unsuspecting Sui Chengzhan, unaware of the storm of hatred his choice has caused. Qian Lili takes out her anger on the innocent girl, rudely demanding an explanation that she cannot give. Her arrogance knows no bounds, and she pushes away her former friend's hand in disgust, considering her beneath her. Reacting instantly to the insult, Sui delivers a crushing blow, defending the honor of her savior. With one blow, Qian Lili is knocked out, and the entire hall is frozen in shock at such an unexpected turn of events. Arriving at the noise, Liu Ziyuan angrily announces the dismissal of the schemers who dared to plot behind her back. The owner publicly congratulates Chen Baolu on her new status, turning her humiliation into triumph. With cold contempt, she orders the defeated intriguer to be removed, putting a bold end to her career. Expelled in disgrace, Chen Zhao and his mistress leave the hall, hoping for luck elsewhere. Chen Baola shakes the guy in panic, because in her world, for that kind of money, you can buy an entire estate. The girl is still worried about his future, confident that such recklessness will not lead to anything good. She can't believe that someone is willing to spend such exorbitant amounts of money on fitness. The heroine makes a firm decision to help him so that he does not commit such rash acts again. A sudden call pulls the young man out of this hustle and bustle, reminding him of his new status and a business dinner with influential people. Sui accepts the invitation, realizing that this meeting is not just a dinner, but a review of the powers that be. Behind every name stands an empire, and Chen Haohai is just one of 4 titans ruling the shadow economy. Dong Changming, the real estate lord whose word can bring down or raise up entire neighborhoods. Sheiji Chao, the king of the automobile industry, controls the city's steel arteries in his hands. Chen Chusheng, the entertainment industry's power broker, whose influence extends far beyond the limelight. At the hotel, he is met by Li Hu, a former classmate whose current respectability is in stark contrast to his past. Their meeting seems random, but in the world of big money and power, there are no simple coincidences. Li Hu introduces him to his fiancée and her family, and at that moment, past and present collide with deafening force. In front of him stands Chen Meng, the girl from his past life, whose eyes are full of surprise and unspoken questions. A former classmate introduces him with false joy as an old friend, but behind his words there is a shadow of past rivalry. Chen Meng's parents look at the young man with polite indifference, seeing nothing in him other than another ambitious upstart. Li Hu reveals their shared past with a venomous smile, hinting at the hero's former popularity in order to sting both him and his fiancée. He strikes in front of everyone, loudly reminding them of his crushing failure and the sale of his house to pay off his debts. Sui immediately sees through his game, seeing behind the mask of friendliness only a pathetic desire to humiliate him and elevate himself. The former classmate continues his performance, reveling in his shame and wondering how such a beggar dared to appear here. Chen Meng struggles to hide her embarrassment, as her world of successful negotiations and rich suitors doesn't intersect with his reality. The domineering mother rudely takes her daughter away, making it clear that their paths have diverged and he has no place in their high society. Li Hu scornfully offers him a job as a dishwasher, dealing the final, cruelest blow to his pride. The family goes upstairs, leaving the guy alone in the hall, completely confident in their victory and his insignificance. But the hero calmly declares that he needs to go to the 3rd floor, and this phrase destroys their world, because only a select few are allowed there. Li Hu bursts out laughing, considering his former classmate's words a pathetic and inappropriate joke. He says goodbye in a hurry, because an important meeting awaits him, on which the future of the whole family depends. For Chen Meng's parents, this dinner is a decisive step towards wealth and prosperity for their family. The play continues, and Li Hu, feigning friendly concern, tries to make the hero look like a complete idiot. Throwing off his mask, he orders him to get lost with a malicious grin, reveling in his imaginary superiority. But Sui calmly parries his attack, and there is an undisguised threat in his voice. Enraged by such insolence, Li Hu starts to shout, but Chen Meng tries to stop him. He furiously scolds his bride, not understanding how she can defend this worthless man. The guy easily brushes off their squabble, because the pathetic words of his former friend do not touch him at all. He confidently walks up the stairs, leaving behind a seething Li Hu and a stunned family. The appearance of the strict hotel director adds a new note of tension to the conflict. Li Hu furiously complains about the guy, demanding that he be thrown out immediately so as not to spoil his appetite. But the director, with icy calm, refuses him, defending the rights of every guest. Enraged by this answer, Li Hu points to his cheap clothes, considering him unworthy of being here. He gives the hero 5 seconds to get out, but he just continues his leisurely journey upstairs. Suddenly, those very influential people for whom this dinner was planned appear on the stairs. The hotel owner himself greets the young man with respect, shattering all of Li Hu's ideas about the world. The guy stops him with a slight grin, accepting his apology and writing it off as a bad joke. The parents, in a panic, shush their daughter, not understanding how she could have hidden from them her acquaintance with such an important person. Li Hu, like a beaten dog, trails after them, and his humiliation becomes the final chord of this farce. Li Hu is furious and can't understand why the all-powerful Chen Chusheng is apologizing to this worthless person. Beyond the doors of the VIP room, a world awaits him where mere mortals are strictly forbidden entry. Real estate boss Dong Changming greets him with respect, recognizing him as an equal player. His apology for being late is not just politeness, but a sign of the deepest respect for the new king of the city. The all-powerful titans fuss around the young man, offering him a place of honor at the head of the table. Sui accepts their game with a slight smile, making it clear that he is well aware of their power. At the negotiating table, he remains calm, because today it is he who dictates the rules of this dangerous game. Chen Haohai sees his knowledge as a chance to establish contact and use it for his own purposes. The rest understand that they are not facing a simple upstart, but a cunning and dangerous adversary. They realize that without the intervention of the cunning banker, this young genius would have remained an invisible force to them. Tang Ying tries to defuse the situation by suggesting that they move on to informal conversation over a glass of wine. But Sui, with a predatory smile, stops her attempt, because he didn't come here for empty talk. His gaze becomes icy, and everyone understands that the performance has begun, and the main actor is ready to go on stage. He takes a sip of water, making it clear that today's conversation will be long and very serious. The guy takes the initiative into his own hands, because he is not used to beating around the bush when big money is at stake. Dong Changming, seeing his mood, decides to get to the point so as not to test the patience of this dangerous young man. He tells the story of a brutal real estate battle where his dragon company needs protection from foreign wolves. The fall in stock prices and the sharp decline in revenue brought him to the brink of bankruptcy, threatening not only him but also his allies. In desperation, he asks for help, because an exorbitant sum of 10,000 is required to save his empire. Sui pours himself some tea with an unperturbed expression, because for him, this amount is just a small change. Dong Changming is in despair, but the young man's icy calm foreshadows an unexpected turn of events. With one sentence, Sui seizes control, leaving the powerful magnates in complete shock. He offers a simple deal: his money in exchange for their unlimited power, becoming a shadow puppeteer. The sum to be saved turns out to be even greater, but for him, it is just another number in his new game. His generous offer becomes their only hope for salvation, turning him into their messiah. With the click of a button, the guy transfers a fortune, demonstrating his financial power. The all-powerful titans freeze in horror, because for them, this sum is a whole life. But for him, it is just a small change. While they are shaking from shock, the hero calmly drinks tea, because he is only concerned about points for the mysterious system. But the system strikes back, cutting his reward and reminding him that even omnipotence has its rules. Sui explodes with rage, because for the first time he encountered a force that does not obey his money. The moment of truth arrives, and all eyes are on the young man who now controls their destinies. The powerful bow their heads, recognizing his authority and becoming his loyal subordinates. The guy easily accepts their oath, and now they are one team, ready for new conquests. Their next target is the mysterious Qiandao Lake, a place of legend. After all, it is there, in its depths, that the untold riches and savings of the entire country are hidden. Sui takes a sip of wine, realizing that 1,000 points is only a small price to pay for the game ahead. He decides to invest all his accumulated points into strength, but a sudden bleed leaves him in shock. Trying to hide his weakness, the young man goes to the restroom. But his sudden illness does not go unnoticed. The sudden release of power rages out of control, turning his hand into a destructive weapon. With one touch, he splits a table made of precious wood, and everyone freezes in horror at this demonstration of inhuman power. The magnates are horrified to realize that the destroyed table is no accident, but a dire warning. Sui looks at his reflection, and the cold flame of his newfound strength burns in his eyes. He feels his body changing, and his heightened senses open up a new, unknown world to him. Powerful allies see his actions as a show of power, unaware of the true reason for his strength. Meanwhile, at another table, a conflict is raging, with old agreements crumbling under the pressure of new ambitions. Cheji Chao is furious and demands proof, as he will not tolerate slander and betrayal in his circle. Chen Meng rejects his dirty innuendo with disgust, because her honor and dignity are not for sale. Li Hu tries to smooth things over, but his flattery and persuasion only add fuel to the fire. The enraged car tycoon beats him up because he came here for business, not for empty talk. His predatory gaze falls on Chen Meng, and his voice is filled with an undisguised threat, turning the dinner into a battlefield. Sui stops the enraged tycoon with one movement, offering him his help in exchange for a favor. His sudden appearance leaves everyone in shock, as no one expected the intervention of this mysterious guy. Li Hu furiously demands that he get out, unable to believe that this loser is getting in his way again. But Chen Meng looks at her savior with tears in her eyes, while her fiancé only watches this scene helplessly. The hero makes a deal with Cheji Chao, demanding double the price for the chicken he so wanted to get. The girl looks at him with hope, but fear and doubt are fighting in her heart. How can she repay him for this? The car tycoon is furious because the guy's bold proposal calls into question his authority and power. No one expected Li Hu to dare to contradict such an influential person, but his anger already knows no bounds. Cheji Chao throws down the gauntlet, ready to destroy anyone who stands in his way. The mysterious warriors who suddenly appeared out of nowhere terrify him. The mysterious warriors easily deal with the guards, demonstrating their supernatural strength. Li Hu watches in horror as he watches, unable to understand how his pathetic schemes led to such a bloody end. Chen Meng seeks protection from her savior, and in her eyes, he is now the only island of hope in this chaos. Cheji Chao can hardly believe his eyes, because these warriors are obeying the orders of someone he thought was just a boy. Chen Chusheng, with a charming smile, hands the girl his business card, offering her his protection and patronage. Sui decides the fate of his humiliated enemies with a single glance, and his decision becomes law for them. He delivers his verdict with an icy smile, and there is a blood-curdling threat in his voice. The hero confidently moves forward, leaving behind defeated enemies and broken destinies. Chen Meng watches him go with pain, realizing that the gap between them has become even deeper and more insurmountable. Returning to normal life, the guy meets a friend, but the shadow of the events he experienced has changed him forever. Having decided to put things off, Sui suggests that his friend first rest and unwind. But as he gets into the car, he accidentally breaks the door, demonstrating his new, uncontrollable strength. The guy is in a panic, trying to figure out how to now control this power that has gotten out of control. Zhang Yu clutches his head in horror, because repairing the rented car will cost him a fortune. The offer to buy a new car sounds like a mockery, and he is ready to tear his friend to pieces with tears in his eyes. But the young man calmly hands him one bill, which is now enough to buy an entire fleet of cars. At the car dealership, they are met by a charming consultant, ready to help them choose in this world of luxury and speed. The friends still can't believe they're actually here to buy a car and not just to look at it. Sui reminds him with a smile about his debt of honor, since it was because of him that he suffered such losses. Zhang Yu is deeply moved, because he sees this act as not just generosity, but a true manifestation of friendship. Zhang Yu is delighted because he can now afford a car he never even dreamed of before. A friendly consultant brings them coffee, creating an atmosphere of luxury and first-class service. My friend still can't believe what's happening, because buying a car from a showroom was an impossible dream for him. Sui reminds him with a smile about the times when he was the only one who didn't turn away from him in difficult times. Their conversation is interrupted by the appearance of a brazen trio who are trying to cut in line. The consultant politely asks them to maintain order, but her words are drowned out by their arrogance and rudeness. The girl furiously stands up to defend her client, because for her, rules and honesty are above all else. But the influential Mr. Lin just brushes her off, considering his time more valuable than any rules. The arrogant companion contemptuously scolds the saleswoman, because her client is much more important than some ragamuffins. The conflict reaches its peak, and the blonde furiously attacks the defenseless girl. An arrogant blonde screams and demands that no one interfere with her while she chooses a car, considering herself the master of the situation. With a predatory smile, she threatens to teach the consultant a lesson, reveling in her power and impunity. Sui calmly enters the conversation, and his cold question leaves everyone frozen in confusion. The blonde's rich companion dismisses this with disdain, declaring that poor people like them can only afford a grocery cart. He proudly introduces himself as the heir to a powerful pharmaceutical company, expecting general awe. But an innocent-looking young man challenges his company's reputation, dealing a crushing blow to his ego. The rich man's laughter is full of rage, because he cannot believe that some ragamuffin dared to humiliate him like that. Losing control, he lunges at the guy, unable to bear such a brazen insult. There is an open threat in his voice, because he is not used to anyone daring to talk to him like that. Zhang Yu clenched his fists in rage, because he would not allow anyone to humiliate his friend, even if it meant getting into a fight. The heir to a wealthy family, with a predatory grin, provokes a fight, unaware that his power here is not unlimited. The appearance of the car dealership director interrupts the brewing conflict, introducing a note of official investigation. The manager tries to please the VIP customer by asking others to leave if they do not intend to make a purchase. Seeing this blatant injustice, Sui realizes that she can no longer stand by. The arrogant blonde attacks the hero with her fists, confident that this poor man will not dare to answer her. But the guy easily intercepts her hand, and a cold flame of newfound strength flashes in his eyes. With one movement, he throws her aside, demonstrating inhuman power that leaves everyone in shock. The enraged rich man gives her 5 seconds to kneel, otherwise he will grind her into dust. The young man accepts the challenge with a defiant grin, making it clear that he is not afraid of his empty threats. He himself didn't expect that the points invested in strength would give such a stunning result, throwing the girl so far away. The enraged rich man is ready to tear the guy to pieces, but he only accepts his challenge with a grin. He calls his powerful uncle, demanding that the spine of this impudent upstart be immediately broken. Zhang Yu panics and suggests running away, but Sui is calm, because he knows how this performance will end. The hero is confident that his influential uncle will not dare to harm him, because he is just a pawn in his big game. The rich man's arrogant companion scolds the defeated blonde, because she dared to incur the wrath of their patron. She points angrily at the boys, threatening them with retribution for their insolence and disobedience. Zhang Yu blames himself for everything, but the young man reassures him because he already has a plan. On the other end of the line, a rich man with a servile smile awaits the arrival of his all-powerful relative. He looks at the boys with mockery, confident that his uncle will grind them into dust. But Sui just calmly drinks his coffee, because he knows that soon this self-confident turkey will be begging for mercy. 5 minutes later, a motorcade stops at the car dealership, foreshadowing a quick and brutal reprisal. The influential Uncle Chi emerges from the car, surrounded by thugs, and his gaze does not bode well. The nephew happily points out his offenders, demanding that they be immediately wiped off the face of the earth. But instead, the first blow falls on him, plunging everyone into complete shock and bewilderment. Uncle Chi, with icy calm, orders the insolent men to be brought to their knees, and his men obey without question. While they are being beaten, Sui and his friend watch this spectacle with a grin, enjoying their victory. Humiliated and beaten, The rich man cannot understand why his uncle took out his anger on him and not on his enemies. But the influential mafioso doesn't need any explanations. He delivers a crushing blow, putting the insolent man in his place. With one movement, he tramples his pride and power into the dirt, showing who is the real boss here. The blonde screams at him in horror, not understanding how he could betray them and side with these worthless people. Uncle Chi explodes with rage, because this girl's words are a direct insult to his all-powerful patron. He teaches his nephew a harsh lesson, explaining that he has crossed the path of the man whose mercy he must now beg. Beaten and humiliated, he receives the punishment he deserves, and his fate now depends on the goodwill of the hero. Zhang Yu looks at his friend in horror, not understanding how he is connected with such a dangerous and cruel man. The influential mafioso and his retinue bow their heads in respect, recognizing the young man as their master. The fate of the rich man's arrogant companion is now also in his hands, and he decides to teach her a lesson for her long tongue. With just one word from him, her life turns into hell. Because now she is just a pawn in his big game. Zhang Yu still can't believe what's happening, but his friend hints that this is just the tip of the iceberg. Che Ji Chao himself appears at the car dealership, and his respectful bow towards the guy shocks everyone. He didn't come here by chance, because he has business with the man who now holds the fate of the entire city in his hands. The consultant tries to explain the situation haltingly, but her words are drowned out by the deathly silence that hangs in the room. The powerful magnate turns to the young man for a decision, and his word becomes law for all present. The boy calmly repeats the director's offensive words, and he falls to his knees in horror, begging for mercy. Che Ji Chao, in a rage, beats up the humiliated manager because he dared to insult his new patron. The mafia's entourage easily disposes of the defeated enemies, and their screams are drowned out by the roar of the engines. Uncle Chi orders his men to deal with the pharmaceutical company to make his master happy. The female consultant awaits her fate with trepidation, not knowing whether a reward or punishment awaits her. But the hero only calmly tells her to continue working, and she thanks him with tears in her eyes for this favor. The car tycoon, with a fawning smile, offers his help in choosing a car, trying to make amends for his guilt. Sui accepts his apology with a grin, because he sees how fear and money change people beyond recognition. Surrounded by luxury cars, Sui makes his choice, but his thoughts are already far away. Che Ji Chao tries to establish rapport by inviting him to dinner, but his voice sounds not only respectful but also curious. The guy politely declines, as he has more important things to do than empty talk with his new allies. Watching him go, the automobile magnate bows respectfully, acknowledging his undeniable power. But doubts are beginning to arise in his soul, because the young man's coldness and detachment could become a threat to their fragile union. In the car, Zhang Yu cannot contain his amazement, demanding an explanation for this incredible rise. The hero laughs it off with a grin, because the truth about his power and wealth is too fantastic to be believed. His friend is delighted with his talent for manipulating the rich, but his words also reveal genuine concern. They arrive at the concert, where a new task and another adventure promised by a friend awaits them. Zhang Yu is not here for fun, but for easy money, and his enthusiasm is infectious even to the skeptical hero. Popular idols perform on stage, their beauty and talent driving millions of fans crazy. Friends watch this show with a cynical grin, realizing that behind every smile lies a thirst for money. Zhang Yu tries to reason with his friend, as his past could cast a shadow on his future. They are given instructions before going on stage, and the simplicity of the task only emphasizes the absurdity of this performance. Suddenly, a legendary Qigong master appears, and his aura of power makes everyone freeze in awe. The crowd parts before him, for his name is synonymous with invincible power and ancient art. The master takes to the stage to prove his strength and strengthen his shaky online reputation. Sui looks at the old man with irony, because for him, this is just another way to make money from gullible fans. With pathos, he calls a volunteer onto the stage, promising to demonstrate his incredible strength. He boasts of his ability to knock out anyone in 3 seconds, without realizing who is sitting in the audience. A pathetic spectacle is played out on stage, where fake students roll on the floor from a single touch of the master. The old man speaks with an air of importance about his incredible strength, reveling in the delight of the gullible public. Sui and his friend can hardly contain their laughter as they watch this circus and the pathetic attempts of the actors. After listening to his number with a grin, the guy goes on stage, ready to expose this imposter. Other volunteers come out with him, but only he knows the true price of this performance. The master takes a fighting stance, confident in his invincibility and the power of his art. But the young man decides not to hold back, and a scarlet flame flashes in his eyes, foreshadowing imminent reprisal. Zhang Yu, in delight, shouts to his friend not to miss his chance and deliver a crushing blow. Without waiting his turn, he runs out onto the stage himself, turning the staged show into a real farce. He beats the defeated master with passion, because such a chance to become famous only comes once in a lifetime. The sudden appearance of the organizer interrupts the fight, and his face is distorted with anger at the ruined performance. The boys try to justify themselves by pointing out the master's obvious lies, but their words are drowned out by his contempt. The organizer laughingly admits that all of this is just a cheap show to attract spectators. His cynicism knows no bounds, because for him, only money is important, and not the honor and dignity of an old actor. He looms over his friends, intending to extort compensation from them for the ruined show. But Sui remains unperturbed, because he has a trump card hidden up his sleeve. With a sly grin, he shows him the recording that contains all his cynical confessions. Every word in the video is a nail in the coffin of his career and reputation. The organizer freezes in horror, realizing that he has fallen into his own trap, and now, inevitable retribution awaits him. The hero looks at him with contempt, because he will not allow anyone to profit from weakness and deception. The organizer calls security in a rage, because he will not allow some students to ruin his business. Surrounded by thugs, he feels in control, confident that the video is an empty threat. He looks at the guys with disdain, because the ruined show deprived him of easy money, and now he wants revenge. Zhang Yu boldly rushes into battle, ready to defend his friend until his last breath, because honor is more important to him than life. But the forces are unequal, and he is quickly overwhelmed, leaving Suya alone against an entire army. One of the thugs sneers at the hero, unaware of the crushing power hidden within that fragile body. With one blow, the young man knocks out all the guards, and his friend watches in shock at this incredible display of power. Leaving behind his defeated enemies, the guy takes his friend away, because he no longer wants to demonstrate his strength. Zhang Yu is amazed by his abilities, wondering where he could have learned such deadly techniques. Sui, with a sly grin, reminds him that it was he who dragged him into this adventure, which means it is his own fault. Under cover of night, the friends escape, but Zhang Yu still cannot believe the incredible strength of his comrade. The enraged Qigong master cannot accept the humiliation of seeing his reputation trampled in front of millions. The scandal is gaining momentum, and now not only his career, but also the company's shares are at risk. Suddenly, the organizer appears, and a spark of hope burns in his eyes, because he has found a way to turn the situation to his advantage. With a sly grin, he suggests that the master stage a performance, presenting himself as the victim of cunning deceivers. The old man agrees to this risky plan because for him, it is the only chance to save his face and career. But the organizer demands not only a public apology, but also brutal reprisals against the impudent students. In the director's office, his assistant is worried about the incriminating video that could destroy them all, but he only grins smugly, because he has an ace up his sleeve. A mysterious patroness. In a luxurious office thousands of kilometers away, his call breaks the silence, and the fate of the scandal is decided by one word from her. The mysterious patroness is confused, because a compromising video ruins all their plans. She receives a desperate call from the organizer, who begs her for help in this hopeless situation. Intrigued by the guy's audacity, she decides to get the video first and only then deal with him. With one command, she sends her people out to search, and her voice brooks no objection. Meanwhile, the friends are quietly dining outside, and Zhang Yu looks with admiration at his prudent comrade. Suddenly, a luxury car stops next to them, and a voice from inside invites the hero to talk. Zhang Yu is delighted, because he cannot believe that such a gorgeous and rich beauty is interested in his friend. But the young man only sighs wearily, because he is not looking for new problems and showdowns, which he is so tired of. His refusal is not accepted, and a security guard emerges from the car, ready to use force. Zhao Xiaoman herself, the mistress of the powerful Zhao family, appears before them, and her gaze does not bode well. Zhao Xiaoman offers to buy the video without further ado, confident that money will solve any problem. Sui notes with a grin that things with the Qigong master are more serious than he expected. He realizes that now big players have entered the game, and the swindler's connection to the Zhao family becomes obvious. The girl, with a self-confident smile, hands him a blank check, asking him to write down any amount he wants. There is an undisguised threat in her voice, because she is not used to being rejected and is ready to do anything to achieve her goal. She looks down on him, convinced that people like him are ready to sell their souls for their last penny. But the young man calmly returns the check to her, because his silence is not weakness, but a sign of contempt. She can't believe that this poor scum dared to refuse her, because she was used to getting everything she wanted. Her world is crumbling because he showed with one gesture that her money and power mean nothing here. With a predatory grin, he tears up the check, making it clear that she has not lived up to his expectations and is unworthy of his attention. With a mocking grin, Sui suggests removing a couple of zeros, because for him, it's not money, but dust. The enraged guard rushes at him, unable to bear such humiliation of his mistress. But the hero easily intercepts his hand, and a cold flame of rage flashes in his eyes. With one movement, he breaks the table and chopsticks, demonstrating his superhuman strength. Zhao Xiaoman looks at her defeated bodyguard in horror, realizing that she underestimated this guy. He throws the guard aside with contempt, because he dared to raise his hand against him. The girl understands that he is not as simple as he seems, and getting rid of him will not be easy. Leaving behind their defeated enemy, the friends depart. But Zhang Yu vows that he will not leave it like this. All the way he grumbles at his friend, because he again got him into trouble, from which they miraculously managed to get out. Nostalgia for the old days takes them back to the past, when they were simple students without a penny in their pockets. A few days later, the internet is abuzz with the scandal, and Master Nayu realizes with horror that his deception has been exposed. The video of his disgrace is going viral, turning him from a legend into a pathetic fraudster. A member of the powerful Zhao family smashes his phone in rage because that scumbag Sui dared to cast a shadow on their clan. Zhao Yiming is seething with anger, because the vaunted Qigong master was of no use, and the shame fell on their family. He snaps at Zhao Xiaoman, blaming her for not being able to handle such a simple task. His older brother intervenes in the conversation and coldly scolds him for his drunkenness and inability to control himself. Zhao Huashan, the second lord of the family, reminds with icy calm that anger is the most useless of all emotions. He puts his wayward relatives in their place, because their recklessness will never earn his grandfather's approval. He leaves with contempt, advising them to finally turn on their brains so as not to get into such troubles again. His words sound like a death sentence, because disappointing the head of the family is the worst of all possible crimes. Zhao Xiaoman looks at the master's photo with disdain, realizing that his pathetic reputation is not worth a dime. She smashes the phone because for her, martial arts are not just a show, but a whole philosophy that cannot be desecrated. Meanwhile, Chen Baola watches the expose video with admiration, unaware of who is behind the scandal. She flirts coquettishly with the guy, because his foresight and courage admire her to the depths of her soul. His video went viral, and although he was condemned, he still found himself in the spotlight, which is what he wanted. The scandal sent Chen Chusheng's short video app skyrocketing to the top of the charts. But Sui is troubled by the Zhao family's silence, knowing that the calm is only the precursor to a storm. Chen Baola invites him to a classmate's birthday party, and he agrees, as it's a great excuse to unwind. Arriving at the party, the girl immediately becomes the center of attention, and the guy remains in the shadows. Suddenly, they are met by Li Yiju, another classmate, and her appearance adds a note of intrigue to the evening. Sui watches her friends with sadness, realizing that their friendship is just a fake show for the public. The disdainful glances of those around her made it clear that Chen Baola was an unwelcome guest here. Sun Li's appearance brings a note of venom to the evening, and her words are full of undisguised hatred. She starts screaming, accusing the girl of running away and leaving her to pay for dinner. There is a certainty in her voice that she is right. But Chen Baola is not going to remain silent any longer. Sui looks at her with concern, fearing that this skirmish will end badly for her. The birthday girl, with icy calm, puts the impudent guest in her place, because it was she who invited her. She furiously exposes her lie, reminding her of how she trapped her and made her pay. Sun Li is speechless, as she did not expect such a rebuff from someone she considered weak and defenseless. Chen Baola feels strong for the first time in her life, and this new feeling gives her self-confidence. The birthday girl tries to smooth over the conflict, but her words sound cold and distant. She reminds her friend of the powerful Man, who can solve all her work problems. Chen Baola is furious because she was called here only to humiliate herself and beg for help. Li Yiju looks at her with disdain, reminding her to be realistic about her pitiful situation. She offers her a deal: obedience in exchange for helping her family and the textile factory. Suddenly, the same Man appears in the hall in the company of her influential companion Sun Feng. All eyes are on her, because she is the queen of this evening, and her word is law. Sui watches with interest as her former classmate achieves incredible heights in recent years. Their eyes meet and a tense silence hangs in the air, full of unspoken reproaches. Man proudly introduces her husband, the owner of the city's main garment factory. The guests enthusiastically discuss the new couple, but one of the girls ironically remarks that she has already seen this gentleman in a past life. Sui can hardly contain his laughter at such ridiculous flattery, because he is not used to such attention. He interrupts their conversation, reminding them that they came to a birthday party, not a bride show. With icy calm, he asks why they are so persistent in approaching his girlfriend, and there is a threat in his voice. The crowd is shocked, because this unknown guy dared to contradict Man's husband. The rival looks at him with disdain, calling him a nobody and predicting an unhappy future for Chen Baola. But the girl boldly comes forward, declaring that her boyfriend is not the subject of their dirty gossip. Man mockingly reminds her of her failures, wondering how her worthless companion can help her. A flame of envy and malice burns in her eyes, because she revels in her superiority and her humiliation. Sun Feng, with a lordly smile, offers Chen Baola a job as a manager, completely trampling her pride into the dirt. Chen Baola hesitates, because although the offer is humiliating, it promises her a good income. Sun Feng offers her a pittance with a predatory grin, reveling in his power and her helplessness. He promises her stability and bonuses, but his words are laced with undisguised contempt for her poverty. With a greasy smile, he hints that for more, you will have to pay not only with work, but also with your body. Sui puts an end to this farce with cold anger, because his girlfriend earns hundreds of yuan, not a pittance. Man shouts after them in rage, not believing his words and considering them pathetic liars. She demands that Chen Baola kneel down and renounce her pride. Otherwise, she will take everything from her. But the young man only sighs wearily, because he is tired of this empty chatter and cheap threats. Sun Feng mockingly states that his girlfriend can say whatever she wants because she is his property. The guy, with icy calm, decides to teach them a lesson, because he will not tolerate such treatment of his savior. With one call, Sui decides to teach him a lesson, because no one dares to offend his girlfriend. Chen Haohai instantly gives the order, and the full might of his financial empire falls upon the unsuspecting Man. He is furious because someone dared to challenge his all-powerful patron, and now they face a cruel retribution. Man looks at the guy with disdain, considering his threats to be empty words and cheap posturing. But he only smiles mysteriously, because the real game is just beginning, and he holds all the aces in his hands. Suddenly, all the ins and outs of his rival arrives on his phone, and her dirty secrets become his weapon. With a sly grin, he reads out loud the piquant details of her personal life, shocking everyone. Man shouts in rage that this is a lie, but her words are drowned out by the contemptuous looks of those around her. A new batch of incriminating evidence completely destroys her reputation, revealing her shameful illnesses and abortions. Even her husband hangs his head, because now he knows about her endless betrayals and dirty secrets. A new piece of incriminating evidence reveals the name of another lover, And it turns out to be that same Sun Jian. Choman screams in horror as her final secret is revealed and inevitable retribution awaits her. She tries to justify herself to her husband, but her words are drowned out by his icy anger. Enraged, Sun Feng hits his unfaithful wife with all his might, because she has disgraced him in front of all of high society. He remembers all her excuses and lies, and each of them is now a nail in the coffin of their marriage. He disdainfully declares that their marriage was a sham, and that he is now free from this lying snake. He looks at Sui with hatred, because it was this beggar who destroyed his reputation and life. But instead of taking revenge, he decides to get rid of his wife and find a new, more worthy match. His predatory gaze falls on Chen Baolu, and the fire of lust and desire lights up in his eyes. But the young man only looks at him with a grin, because he doesn't believe a single word he says and is ready for any turn of events. Sui, with a defiant grin, offers to call him, because he is not afraid of his empty threats. He knows that Sun Feng will soon realize who he is dealing with, because the 4 rulers of the city are his loyal allies. He calls his people in a rage, demanding that they immediately find dirt on this impudent upstart. But his search is doomed to failure, because there are too many people with that name, and time is running out. He understands that if he can't find anything on the guy, he will forever lose face in the eyes of others. The hero easily hands him his passport because he is not afraid of any checks and is ready for any turn of events. Sun Feng looks at him with hatred, but still takes the document, not wanting to miss his last chance. A few minutes later, he returns triumphantly, confident that now he will expose this imposter. Everyone is eagerly awaiting his verdict, but a call from his people shatters all his hopes. The voice on the other end of the line is full of fear, because an order came from above: do not touch this man. The voice on the other end of the line informs that this person's identity is classified, and they are not allowed to disclose it. Sui looks at his defeated enemy with a mocking grin, enjoying his absolute defeat. He understands that Chen Haohai himself is behind this ban, protecting his new master from any threats. Sun Feng panics and tries to escape, but Li Yiju stops him, as her game is just beginning. She sees this scandal as her chance to get rid of her rival and take her place next to the rich heir. There is a fire of ambition burning in her eyes, and she is ready to do anything to become the first candidate to become his bride. Dropping her friendly facade, she angrily attacks Chen Baolu, kicking her out of her birthday party. The girl looks at her in bewilderment, not understanding how their friendship could so quickly turn into hatred. But the birthday girl only revels in her power, because insulting her family is a crime that is not forgiven. Chen Baola sadly realizes that their paths have diverged, and now they are enemies, not friends. Suddenly, Tang Ying appears at the party, and her visit brings a note of intrigue and foreboding of change to the evening. Her appearance is a shock, because she is one of the most influential women in the city, and her visit here is not accidental. She approaches the couple to deliver a gift on behalf of Chen Baoli, her smile hiding a cold calculation. Sui mentally thanks her, because he didn't intend to let his friend down, but he doesn't intend to miss his chance either. He understands that sooner or later everyone will find out the truth, but now he needs to play his role to the end. Tang Ying presents the gift from the anonymous guest with a charming smile, and all eyes are on her. Inside the box is a luxurious gold bar, and its shine blinds everyone present. The birthday girl is in shock, because she cannot believe that someone could give her such a generous and expensive gift. Sun Li is furious because even her all-powerful husband cannot afford such luxury. Li Yizhu looks at the ingot with a predatory smile, because for her it is not just a gift, but the key to power and wealth. Sui, with cold contempt, demands that they take back the gift, because these people do not deserve his generosity. Chen Baola supports him, because she will no longer allow anyone to trample on her pride and dignity. Sun Li is furious, because this poor wretch not only dared to come here, but also to give orders to Lady Tang herself. The birthday girl starts screaming, accusing Chen Baolu of ruining her celebration and embarrassing her in front of an important guest. With a commanding gesture, she throws them out of the party, reveling in her imaginary victory and their humiliation. Li Yiju is delighted, because now that Madame Tang is on her side, she will be able to achieve unprecedented heights. The crowd chants insults, and the friends are forced to leave under a hail of jeers and disdainful looks. Tang Ying looks at the scene in bewilderment, not understanding how the party could have turned into such a farce. The birthday girl realizes with horror her mistake, because she did not know that the influential guest came here for these two. She rushes towards her in panic, but Tang Ying only looks at her coldly, making it clear that she has made a fatal mistake. Li Yiju watches them go in horror, unable to believe that these worthless people are acquainted with Madame Tang herself. She, with icy calm, exposes her lie, because it was Chen Baola who asked her to deliver this expensive gift. The birthday girl and her friend are in shock because they cannot believe that this generous gift was intended for them. Sui puts an end to this farce, because he has no intention of wasting time on those who dared to humiliate them. Tang Ying leads Chen Baolu away with a gentle smile, leaving behind defeated enemies and broken hopes. Li Yiju is horrified to realize that she has quarreled not only with her friend, but also with the powerful Lady Tang. She looks at the gold bar in panic, realizing that she has missed her only chance for wealth and power. In desperation, she rushes after them, begging for forgiveness and trying to regain their favor. Her words are full of falsehood and hypocrisy, but Chen Baolan no longer believes in her crocodile tears. With pain in her heart, she recalls all the insults and humiliations that she had to endure from this so-called friend. Sui delivers his sentence, giving them 2 hours to disappear from his life forever. His gaze is filled with icy fury, and he warns that they will not get a second chance. Li Yiju is horrified to realize that he is ready to destroy them for the sake of his girlfriend, and now they face inevitable retribution. Tang Ying looks after them with sadness, because she sees Chen Baolei as just a naive girl who got into the world of big games. But she is confident that under the protection of such a person, she will no longer be in any danger. The guy smiles and says that he has already arranged a meeting, since his new status as a feng shui master requires confirmation. He needs a legend to explain his sudden wealth and lull the vigilance of the curious. Tang Ying gratefully accepts his help, because now her reputation is safe. She tries to tell him something important, but he just laughs it off, pretending not to hear anything. Chen Baola tugs at his ear in jealousy, not understanding why such a powerful woman is so kind to him. Sui offers to help her open a restaurant, because now he has the means to make her dream come true. He is determined to make her happy and rich, because he cannot use money obtained by deception. But the girl refuses, because she doesn't want to feel indebted to the richest man in the world. Her refusal hurts him, but he is not going to back down, because he is used to getting his way. The next morning, they set out to find a place, and the first step towards their dream is taken. Chen Baola excitedly offers him to buy whatever he likes, because he is now a major investor. At the real estate agency, they are met by a polite manager ready to help them with their choice. Sui asks to find him a consultant, and his choice falls on one of the employees. But the girl refuses with cold contempt, because she only serves VIP clients. There are different rumors about her, but one thing is clear. She is not as simple as she seems, and her ambitions know no bounds. Sui looks at the girl with bewilderment, not understanding why she refuses the job. She looks at him with disdain, seeing him as just another poser trying to attract attention. The voices of gossips comparing her to his companion run through her head, and it makes her angry. The manager passes the client on to another employee, who happily takes on the case, anticipating a generous commission. They look at a huge space that would be perfect for a restaurant, but the price seems prohibitive. The consultant enthusiastically describes all the charms of this place, but Chen Baola just shakes his head. But the young man calmly declares that money is not a problem, because he is ready to do anything to make her dream come true. Suddenly, the owner of the premises appears, and he turns out to be that same Zhao Yimin. The consultant tells them about his difficult situation, because he is forced to rent out the premises to pay for the children's treatment. But he already has another client, a wealthy foreigner who is willing to pay any price. Zhao Yiming tries to observe formalities, but his heart has already made its choice. The foreigner rudely interrupts him, because he is not used to waiting and considers himself above any rules. He approaches Chen Baolei with a greasy smile, showering her with cheap compliments. His dirty thoughts materialize in the desire to touch her, but he is afraid of her reaction. The girl is perplexed because she said hello to him, but he didn't even respond, immersed in his fantasies. The arrogant consultant scolds him with contempt, because he has violated all the rules of etiquette. Sui explains the cultural differences with a grin, putting the impudent man in his place. The foreigner is surprised to learn that the girl is also laying claim to this space. He declares with a smug smile that he has taken a liking to this place, and he is not going to back down. But upon seeing Chen Baolu, he decides to give in, because he doesn't want to compete with such a charming lady. Friends are perplexed, because the foreigner breaks all the rules. But for some reason, he gets away with everything. He mockingly offers to give in to them if the rent turns out to be too high for them. The arrogant consultant proudly declares that his father is the owner of an entire empire, and money is not a problem for him. Zhao Yiming bitterly admits his defeat, because he cannot refuse a buyer when he is in such need of money. But Sui, with a sly grin, declares that he too is going to buy this building, not rent it. The owner is shocked because he did not expect such a turn of events from this, at first glance, simple guy. Chen Baola is in a panic because she doesn't know where he got that kind of money from and is afraid that he's getting into another scam. Zhao Yiming proposes an auction, and now the fate of the premises will be decided in a fair fight. The foreigner accepts the challenge with a smug smile, confident of his victory. He names his price and it seems exorbitant to him. But for the hero, this is only the beginning of the game. The foreigner decides to raise the stakes, because he is ready to do anything for this place and the girl. With a predatory grin, he offers an even larger sum, confident that his opponent will not be able to outbid him. In his dirty fantasies, he already sees himself getting not only the building, but also the beautiful Chen Baolu. The girl panics and drags her friend away because she can't let him get involved in this dangerous game. She scolds him for his recklessness, not understanding why he decided to participate in the auction. Her heart sank with fear, because she doesn't want him to spend such a huge amount of money on her. But the young man only laughs in response because he is not going to give her the building, but will only rent it out. She doesn't immediately understand his cunning plan, and complete bewilderment can be seen in her eyes. The guy explains with a gentle smile that he wants not only to help her, but to teach this impudent man a lesson. He is ready to pay any price to wipe the nose of a smug foreigner and show who is boss here. Sui announces with a smile that he is ready to continue bidding, and his confidence intrigues everyone. The foreigner mockingly asks him about his bet, confident that this beggar will not be able to outdo him. But the young man calmly names the sum of 100 yuan, and this figure shocks everyone with its absurdity. The opponent is furious, because he considers this a mockery and cheap posturing, unworthy of his attention. He looks at the guy with disdain, sure that he is just putting on airs to make an impression. His eyes reflect all the cynicism and arrogance, because he doesn't believe a single word he says. Even the arrogant consultant can't stand it and asks him not to disgrace his country with such behavior. But the hero only remembers how he found this old money, and now it will become his weapon in this game. He calmly hands over a bill, and its denomination of 100 yuan leaves everyone frozen in bewilderment. Everyone is shocked, because they see real, albeit old, money. And now his words have weight. Chen Baola is at a loss, as she can't believe that this old money is actually worth anything. Sui challenges him to continue the bidding, and his confidence unsettles his opponent. The foreigner is in a panic, because he doesn't have that kind of money, and he can't believe that he lost to this beggar. He decides to retreat, because he is not ready to risk everything for this room and the girl. Pretending not to care, he gives up the fight, trying to save face in front of everyone. Everyone is shocked by such a quick defeat, and only the young man remains calm, because he knew the outcome from the very beginning. He looks at his opponent with disdain, because for him, 100 yuan is not money, but dust. The guy says he's willing to pay, and his words sound like a slap in the face to the smug foreigner. He gives money not only for the premises, but also for the treatment of sick children, showing unexpected nobility. Zhao Yiming is shocked, because this amount is enough not only for medicine, but also for a new, comfortable life. Sui hands over the money with a smile, because for him, it's only a small part of what he's capable of. Zhao Yiming thanks him with tears in his eyes, because he saved not only his business, but also his family. The system cuts his reward again, and the guy is perplexed, because he did a good deed, and not another adventure. The foreigner looks after them with envy, hoping that he too will receive a share of the gratitude. He tries to take credit for the hero's achievements, but his pathetic attempts only evoke laughter and contempt. Sui looks at him with cold anger, not understanding how one can be so low and pathetic. He puts the impudent man in his place, because he has done nothing to deserve gratitude and respect. The foreigner is furious because even his family cannot afford to spend that kind of money on charity. He runs away in fear, realizing that he has messed with the wrong person and that it is better for him to stay away from him. Leaving his defeated enemies behind, the young man asks the consultant to draw up the paperwork, as he is now the rightful owner. After finishing his business, Chen Baola eagerly asks about the rent price, dreaming of starting a new life as soon as possible. Sui evades the answer with a sly grin, because he is not yet ready to tell her the whole truth. The girl is in a panic because she needs to save money, and he just jokes about feng shui lessons. She chases after him, not believing his lies, but he only laughs in response, enjoying her confusion. Suddenly he stops, and his face is distorted with horror, because he saw something that should not have happened. Under the pretext of urgent business, the guy runs away, leaving the girl completely bewildered. He sees a ghost from the past, a girl with fiery red hair who should have been dead. The guy rushes after her, unable to believe his eyes and trying to understand what is happening. But she turns out to be incredibly fast, and her movements are full of inhuman grace and strength. Even with his improved stats, he can't catch up with her, and that scares him to the core. Sui pursues the mysterious stranger, demanding that she show her face. But the girl only soars into the air, demonstrating incredible agility and superhuman abilities. He is in shock, because he has never seen anything like this, and it scares him to the depths of his soul. In desperation, the guy bursts into the security room, demanding the CCTV footage. Having got what he wanted, he leaves, leaving behind a stunned guard who does not dare to contradict him. At the same time, the director is informed about the visit of a strange man, and he immediately understands who they are talking about. In a luxury hotel room, Zhao Huashan and his sister look at a photo of a mysterious girl. They already know about her appearance because their people are watching Suya's every step. Xiao Xiaoman recognizes her as a member of a secret organization she has long been interested in. She assumes that the girl is one of the so-called protectors, and this brings new intrigue to the case. Zhao Huashan studies the dossier, realizing that this mysterious organization is a force to be reckoned with. His sister suspects that Sui is connected to this woman, and this complicates their plans. Zhao Yiming offers to use his connections, but his older brother decides to act more cunningly. He wants to turn other enemies against the hero so that he himself can remain in the shadows and not attract unnecessary attention. Their showdown must remain secret. Otherwise, they risk incurring the wrath of powerful defenders. Zhao Huashan understands that if the guy is one of them, then hunting him down will become a matter of honor for many corporations. Meanwhile, Sui enjoys his freedom, confident that his enemies will not recover from the blow anytime soon. He goes on a trip with Tang Ying, and she curiously asks about the purpose of their trip. Their path leads to a picturesque village famous for its tourist routes and beautiful views. But the young man is little interested in the beauty of nature because he came here for his mother. At the entrance to the village, they are met by a barrier, and this causes Tang Ying a slight confusion. A local woman with an impudent smile demands a fare, seeing them as easy money. Having received the money, she looks after them with disdain, because for her, tourists are just walking wallets. Tang Ying is outraged by such impudence, but Sui is calm, because he did not come here for a showdown. He decides to first sort out his own affairs, and only then teach these arrogant villagers a lesson. But local residents stand in their way again, and the guy realizes that it's not so easy to get rid of them. He decides to go out and talk to them, and a cold flame of rage flashes in his eyes. The woman, with a brazen grin, demands more money, confident of her impunity. The young man reminds her with icy calm that he is not a tourist. But this does not bother her in the least. She continues to demand money, and her impudence finally drives him crazy. Sui looks at the crowd with a grin, because he is not afraid of their empty threats and is ready for any turn of events. The woman points angrily at the traces of blood, trying to intimidate him into submission. One of the villagers swings a club at him, but the hero easily stops the blow. He looks at them with contempt, because the thirst for money has completely blinded them and deprived them of their minds. With one kick, the young man knocks out the insolent man, demonstrating his inhuman strength. Suddenly, armed men appear from behind him, ready to tear him to pieces. But the guy deals with them with ease, and his movements are full of deadly grace. One of the villagers calls on the crowd to kill him, and now his life hangs in the balance. Sui is furious because he doesn't understand how people can be so cruel and inhumane. Tang Ying calls Chen Hao Hai in a panic, begging for help because her master is in mortal danger. Sui calmly gets into the car because he is confident in his strength and is ready for any turn. He leaves behind his defeated enemies because for him, they are just pathetic insects, not worth his attention. But an enraged woman blocks his path, ready to die rather than let him leave. Tang Ying offers to take all the blame on himself, but the young man only looks ahead coldly, because he decides his own fate. The car takes off with a roar of the engine, and the woman jumps back in horror. He easily scatters the crowd, and now nothing can stop him on the way to his goal. But the villagers are not going to give up, and now they are ready to do anything to stop this impudent man. They surround the car, demanding money and threatening violence. But the hero only looks at them with contempt. He declares with cold anger that he would rather give his money to charity than to these extortionists. There is an undisguised threat in his voice, and the villagers realize in horror that they have messed with the wrong man. Sui, with a defiant grin, suggests that they attack, since he is not afraid of their pathetic crowd. The enraged villagers rush to the attack, confident in their strength and impunity. But their leader receives a crushing blow, and his cry is drowned out by the roar of the engines. Suddenly, an army of men in black suits appears, and their leader, with icy calm, restores order. He is furious because someone dared to trespass on his territory and offend his master. With one blow, he puts the impudent fellow in his place, making it clear that the jokes are over. Bowing respectfully, he apologizes. As Chi's company has come to the rescue, the young man was surprised because he didn't expect that Tang Ying would have time to warn his boss. He gives the order to deal with the extortionists and return all the money stolen from the tourists. Getting into the car, the hero decides to put an end to this lawlessness, because now he is here. Law and order. Sui breathes a sigh of relief, because help arrived just in time, and now he is safe. Tang Ying looks at him with admiration, not understanding how he managed to deal with such a crowd alone. They arrive at his mother's house, and a tense silence hangs in the air. The boy remembers his main problem, and his face is darkened by the shadow of the past. A stern man greets them at the threshold, and even the hero feels uncomfortable under his intense gaze. He announces his return with a smile, but his heart sinks with a premonition of imminent conflict. His elder brother Sui Liu stands in front of him, his eyes full of distrust and hostility. The young man tries to smooth things over by offering gifts, but his gesture only adds fuel to the fire. The brother pushes him away in a rage, because he sees in him only a spendthrift and a loser who has disgraced their family. But Tang Ying, with a sweet smile, intervenes in their quarrel, declaring that she is not a girl, but only his assistant. Sui Li calls out to his wife, announcing the return of his prodigal brother, and there is an undisguised mockery in his voice. But Sui sees that he is not angry, and this gives him hope for a calm conversation about his mother. Chen Bixi, his brother's wife, runs out of the house, her smile full of genuine joy at his return. She looks at his companion in surprise, not understanding why he arranged a viewing without warning. The woman rudely pushes the guy away, dragging Tang Ying into the house because family matters are not for strangers' ears. Left alone, his brother looks at him suspiciously, demanding an explanation for his sudden visit. The young man, with pain in his voice, reports that he saw their mother, and this news shocks his brother. He tells the story of a mysterious stranger who was captured on camera, but whose identity was never established. The boy looks at his brother with suspicion, feeling that he is hiding something from him about the fate of their parents. He asks him to wait and goes into the house, leaving the hero alone with his disturbing thoughts. Sui senses that his brother is not telling him something, and his suspicions only grow stronger. Sui Liz returns with a ring, and in this simple piece of jewelry lies the key to solving the mystery. The boy finds it in his mother's box, And this discovery becomes the first step towards the truth. The brother remembers a mysterious man with a scar on his eyebrow who cremated their parents. The young man talks about the stranger's incredible abilities, and the brother understands that she is not an ordinary person. He confidently declares that he will sort this matter out himself, because now he has strength and power. The older brother looks at him doubtfully, reminding him of his past bankruptcy and failures, but the younger one calms him down, promising to help him with money and improve his life. Sui Lee declines his help with a smirk, as he is not used to being indebted to anyone. Sui decides to buy him a car and transfer a large sum of money to prove the seriousness of his intentions. The next morning, Sui gives his brother a luxury car, and this gesture becomes a symbol of their reconciliation. Chen Bixiao gratefully accepts his help, because now she can rely on him in difficult times. Tang Ying notices her anxiety and realizes that there is some family secret hidden behind her smile. Uninvited guests suddenly appear, and their impudent appearance does not bode well. They look at the hero with disdain, because for them, he is just another upstart who has come back for money. Tang Ying tells him that these are his daughter-in-law's intrusive relatives who did not come here with good intentions. After her father's death, they not only did not help her, but also took away all her property, leaving her with nothing. Their son is a lazy and spoiled gambler who is used to living at someone else's expense. They ask for help with a brazen smile, because for them, family is just a way to solve their problems. But the young man with a cold grin makes it clear that he has no intention of helping these parasites. The woman with a cheeky smile hints that he could also help them since he has already come. She talks about her son's engagement, complaining about the lack of money, a car, and a job. Sui only smirks in response, seeing right through her pathetic manipulations. Considering him rich and successful, she does not hesitate to ask him to share his money. With a predatory grin, she names a ridiculous sum, confident that he will not refuse. Chen Bixia is furious because these parasites still haven't repaid their old debts. The aunt, with false indignation, reminds her of family ties, trying to appeal to her pity. She lists all the wedding expenses, trying to squeeze as much money out of them as possible. But the young man, with icy calm, offers them a loan, making it clear that there will be no free gifts. The woman is furious because she doesn't understand why such a rich man counts every penny. They are sure that he is rolling in money, because he talks so easily about buying an expensive car. But the young man only grins in response, ready to teach them a lesson and show them what he's worth. The woman does not relent, offering him cooperation and trying to find a place for her wayward son. She wants him to become CFO, confident that he can handle the job. But the guy mockingly reminds her that her son can't even count to 100. He is furious, because he is confident that he can learn everything, and his ambitions know no bounds. He looks at Tang Ying with lust, hoping that she will help him gain the trust of her master. There is a fire of greed burning in his eyes, because he is sure that all of Suya's wealth should belong to him. But the hero puts him in his place with one movement, reminding him that they are not even related. With icy calm, he states the turnover of his company, making it clear that such an ignoramus has no place in his world. The woman is in despair because she cannot believe that her son is so worthless in the eyes of this rich man. She furiously demands that he forgive them the debt, because for him, it's mere pennies. But the young man refuses with an icy grin, because they do not deserve his mercy and forgiveness. He threatens them that if they dare to show up again, he will personally break all their bones. The woman leaves angrily, promising that he will regret his decision. Once outside, she starts screaming and calling for help, making him look like a cruel monster. She complains to her neighbors about his callousness, accusing him of forgetting who raised him. But the guy interrupts this performance, because if he forgives them for this, he will no longer be able to call himself by his own name. A crowd gathers outside the house as everyone is interested in watching the scandal and profiting at the expense of their rich neighbor. Suddenly, the head of the Zhao family himself appears, and his visit brings a new, unexpected note to this drama. The head of the Zhao family greets the young man with respect, recognizing his power and influence. But the woman does not calm down, accusing him of greed and ingratitude. She is trying to put pressure on the head, demanding that he protect the interests of his citizens. Chen Bixia is furious because these parasites still haven't repaid their old debts. Sui delivers a crushing blow, putting the impudent woman in her place. He looks at her with contempt, because she is afraid that he will tell everyone the truth. The enraged son rushes at him with a stone, ready to defend his mother to the last. But the guy easily dodges and strikes back, knocking him out. The hero, with icy calm, invites them to continue the conversation. And now they are ready to listen to him. Chen Bixiao is furious and exposes their lies, as they didn't just want money, but a cushy job for their wayward son. The enraged girl screams in despair, blaming her family for all the troubles. The woman, in a rage, attacks the defenseless heroine while the man tries to restrain her. The young man listens with sympathy to the elderly gentleman's story about the village's problems. The old man speaks with bitterness about the poverty and devastation in which his people live. A guy with a kind smile hands over a wad of money, offering selfless help. Mr. Sui accepts the young man's generous donation with surprise and gratitude. The man promises to spend every cent on a good cause, under the admiring gaze of the crowd. The villagers rejoice and thank their savior, and the girl carefully comforts her wounded friend. The defeated villain looks at the heroes with hatred, plotting cruel revenge. The attractive sister Bixia coquettishly invites Mr. Shu to dinner, promising to meet soon. An angry man bursts in with accusations, reproaching her for ingratitude and a forgotten past. A sudden blow knocks down the door, and uninvited guests burst into the house, disturbing the peace. Chen Gai angrily points at the hero, falsely accusing him of cruelty and greed. The villain notices Bixia's sister next to the young man, and his greed flares up with renewed vigor. Enraged, Brother Hu rushes to the defense with a bat in his hands, ready to tear apart his offenders. The girl recognizes the impudent man, and her indignation knows no bounds, because he dared to appear again. The elder bandit looks at Chen Gai with disdain, reminding him of his own request. A glint of madness flashes in the man's eyes, and he decides to go all the way, without fear of the consequences. In a fit of rage, the guy swings a pipe, intending to do something irreparable. Lord Sui stops the blow with icy calm, seeing only fear in his enemy's eyes. A brutal kick becomes retribution for insolence and an unfulfilled promise. Witnesses watch in horror as their defeated enemy writhes in unbearable pain. A sudden shout makes everyone freeze, because someone dared to challenge Mr. Shu himself. The appearance of Brother Li and his formidable gang leaves no doubt that the situation has become mortally dangerous. The defeated villains tremble in fear as their fate is decided by a few cold phrases. The merciless offer of reprisal sounds like a sentence from which there is no escape. The young man unexpectedly shows mercy, stopping the inevitable bloodbath. Chen Gai desperately begs for mercy, swearing everything and promising to disappear forever. The hero looks at the broken enemy with contempt, delivering his final verdict. The strange order leaves everyone perplexed, as such a punishment seems more like a reward. With a cold smile, Mr. Sui announces a severe punishment, condemning the enemy to slave labor. Chen Gai's face twists into a grimace of horror as he realizes the full horror of his future. The hero puts an end to this matter, emphasizing that only he decides when this torture will end. The villain is dragged away, his pleas for mercy drowned in air, and the guy leaves with a sense of duty accomplished. The young man gives one last cold look, making it clear that there will be no second chance. The bandits fall to the ground in panic, desperately swearing eternal loyalty and obedience. The family sees off their savior, who has solved all their problems, with relief and gratitude. A few days later, the young man is driving in a car, thinking about plans and new opportunities. The girl behind the wheel rejoices at the trust she has earned, making ambitious plans for the future. A sudden sense of recognition hangs in the air, as its driver turns out to be a legendary racer. The young man calms his companion, hiding his own tension behind an outward calm. The girl timidly approaches the police officer, hoping for leniency and permission to see the victim. The young man, with a charming smile, takes control of the situation, radiating confidence. Enraged parents burst in with wild screams, ready to tear the culprits apart on the spot. The law enforcement officer tries to calm the troublemakers, but his words are drowned out by a stream of accusations. The victim's father is furious. His anger knows no bounds or common sense. Greed and a thirst for revenge push the man to make threats, demanding not only money, but also prison. The hero's patience snaps, and a predatory grin appears on his face, foreshadowing trouble. The parents are putting on a real show with hysteria and accusations against the inactive police. The policeman coldly puts an end to this circus, declaring that their own son is actually to blame. The police officer puts an end to the dispute by declaring that reckless driving without a license is a crime. The father, in blind rage, denies the obvious, demanding that the innocent be punished for his son's actions. The heroes watch this theater of the absurd with stony faces, amazed at human stupidity. The mother's hysteria escalates into a fight, because in her eyes, grief justifies any madness. The officer's patience runs out and he throws out the troublemakers, reminding them who the real culprit is. Breaking into a scream, the law enforcement officer pours out all the pain and fatigue from people like their son. Justice has been served and the police officer is relieved to let the couple go, closing the case. The officer looks after them with bitterness, thinking about the parents who abandoned their son for the sake of vile revenge. The girl is lost in her thoughts, her confused look revealing how much this incident has affected her. The young man tenderly embraces his companion, promising that from now on, everything will be fine and calm. His offer to stay at the hotel takes the girl by surprise, making her heart beat faster. A luxurious honeymoon suite comes as a complete surprise, hinting at an awkward mistake. A misunderstanding at the hotel puts the heroes in a piquant situation that makes their cheeks flush. The embarrassed girl timidly offers him the bed, ready to sacrifice her comfort. He easily takes the sofa, demonstrating his nobility and concern for her peace. Her quiet request for a shower is filled with embarrassment and creates a palpable tension in the room. The guy pretends to be asleep so as not to embarrass her even more, although his heart is pounding. The seductive silhouette in his soul forces him to fight the temptation, which becomes almost unbearable. Coming out of the shower, she looks incredibly vulnerable and desirable, unaware of his torment. Lying in bed, the girl drowns in thoughts of his kindness, and something more is born in her heart. Her quiet whisper breaks the silence of the night, full of unspoken feelings and timid hope. She approaches boldly, offering to warm him up, her gaze an unambiguous invitation. A desperate thought flashes through her head that this is the only way she can thank her savior. A sudden sound makes him jump up. He looks at her with alarm, not understanding what is happening. An awkward movement and she falls right onto him, revealing more than she intended. The next morning, the awkwardness of the night gives way to a quiet drive, and she tries to make small talk. He's trying to find the right words to clear the air after last night, and her smile only makes things more difficult. Their playful argument about the previous night's misunderstanding adds a touch of flirtatiousness and slight confusion to the trip. He decides to change the subject by suggesting lunch, and she happily agrees, leaving the awkwardness behind. The sudden appearance of a familiar girl running towards them promises that the peace will not last long. A wave of jealous rage overwhelms the girl as she demands to know why he returned alone. He tries to quell her anger with a simple explanation, but she remains stubbornly distrustful. Meanwhile, Yu Ruan is alone, reflecting on his complex and uncertain relationship with Mr. Su. She accepts her role as a helper, suppressing the timid hope for something more. A light conversation about unfulfilled dreams and talents creates a warm and trusting atmosphere between them. His eyes light up with impatience, because he sincerely believes in her success and is waiting for the opening. She anxiously lists off the endless to-do list, feeling the weight of responsibility pressing on her shoulders. The guy playfully teases her, trying to dispel her fears and inspire creativity. The sudden appearance of stern inspectors disrupts their idyll, foreshadowing serious trouble. Undeterred by the threat, they boldly step forward, ready to defend their dream together. The inspector looks at them with disdainful distrust, doubting the legitimacy of their rights. The young man retorts with a bold challenge, questioning his authority. His cold eyes show the understanding that this test is just a pretext for something more. The inspector makes a veiled threat, making it clear that their problems are just beginning. Their gazes clash in a silent duel, and the promise of future reprisals hangs in the air. He senses her fear and decides to act, realizing that these people do not come in peace. Stepping aside, he makes a fateful call, setting in motion a mechanism of brutal revenge. Realizing that he can't cope alone, he decides to seek outside help. The inspector delivers his verdict with a sly grin, declaring the failure of a case that has not even begun. His face is distorted by a malicious grin as he falsely accuses them of being completely unsanitary. The girls are desperately trying to prove their case, because in perfect cleanliness there can be no talk of pests. The corrupt inspector, with a brazen grin, ignores their arguments, because his word is law. Her face twists into a grimace of horror as she realizes the hopelessness of fighting this brazen lie. The hero enters the game with icy calm, his predatory gaze hinting that everyone has their weaknesses. The veiled threat makes the inspector freeze, because he understands that there is more at stake than just a bribe. Trying to save face, he defiantly continues to fill out the report, not believing in the seriousness of the consequences. He triumphantly thrusts the fabricated report in the guy's face, confident of his complete impunity. Mr. Lee's sudden appearance leaves the inspector in shock, as he never expected to see his superiors here. A resounding slap in the face becomes retribution for arbitrariness and abuse of office. The young man gratefully accepts the apology, as his call led to a quick and fair resolution to the problem. Mr. Lee, with icy sarcasm, corners the inspector, demanding an answer for his vile lie. A severe blow to his pride becomes a prelude to the complete collapse of his miserable career. The boss's cold gaze leaves no doubt. His words sound like a death sentence. Broken and humiliated, the inspector realizes that this is the end. But for the hero, it is only the beginning. Behind the guy's angelic smile lies a steely determination, because simply being fired isn't enough for him. He makes accusations of threats and extortion, linking the inspector to the powerful Zhao family. The image of the true enemies emerges, and it becomes clear that the inspector was just a pathetic pawn in their hands. Cornered, he denies everything in panic, but his lying eyes give him away. Justice has triumphed, and the handshake becomes a symbol of a new alliance against a common enemy. The conversation turns to the Zhao family, and it becomes clear that the main battle is yet to come. Behind his professional bodyguard bearing one can discern a dangerous military past. A security guard's calm remark becomes a spark that is ready to ignite the flames of conflict. A brazen blow becomes a test of strength, but is met only with icy calm. With a slight blush from the blow, he holds back his rage, giving a final warning. The bandit's mad laughter fills the air. He revels in his impunity and power. Trying to humiliate a security guard with a lit cigar becomes a fatal mistake and a point of no return. The hero's sudden appearance disrupts the course of events, his steely grip bringing instant retribution. The young man looks down on his fallen enemy with contempt, teaching him a harsh lesson in good manners. The enraged accomplice rushes to the defense, not realizing what a dangerous force they are facing. The hero's cold smile foreshadows a brutal reprisal, since smoking in public places is indeed harmful. The defeated bandit furiously utters threats, unable to accept the humiliating defeat. The faithful bodyguard is ready to solve the problem alone, but the master calmly stops him. In a fit of rage, the thug rushes into the attack, confident that now no one will leave alive. With one movement, the young man stops the attack, his steel grip depriving the enemy of all hope. Choking with pain and fear, the bandit begs for mercy, his former arrogance having evaporated without a trace. The hero's cold gaze does not bode well. He waits, and this waiting is worse than torture. A friend's cry for help sounds like salvation, lighting a spark of hope in the bandits' hearts. The appearance of the elegant gentleman brings clarity, because it was he who the main character was waiting for. The accomplices rush to their boss with joyful cries, begging for help and reprisals. With the arrival of Uncle Chi, the fate of the villains is sealed. Their hope of salvation turns into complete collapse. Uncle Chi's deep bow shows his boundless respect and devotion to Lord Shu. The young man gives clear orders. His calmness and confidence leave no room for doubt. Even the news of cruel threats does not touch the hero. His cold indifference is more frightening than his rage. Uncle Chi's outburst of anger turns him into a ruthless judge, ready to inflict the most brutal punishment. A new wave of enemies bursts onto the scene, their defiant cries promising only blood and violence. The predatory grin on the man's face suggests that he was looking forward to this meeting. It becomes clear that the second heir to a powerful pharmaceutical company is behind the attack. Even without direct evidence, they have enough cards in their hands to start a destructive war. The enemy revels in his impunity, unaware that his dirty secrets will soon come to light. Mr. Sui maintains an icy calm, knowing that revenge is a dish best served cold. A simple approval from the boss becomes the highest praise for the loyalty and strength demonstrated. Over a sumptuous dinner, destinies are decided, and revenge on the Zhao family becomes only a matter of time. He approves of the brutal reprisal with icy calm, because for him, it's just business. Uncle Chi's confidence can't hide the shadow of doubt in the eyes of the young man, who is already thinking one step ahead. A chance encounter with a security guard turns into an obsession, and he orders everyone to find out everything about him. His past is shrouded in mystery, but his military bearing reveals him as a man who has been through fire and water. A sudden insight transforms the security guard from a casual acquaintance into the perfect candidate for his team. The surveillance begins, but his initial impression of a simple security guard quickly turns to doubt. Every step the bodyguard takes in the dark alley only confirms his suspicions about a rich and dangerous past. The decision to continue surveillance becomes the first step into a world of mystery that they are only just beginning to discover. His sly grin leaves no doubt he knew of their presence from the very beginning. Suddenly, people in black appear from the shadows, forming a silent ring around their pursuers. Mu's icy gaze pierces right through me, his quiet question sounding like a threat. The young gentleman, with a disarming smile, diffuses the situation, turning a dangerous situation into an awkward encounter. The subordinate's explanation of the day's incident only adds questions and heightens the tension. The guy decides to act forcefully. His brazen request for water is just a pretext to get inside. The woman's appearance brings a touch of domestic comfort and utter bewilderment to the tense scene. Her motherly hospitality ruins all plans, as she happily accepts strangers as his friends. The bodyguard is stunned into silence when his mother scolds him for his inhospitality. Over a cup of tea, the atmosphere warms, and her innocent question about her comrades in arms makes everyone freeze in anticipation. Mu Sheng thanks him for his help in a reserved manner, his politeness merely a way to end the conversation quickly. But the guy with a sly smile ruins his plans, offering to stay and have a friendly chat. The question about her sons lightens the mood, and her happy laughter fills the house with warmth and comfort. Gently stroking Mu's head, she explains that these guys are helping her out of pure gratitude. An innocent question about her daughter instantly destroys the idyll, because behind it lies a terrible diagnosis. The young man sees an opportunity in this tragedy and offers his help with medicine, pursuing a secret goal. The despair of an enemy whose daughter suffers from the same disease comes to mind, and the puzzle begins to fall into place. The contrast between the family's poverty and the villain's wealth ignites in him a genuine desire to help. He offers his help as a friend, and a timid, distrustful hope flashes in their eyes. But maternal pride proves stronger, and she angrily kicks him out, not wanting friendship for money. Her eyes flash with lightning, because her pride does not allow her to accept help, even for the sake of salvation. His mother's order sounds like a death sentence, and Mu Sheng is torn between filial duty and despair. The young man hits them where it hurts most, forcing them to wonder if their pride is worth their children's future. He furiously tears off the veils, telling of the humiliation Mu Sheng suffered because of their stubbornness. Leaving them alone with the bitter truth, he leaves, giving them one last chance for salvation. Despair pushes Mu Sheng to take a risky step, offering the lives of his brothers in exchange for hope. There is a steely determination in his gaze, because in order to save his sister, he is ready to go against his mother's will. Her wall of pride crumbles and she cries in frustration, feeling like a burden to her children. In this moment of despair, her sons become her support, proving that their love is stronger than any pride. One call to an ambulance becomes the first step towards healing, cutting through the silence of the alley with the sound of hope. While deciding other people's destinies over the phone, he doesn't even notice how a homeless cat cuddles up to him. He casually declines the meeting, mentioning dinner with Baola, and leaves her alone with her guesses. His playful whispers on the phone cause a storm of indignation mixed with embarrassment in his interlocutor. Suddenly, he realizes that he has an entire team of elite retired special forces at his disposal. A slight smile touches his lips, because he understands that these wolves are now in his complete power. In his hands appears a personal intelligence department, the key to unraveling the secrets of the past and destroying enemies. An unexpected system update rains gold upon him, opening up entirely new horizons. The system's new capabilities open up exciting prospects where his team's skills are invaluable. He touches the virtual screen, realizing that the price of salvation is measured in hundreds of points. The insidious system constantly nullifies his efforts, turning the accumulation of points into real torture. Mu Sheng walks down the alley at night, his gratitude mixed with heavy suspicion. The direct question hangs in the air because he does not believe in selfless help and is expecting a catch. The hero takes him at his word, and their meeting in a dark alley becomes a test of honesty and intentions. He leaves, leaving behind only the promise of a good life and a vague job offer. A luxurious mansion under the starry sky becomes a quiet haven after a stormy day. A warm smile lights up his face as he enters the house, anticipating the long-awaited dinner. Her feigned indifference is shattered by a sharp question, revealing a sting of jealousy and resentment. Their playful banter about jealousy and relationship status only adds to the sparks between them. A sudden hug makes her fall silent, words becoming superfluous in this tense moment. A gentle kiss puts an end to an argument, turning jealousy into long-awaited intimacy. Blushing with embarrassment, she runs away, leaving him alone with a victorious smile on her face. His sly question about legitimate jealousy hangs in the air, hinting at a new stage in their relationship. The next morning, harsh reality bursts into their lives at the secret intelligence base of Orel. The newly formed team of elite fighters is fully prepared and awaits its first order. With a slight smile, he declares them scouts and immediately throws them into the very thick of things, into the enemy's lair. He promises them the best equipment, because what matters to him is the result, not the cost. The generous salary offer shocks the team, as they couldn't even dream of such a thing. With a magician's gesture, he holds out a huge sum of money, offering Mu Sheng not only a job, but also a home. The sudden appearance of Chi Yun-fei interrupts their conversation, his face revealing serious trouble. Beaten beyond recognition, he appears before the boss, and in his eyes there is a silent plea for help. His caustic sarcasm hits the mark, as his subordinate's pitiful appearance speaks for itself. Behind his calm curiosity lies a cold calculation. He draws out information like poison. Memories of the brutal battle make him blush with shame and impotent rage. In the world of martial arts, there are masters whose power goes beyond human comprehension. Their true power remains a mystery, but just looking at them instills a primal terror. He asks about the mysterious girl, his touch a mixture of threat and promise. The mother's name that emerges becomes the key to the mystery. Her past is closely connected to the world of martial arts. The young man gives the order, and there is steel in his voice, because he will not forgive those who have offended his man. With cold confidence, he walks towards danger, ready to teach a lesson to those who have lost their fear. A new enemy, a representative of the influential Sun family, is already waiting for him in the martial arts hall. Despite his subordinate's anxiety, he moves forward, because his goal is information, not a fight. Your hand reaches for the phone without you even noticing, because your faithful assistant is ready to fight at the first signal. Demonic rage distorts the enemy's face. He is furious that someone dared to disturb him. The hidden alliance and subordination to Niu Chun Sheng becomes the key to understanding their strange behavior. The fresh bruises on Chi Yun-fei's face were silent proof of the brutal truth of these words. A sly smile lights up the hero's face. He has figured out their game. Large families seek cover from the strongest. The culprits are already waiting for him in the hall. Their calm and confidence speak of their high rank and strength. The term kingdom of potential is heard for the first time, opening up a new, unknown world of power for him. Even the lowest rank has its own steps, and this hierarchy decides the outcome of any duel. The meditating master in the white kimono becomes the embodiment of the small kingdom, the first step to true power. Chi Yun-fei regretfully admits his mistake, realizing that his strength was at its lowest point. The young master and Chi Yun-fei appear in the hall, causing puzzled looks from the seated fighters. Sun Jian sneers at Chi Yun-fei with a smug smile, offering him a continuation of yesterday's fight. His fist clenches and his gaze fills with rage, foreshadowing a quick and merciless clash. The young man calmly asks which of them is Mr. Sun, not flinching from the challenge. Sun Jian turns to the boy with a sly smile, clearly aware of his recent exploits. His smug smile speaks of his own invincibility and contempt for everyone around him. Sun Jian abruptly cuts the girl off, silencing her as she reads calmly. The girl looks up, her irritation growing from the constant interruptions. Sun Jian defiantly claims that the guests asked for trouble by trying to get closer to the young man. Sun Jian describes with disdain how the rich try to gain his trust. But the young man remains unperturbed. Zhang Zhuji starts shouting, accusing him of losing his dignity and wanting to curry favor with the guest. Sun Jian angrily points at the guy, demanding that he get out immediately. The girl leaves, leaving him alone to deal with the intruder, and tension hangs in the air. His face is distorted by a grimace of anger, because his father's order forces him to tolerate this impudent girl. The subordinates try to reason with Sister Zhuzha, fearing that her anger will bring trouble to everyone. A fire flashes in her eyes. She is no longer going to tolerate his humiliating behavior. Sun Jian's aura becomes threatening. He reminds her of his status and demands respect. The young man calmly explains that he is not interested in her, but in the personality and affairs of Mr. Sun. The girl is shocked. She does not understand how one can be so reckless and provoke the already angry Sun Jian. All his uncontrollable rage finds a convenient target, because it is easier to blame a stranger than his own weakness. Blind anger pushes him to strike first. He rushes into attack, not suspecting that this is his fatal mistake. He puts all his anger into the blow, because it was because of this guy that Zhang Zhuji dared to go against him. The attack meets with emptiness. The hero dodges the blow with contemptuous ease, turning the enemy into a laughingstock. A hail of helpless blows falls upon the void, its fury becoming a pitiful and meaningless performance. In an instant, everything changes, and the cold gaze of the young man foretells nothing but a swift and brutal reprisal. One crushing kick ends his flight, replacing the screams of rage with wheezes of pain and humiliation. Standing over his fallen enemy, he repeats his question with icy calm, his patience running out. The girl freezes in horror, unable to believe what is happening, because he was not looking for a fight, but just a conversation. Qi Yunfei was stunned. He finally understood the boss's true intention. The Lin family was the target from the very beginning. His words sound like a death sentence, because now he sees no point in negotiations and is ready for action. The bloody splashes on the floor become a silent testimony to his power and cruelty, destroying all hopes for peace. Standing over his beaten enemy, he wipes his hands with cold contempt, his anger not yet subsiding. He leaves, leaving behind only a fallen body and an ominous warning about the fate of the entire Sun family. Zhang Zhuji can hardly catch her breath, her gaze full of hatred and fear of this ruthless man. She warns of revenge from the Sun family, as their new guard is a potential ranked fighter. There is desperation in her voice as she offers him a deal: protection for her family in exchange for representation. He rejects her offer with a smirk, because he has no intention of becoming a pawn in someone else's game. With determination in her eyes, she declares that she wants nothing to do with the Sun family, even at the cost of war. He finally understands her motives. She is fiercely protecting her family from an unwanted union. She stands with her head down, her rejected offer leaving a bitter taste of defeat and powerlessness. He changes the subject, returning to the conference, his calm a contrast to her inner turmoil. She is surprised to recognize his strength, as he was able to withstand Sun Jian himself, a potential rank fighter. Her warning about the power of other families sounds like an attempt to save face after being rejected. A fire lights up in his eyes, because the conference is not only a battle of clans, but also the key to his mother's secret. Suddenly, he changes his mind and agrees to speak on behalf of her family, offering a helping hand. She looks at the business card in her hand, her gaze full of hope, because he gave his word, and now it's too late to back out. In the car, Qi Yunfei talks admiringly about the boss's secrets, unaware that this is only the tip of the iceberg. The young man modestly denies his talents, his thoughts occupied with the upcoming battle and unraveling the past. He steps out of the car, ready for the next stage of his game, leaving his faithful assistant to wait for the signal. A friend's joyful cry cuts through the hum of the restaurant, welcoming the long-awaited guest. Zhang Yu's mother greets the young man with a warm smile, wanting to thank him for his kindness. There is an atmosphere of mild envy and friendly curiosity about the hero's success at the table. The embarrassed boy plays along with his mother, creating an awkward but sweet family scene. The young gentleman is already making plans for the future, deciding to help his faithful comrade find a worthy place in life. A son's tender gesture of care touches a mother's heart, filling the dinner with warmth and love. An ill-mannered child at the next table drinks greedily, which bodes ill. The boy's disgusting prank disrupts the idyll, defiling everything around with sticky splashes. Zhang Yu jumps up, his anger flaring like a righteous fire in defense of his insulted mother. Instead of an apology, a wave of aggression descends upon them, and a quiet dinner turns into a battlefield. His icy voice demands an apology, but in response, he receives only a wave of contempt and threats. The impudent man rushes into the attack, unaware that his brute force will collide with his steely will. With one precise movement, the young man stops the blow, his grip leaving the enemy no chance. A crushing throw onto the table interrupts the fight. Cries of pain replace the former arrogance and self-confidence. With a predatory grin, he looks at the defeated enemy, seeing only a cowardly soul behind the mountain of muscles. A thirst for blood flashes in his eyes, and only the presence of his aunt saves the impudent man from broken bones. The appearance of the manager with an elegant companion interrupts the impending reprisal. With cold fury, the hero explains the reason for the conflict, because such behavior should not go unpunished. The mother furiously denies the obvious, her screams merely a pathetic attempt to protect her ill-mannered offspring. He sends his friends away with his aunt. His look does not bode well, because now he can act without witnesses. She furiously demands compensation, using her son's crocodile tears as a weapon. With a cold grin, he makes one call, because hitting women is not allowed, but there are other ways to punish them. On the street, Zhang Yu tries to console his mother, his heart torn by guilt and helplessness. Their indignation knows no bounds, because the victims dared to leave without waiting for their righteous anger. Their impudence knows no bounds. They don't understand how anyone could make a fuss over such a trifle. His patience is running out, because he was a child too. But that is no reason to behave like a savage. A sudden bang from a plate interrupts her screams, becoming a cruel but fair lesson. He falls to his knees in horror when he realizes that the powerful Qi Yunfei has sided with his enemy. The manager fawns and apologizes, but the young man, with cold politeness, makes it clear that this is not enough. He delivers his verdict. They must finish the dish their son spat into, and their faces are distorted with horror. Aunt Lin is still in shock, but the young man easily calms her down, hiding the cruel truth. He talks with a carefree smile about the kind uncles who helped solve all the problems. She finally calms down, but Zhang Yu is already preparing a new surprise for his friend. Luxury cars outside Tian Yu's office become a symbol of a new, more serious threat. The enemy announces plans to take over his business, and the tension of an impending war hangs in the air. Qi Yunfei is alarmed by the insidious methods of their competitors, who are trying to strangle them from all sides. Xi Jiao is desperate. He feels like a pawn in a bigger game, and fear paralyzes his will. With a devilish grin, the hero reminds him that there is no place for weakness and pity in business. By calming his partner down, he shows that he is ready to take full responsibility. Once in the boss's chair, he transforms from a carefree youth into a cold and calculating strategist. The news of imminent negotiations with the main competitor hangs in the air, filling it with tense anticipation. The hero hits where it hurts most, reminding them of the loss of technology and key employees, exposing their weakness. Xi Jiao bitterly admits his defeat, because the enemy cut off their oxygen supply, ruining all his plans. With the competitor's skyscraper in the background, it becomes clear that this is a battle of ideologies, and no one intends to give in. Despite their despair, they seek a way out, hoping to find a new partner and stay afloat. But the young man's pointed question brings them back to the harsh reality that they have catastrophically little time. A sudden message interrupts their conversation. The enemy is already at the door, and the time for strategies is over. With icy calm, he takes control of the situation, ready to meet the representative face to face. A key detail flashes through his mind. The competitor's foreign leadership could become their Achilles' heel. The meeting begins with a shock, because instead of the expected negotiator, a familiar foreigner appears on the doorstep. Mr. Jack Leary, with a smug smile, exudes confidence as he prepares to deliver a crushing blow. The negotiations begin, and Chi Yun-fei takes the floor, introducing his boss and his team. Her sweet smile hides a poisonous sting, for the offer of a chance is merely a humiliating sop. There is a note of distrust in his voice. He understands that behind this generous offer lies a cunning trap. She lays out their terms with feline grace, confident that the cornered beast will accept any deal. Her words hit hard, because the only benefit for them is to avoid complete and humiliating bankruptcy. A cold contempt flashes in her eyes, making it clear that their interests have no place in this deal. He looks into their eyes with a devilish grin, letting them know that they have greatly underestimated their opponent. Despite his assistant's confusion, Mr. Jack Leary remains calm, suspecting that this is just a bluff. He makes his move by brazenly rejecting their offer and declaring that their company is not for sale. She points at him furiously, her words full of contempt for his insignificance compared to her boss. Her scream turns into a squeal, because she cannot believe that this upstart dares to contradict them. His icy voice silences her, and his gaze promises a swift and brutal reprisal. A demonic aura envelops him. His eyes become bloodshot, and the smell of death hangs in the air. Primal terror paralyzes her. She falls to the floor, unable to withstand his deadly gaze. With icy sarcasm, he states her defeat, because she chose death over a humiliating deal. They leave, throwing behind them an ominous promise that sounds like a death sentence. Mr. Jack Leary is looking forward to the moment when he can trample their pathetic company. After they leave, the harsh reality hits them. The warehouse is almost empty, and things are worse than ever. Ji Zhao is in despair, because an unfulfilled order and an empty warehouse mean only one thing: inevitable bankruptcy. Determination lights up in his eyes, because the only way out is to master the assembly technology ourselves. He decides to act immediately and demands a meeting with the former supplier, not afraid to go into the enemy's lair. They report with alarm that their former partner is now under the complete control of competitors. With icy calm, he announces his daring plan to buy the technology, no matter the cost. Despite their skepticism, a timid hope is born in their hearts, because there is unshakable confidence in his voice. Ji Zhao is torn between gratitude and fear, unsure how to repay such generosity. He feels like a debtor, because the only thing he can offer is his company and loyalty. Meanwhile, at the secret base, his team is already spending money on the latest equipment. Like a shadow, he walks through the high-tech complex, where his elite squad is already ready for action. Mu Sheng proudly reports on the completed task, and one short good word becomes the highest praise. With a satisfied smile, he reminds them that money is not a problem, because he gave them complete carte blanche. Mu Sheng is shocked by such expenses. His frugality and common sense rebel against such luxury. He accepts the costs, because the main thing is that his team is equipped with the latest technology. The news that they have purchased rare equipment on the black market takes him by surprise. The amount they spent turns out to be surprisingly low, and he can't believe his ears. His hopes for easy money are dashed when the system catches him attempting to commit fraud. The girl brings a bill for a huge amount, and he realizes with relief that the system is not omnipotent. He transfers money in one motion. His generosity and trust in the team know no bounds. The system fails him again, awarding him a paltry number of points for huge expenses. But the sly grin on his face suggests that he already has a plan to cheat this insidious system. He leaves, leaving them alone with the thought that money is just a tool, not an end in itself. She tries to convey to them that their value to the boss is measured not by money, but by loyalty. With a fiery speech, she inspires them to spend more, because the stronger they are, the more useful they are to the master. Her words make them wonder if they are ready to give all their strength to carry out his will. She calls on them to accumulate strength so that at the decisive moment, they can become an invincible weapon for him. Her fiery speech is interrupted by his sudden appearance, and she freezes in awkward silence. He strokes her head tenderly, acknowledging her talent as a motivator and loyal companion. The fighter starts shouting as he reports the start of a reconnaissance operation, his zeal going through the roof. With a mysterious smile, the young man takes out a small vial, the result of his friend's secret research. He hands over an artifact that can improve thief skills, and the price of 300 points seems like a mere trifle. He eagerly awaits the results because if the potion works, he will have a new secret weapon. The fighter looks at the vial with disbelief, doubting that this liquid is capable of giving him superpowers. Despite his skepticism, he drains the bottle to the bottom, because the boss's order is law, and curiosity is stronger than fear. A sudden revelation strikes him. He feels his head clearing up and his knowledge becoming sharper. His teammates look at him with envy and suspicion, demanding an immediate explanation. The next morning at the Haijung Hotel, he has a meeting that could change the course of the entire game. Shaking hands with Mr. Chen becomes the first step towards a new alliance based on mutual respect. With a disarming smile, he suggests getting down to business over dinner, hiding his true intentions. Xi Jiao and Qi Yunfei are shocked. They can't believe that this polite young man and the ruthless negotiator from yesterday are the same person. He takes the bull by the horns right away. His straightforward offer to buy the technology catches everyone off guard. He desperately tries to convince the hero that their common goal is the prosperity of the Tianyu company. With icy calm, the young man rejects his offer, hinting that the outcome of the battle has already been decided. He confidently states that he has enough time and money to find a new partner and win. He cannot be bought with empty promises, because he plays big and does not waste time on small things. The figure of 4,000 yuan shocked Mr. Chen, who was overcome with indignation and greed. His partner furiously threatens him, advising him to accept the humiliating offer before it is too late. With a devilish grin, he names a ridiculous price, enough to prove his sincerity and humiliate the enemy. Mr. Chen is confused. He can't believe that the hero is willing to betray their partnership so easily. He looks down at him mockingly, reminding him of lost profits and missed opportunities. There is desperation and greed in his eyes, because he was ready to sell himself, but his price turned out to be too high. They leave as victors, leaving behind only the echo of their triumph and a defeated enemy. From a skyscraper's perspective, their departure seems insignificant, but in the business world, it's an earthquake. He throws his hands up in glee, because the money saved means new opportunities for growth. With a sly smile, he gives a new task, because his team has already collected information about other manufacturers. He leaves full of confidence, because launching a new conveyor is only a matter of time and money. His faithful assistant is already waiting for him in the car, her silent question full of concern and devotion. He heads towards Beol, his desire to help mixed with a slight concern for her fate. His appearance makes her uneasy, and their awkward flirtation fills the air with romantic tension. With a slight grin, he ruins her diet plans, promising a variety of tastes and pleasures. Meanwhile, Baola enthusiastically teaches the lesson, unaware that her main student is already at the door. His words shroud their arrival in mystery, because even he does not fully understand what awaits them. Two charming bloggers are broadcasting live, their smiles and greetings concealing the true purpose of their visit. The appearance of popular food bloggers makes it clear that their visit was not a coincidence, but a pre-planned event. With a professional smile, she announces the opening of a new restaurant, unaware that her report will be interrupted. Her words underscore the importance of these internet stars, as their verdict can either make or break an establishment's reputation. Among the crowd of onlookers, a pregnant woman and her daughter gaze admiringly at the stars, unaware of the impending danger. A sudden dog bite shatters the idol. A child's cry of pain pierces the air, and everything freezes in horror. The white dog turns into a predator, his circles around the frightened mother and child narrowing the ring of fear. Trying to protect her daughter, the pregnant woman desperately searches for the owner, her voice trembling with fear for both. The girl's heartbreaking scream becomes the culmination of horror. Her childish psyche cannot withstand the shock she has experienced. Her maternal instinct pushes her to take a desperate step. She tries to pull the dog away from her crying daughter. The owner angrily throws away the pregnant woman, her only concern being the fate of the baby. With an angelic smile, she calms her dog, ignoring the pain and fear of the victims. The daughter's tears and the mother's righteous anger are shattered against a wall of indifference and selfishness. She puts all the blame on the child. Her impudence and cruelty know no bounds. Her blogger friend enters the conflict, confident in her impunity and fame. The sudden appearance of the young man disrupts their plans. His calm foreshadows a storm. He sees this conflict not as a tragedy, but as a sensation, Ideal material for a scandalous report. The dog takes off again. But this time, its target is not a defenseless child. With one movement, he catches the dog. His cold gaze does not bode well for the presumptuous bloggers. He calmly demands an apology and compensation, his words sounding like a final warning. His icy gaze leaves no doubt he is not joking, and refusal will have serious consequences. She offers money with disdain. Her pride does not allow her to admit her guilt and apologize. He squeezes her money in his fist, making it clear that she has made a fatal mistake. A carelessly thrown-out phrase about a sick dog becomes the last straw that breaks the camel's back. He sends his assistant with the victims. His voice does not bode well for the presumptuous bloggers. Her indignation knows no bounds. She does not understand why he is still here, because the money was paid. Seeing Baolu next to him, she finally realizes who she's dealing with. But it's too late. With fury in her eyes, she blames him for the dog's death, not realizing the full seriousness of her situation. They drive away, throwing threats of a devastating recall behind their backs. But their words are drowned out by the roar of the engine. His quiet question cuts through the tense silence. He waits for an explanation, already knowing the answer. Paula clenches her fists in rage, because she herself invited these snakes into her house. He takes the drink silently, her anger and regrets drowned in his icy calm. She does not understand his inaction, because such a crime requires immediate police intervention. Taking a sip, he predicts with cold confidence the end of their pitiful popularity. Her cries about his indifference are broken against the wall of his calm. She is in despair from helplessness. She sinks into a chair, broken and humiliated, her grand plans for the opening in vain. As if teasingly, he suggests that she shouldn't stoop to leaflets, because she has an ace up her sleeve. Suddenly, the image of Tang Ying, the fashion queen and her last hope for salvation, flashes through her mind. The voice in her head reminds her of a former boss whose influence could be the key to success. Her head is spinning with the realization that she was set up, because the bloggers turned out to be pawns in a corporate war. The true enemy, the powerful Chen Chusheng, enters the scene, but his appearance only inflames the passion for the fight. Paola is in despair. The burden of responsibility is pressing on her, and she is frantically looking for a way out of this catastrophe. He watches her panic calmly, his cold calculation and lack of experience creating an explosive mixture. But even in the darkest hour, a ray of hope appears on the horizon, promising that all is not lost. Having thrown off the shackles of despair, she finds strength within herself, because confidence is her only weapon. In a playful impulse, she challenges him, trying to break through the wall of his imperturbable calm. A few days later, the restaurant is full of happy guests, their laughter the sweet sound of victory over enemies. Rave reviews of the food prove that true quality doesn't need false advertising. On the opening day, among a crowd of friends, she waits with bated breath to see if those two will show up to admit their defeat. The bloggers begin their broadcasts with false enthusiasm, their smiles just a mask for dirty play. They sample the dishes on camera, their showmanship becoming increasingly obvious and repulsive. Suddenly, the girl feels a familiar taste, and her face distorts into a grimace of disgust. Fighting back nausea, she realizes it tastes like cheap, low-quality food. Her friend enthusiastically tries another dish, unaware that their deception is about to be revealed. But her face also changes, because the taste of additives and preservatives cannot be hidden behind a beautiful presentation. Paola watches this spectacle with fury, her hands clenching into fists in impotent rage. A cry of disgust breaks the silence when one of them finds a long black hair in her plate. She can't pretend anymore. Her patience is running out, and she is ready to return the money for this fake advertising. A sudden burst of pain causes her friend to fall to the floor, and their live broadcast turns into a real nightmare. Paola looks in horror at the guests writhing in pain, and a terrible suspicion creeps into her heart. At Kuaido's office, their boss smirks and praises them for their resourcefulness and the fake poisoning report. Director Ma Zi is enjoying his growing popularity, as scandal is the best engine for his platform. With a predatory smile, he promises them millions of fans, turning their meanness into a springboard to fame. Girls fawn over him, blinded by promises and ready to do anything for the sake of their careers. They never dreamed of such success, as they managed not only to discredit the restaurant, but also to create a sensation. Taking a drag on his cigarette, Ma Zi anticipates triumph. as this scandal will strengthen his power and influence. On the third day, the media storm reaches its peak, turning the city into a hive of rumors. The young man is surrounded by a crowd of reporters, their microphones pointed at his face like guns. Under a barrage of questions and accusations, he collects his thoughts, because his answer will decide the fate of their restaurant. With a smug smile, she awaits his apology, confident of her complete impunity. A lawyer comes onto the scene, and their dirty game moves to a new, official level. He accepts the summons with a slight grin, because for him, it is not a threat, but only an invitation to war. She revels in her victory, predicting his inevitable defeat and complete oblivion. A devilish fire lights up in his eyes, because their carefully planned attack is exactly what he was waiting for. Her friend is furiously shouting about a counterclaim, not realizing that she's picked on the wrong person. They laugh in his face, confident that he won't have enough money even to bury his reputation. She laughs with delight, enjoying her game and anticipating the downfall of innocent people. With a sly smile, she reveals her main trump card. Her father, the head of the department, can easily forge any certificate. Their boss promises full support, because for him, this is not just a scandal, but an opportunity to strengthen his power. Ma Zi is eagerly awaiting the start of the war, as scandal is the best way to attract new fans. Sitting in the darkness, the young man analyzes the situation, and the puzzle begins to come together, revealing the enemy's insidious plan. The news of the hype surrounding the video only confirms his suspicions. He is ready for the next step. He gives free rein to his feelings, but on one condition: exclusive broadcast rights, because it's his game. His goal is not just a scandal, but long-term growth and market dominance. Even in the face of a lawsuit, he remains calm, because fear is not his element. With a devilish grin, he hints that everything has a price, and he is ready to pay it. He throws down the gauntlet, ready to publish incriminating evidence, and a mountain of documents becomes his weapon. Panic reigns at Kuaido headquarters as they have lost millions of users in one day. Ma Zi is furious. His empire is crumbling before his eyes, and the PR department is silent. Under pressure from the board of directors, he desperately tries to find a way out. But time is against him. A female lawyer appears at the door, her cold gaze ominous. She throws a stack of documents on the table, accusing his platform of malicious slander. The news of Ms. Cheng's lawsuit shocks him, as he was confident of his complete impunity. He tries to shift the blame onto the bloggers, but the lawyer leaves, leaving him alone with his problems. His last hope for a peaceful settlement is shattered by her cold words. Baola is thirsty for revenge. He remains alone in his office, crushed and humiliated, his empire crumbling before his eyes. Meanwhile, the bloggers are in a panic, because the video of their confession has gone viral, and now they will have to answer for everything. Mutual accusations escalate into a fight, and their friendship and careers collapse under the weight of their own lies. Their pathetic brawl is just the agony before the inevitable collapse that they have brought upon themselves. The lawyer hands them the summons with cold professionalism, their faces distorted with horror and disbelief. The subpoena falls to the floor, becoming a symbol of their complete and utter collapse. Paola throws up her hands in relief, for justice has been served and her reputation is saved. Her innocent question about the missing waiter evokes a sly and meaningful smile from her friend. Meanwhile, at the secret base, he watches Shaw's every move, his gaze full of tension. This is Chao Yan's first major assignment, and he feels the weight of responsibility for his man. Mu Sheng anxiously reports that the operation may take longer than planned. He hides his anxiety behind a mask of indifference, because the main thing is not to give himself away and to ensure safety. A plan B flashes through his head, because if Chao Yan fails, it will be almost impossible to save him. He again complains about the system, which promises reliability, but constantly underestimates his score. The news of Chao Yan's return spreads throughout the base, causing joyful excitement. He proudly hands over the laptop, which contains the key to their future victory. He looks at the screen with a slight smile, because now he has all the trump cards in his hands to solve the Zhizhao problem. The information collected about competitors' technologies becomes their main weapon in the upcoming battle. A plan had already formed in his head, to come to an agreement with technical specialists and deliver a crushing blow. Xi Jiao is desperate. He doesn't believe that he can find the right people in such a short time. He proudly declares that he is the most reliable specialist, ready to train everyone. The young man hands him a mysterious potion with a smile, offering a simple and quick solution to the problem. With a mysterious look, he promises that this biotech drug will reveal hidden talents in him. Without a second's hesitation, Xi Jiao drains the bottle, because trust in the boss is stronger than any doubt. The potion unlocks his hidden potential, turning his brain into a supercomputer ready for achievements. He gives clear orders, his voice full of confidence, because now they have everything they need to create new technology. Xi Jiao, his eyes blazing, swears allegiance, his body and mind filled with a new, unknown power. Returning home, he notices with alarm that Baola is still not there, and his heart sinks with a bad feeling. The picture that appears before him shocks him. Baola is lying on the floor, her eyes full of horror. A heartbreaking cry for help turns to comical panic when he realizes she is simply starving to death. Happy and well-fed, she talks with a smile about how things are going. Her energy is in full swing. The scandal involving the bloggers turned into an incredible success, and now their restaurant is the most popular place in the city. She proudly lists the new celebrity guests who are lining up to visit their establishment. He looks at her tenderly, and a new plan is already maturing in his head: the expansion of their small empire. He smiles and shifts all responsibility onto her, leaving only the finances for himself. Their playful bickering in the kitchen fills the house with warmth and coziness, blurring the lines between boss and subordinate. Even while washing dishes, he never stops thinking about business, his mind constantly searching for new opportunities. She suggests finding a new chef, because with their growing popularity, they need fresh ideas and talent. A few days later, their car company celebrates its first major success. Xi Jiao is delighted to report growing orders. Their new engine has caused quite a stir. Tears of joy flow down his cheeks, because he could never have dreamed that their small company would be able to create such technologies. But the young man knows that this is only the beginning, and after defeating one enemy, new, more serious battles await them. A sudden visit from representatives of the Mengyan company interrupts their triumph, heralding new negotiations. The news of a meeting with one of the richest men in the region puts him on edge, as there is too much at stake. The image of the previous handshake comes to his mind, and he prepares for a new, more difficult game. The owner of the Mengyan factory appears at the door, his confident appearance indicating the seriousness of his intentions. He recalls an old sentence, his words a veiled threat and a test of strength. With icy calm, he takes power into his own hands, making it clear that the past does not matter. With a smug smile, Chen Ziyi agrees to their terms, confident that he has the situation under control. But his question about the conditions reveals his confusion. He did not expect such a turn of events. He figures out their cunning plan. This is not a negotiation, but another trick of the old fox Chen. Chen Ziyi tries to bargain by citing his past achievements, but his words sound unconvincing. The young man ironically points out their incompatibility, as their technologies are too different for partnership. He turns the tables by claiming that they are the ones doing them a favor, and now they have to pay. With a devilish grin, he rejects their offer, because now he has everything he needs to cope on his own. Chen Ziyi is furious. He can't believe that this upstart dared to play with him like a pawn. With an innocent look, the young man reminds him that it was he who refused help at the most crucial moment. Old Fox Chen looks at him with hatred, anticipating the moment when their company will collapse under the pressure. Suddenly, he changes tactics and feigns humility, admitting his mistake while hiding his true intentions. Everything is going according to plan, and the cunning Chen is confident that his trick has worked and the technology is almost in his hands. He remembers with disdain their pathetic attempt to bargain, because he knew from the very beginning that they would refuse. Rage and indignation distort his face. He cannot accept the fact that he was so brazenly deceived. Xi Jiao reports with concern about production problems, as their capacity is not sufficient to fulfill orders. Constant pressure from competitors leaves them at a loss, and the question of what to do next hangs in the air. He orders a free replacement of cars. His daring plan is a blow to the reputation of his competitors. His goal is not just to win, but to dominate the market, and he is willing to use any methods. He looks to the future with confidence, because his company is not just a business, but a symbol of quality and reliability. After a busy day, he invites his assistant to rest, and their relationship becomes increasingly warm. Her embarrassed answer and tired appearance make him feel uneasy, mixed with tenderness. She complains about poor nutrition and weight loss, her words full of coquetry and hidden innuendo. Her curvaceous figure, pinned by the seatbelt, causes him shock and awkward admiration. He suggests going to Baola's restaurant, his playful tone concealing his desire to see how she copes. The huge queue at the entrance to the restaurant shocks them, as such success exceeded all their expectations. She goes off in search of parking, leaving him alone with his thoughts of overwhelming triumph. Underground parking becomes a trap. Empty spaces are just an illusion before the approaching storm. His carefree smile and joke about hunger contrast sharply with the tension in the air. Suddenly, another car appears in the rearview mirror, its furious horn breaking the silence. He is shocked by her crazy behavior, because she almost caused an accident out of nowhere. Enraged people jump out of the car, their shouts and threats leaving no doubt about their hostile intentions. They pound on the glass, demanding that she get out, but their anger is directed at the wrong car. With icy calm, he interrupts their performance, reminding them that they have the wrong address. His confused look reveals complete bewilderment, because he came to eat, and not to take part in a showdown. The girl's gaze fills with anger. She does not understand why he is hesitating, because their lives are in danger. He steps out of the car, ready to take on the challenge. His calm, the calm before the storm. Her hysterical scream is her last attempt to maintain control of the situation. But she has already lost. In one movement, he pulls her out of the car. His patience has snapped, and now he won't stop. He leaves, leaving her humiliated and broken on the asphalt, his indifference hurting more than any blow. She is in shock, her beautiful face distorted by a grimace of disbelief and wounded pride. Her eyes fill with rage, because she is not used to refusals, and her revenge will be cruel. In a fit of rage, she pounces on him, her blows a cry of despair and humiliation. The thought flashes through her mind. She can't let him go. There's too much at stake. Through tears, she screams about his betrayal, remembering yesterday's tenderness, which turned out to be a lie. His confused look reveals complete bewilderment. He doesn't understand what she's talking about and what she's accusing him of. She looks into his eyes defiantly, her words a promise of revenge from which he can no longer escape. He looms over her with a devilish grin, his words a poisonous mix of irony and threat. He looks at her with disdain, having figured out her pathetic attempt to draw him into her dirty performance. His quiet whisper sounds like a sentence. It reminds her of her true masters and her insignificance. He squeezes her cheeks hard, his touch a humiliating punishment for her insolence. She is shocked by his cruelty, her beautiful face distorted by a grimace of pain and incomprehension. The appearance of her real pursuers interrupts their conversation, and she realizes that she has fallen into a trap. Her friend reproaches her for her carelessness with a sly smile, enjoying her humiliation. The gang leader orders her release with cold indifference. His game is just beginning, but the young man is in no hurry to let her go. His hand on her clothes is a silent declaration of war. A fire flashes in his eyes because he is not going to take these pawns into account. His goal is their master. The gang leader is furious. His authority is undermined, and he cannot believe that this upstart dares to contradict him. But his subordinates have already gone over to the enemy's side. Their cries of support sound like betrayal. With icy calm, he strikes, not at him, but at the girl, turning her into a bargaining chip. His contemptuous question puts the arrogant bandit in his place, revealing his insignificance. Despite the modest car, his demeanor conveys a sense of hidden strength and influential support. He accepts the challenge, ready to take on an entire gang single-handedly. His confidence is frightening. The girl falls at his feet, her fear and gratitude mixed with shock at his true identity. With a predatory grin, he watches as the enemy calls for help, anticipating a new, more interesting game. Meanwhile, at the secret base, Mu Sheng tracks their every move as the Zhao family prepares a new trap. Their cunning plan is to pit him against the son of a rich man in order to get rid of a dangerous competitor with someone else's hands. Mu Sheng reports a new development in the case. as enemies are trying to track down their mysterious organization. He hangs up, his calm a mask concealing the tense anticipation of the coming battle. He realizes with a grin that he himself was the cause of all the problems by ordering people to stage this performance. His enemies are confused. They don't understand how Zhao Xuman could get away with such a scandal so easily. With a devilish grin, he advises his enemy to run before it is too late, enjoying his fear. Suddenly, the name of the second son of the owner of the Wu group of companies comes up, and the tension in the air increases. He looks at them with disdain, his words a challenge they cannot ignore. One call and the enemy's identity is revealed. His calmness is more frightening than any threat. Mr. Wu understands that his opponent is not so simple, and the verbal altercation is only the beginning. His face contorts into a grimace of anger. He realizes that he has underestimated the enemy and orders a retreat. The gang leader lets him go with feigned generosity, trying to preserve the remnants of his pathetic dignity. The girl is shocked because this stinking poor man turned out to be the one who is able to humiliate the powerful gentleman. Her innocent question about food is met with his cold silence, and their dinner plans are canceled. There is a fire burning in his eyes as he gives the order to return to headquarters, because the real battle is just beginning. At Flying Eagle Base, he demands a debrief, his gaze glued to the screens full of classified information. Mu Sheng anxiously suggests listening to the recording, as it contains the key to solving a new conspiracy. It becomes clear that the Zhao family is somehow connected to the mysterious organization Protective Blade. Mu Sheng passes on all the information he has collected to him, and their investigation reaches a new, more dangerous level. Even on the darknet, there is no word about Zhao Xuman. Her past is a blank spot that they have yet to fill. He immerses himself in reading the dossier, and the history of a mysterious organization dating back to the Ming dynasty is revealed to him. Ancient chronicles speak of a sect whose adherents possessed superhuman abilities. The image of the red-haired girl comes to mind, her incredible jump the key to solving the mystery. His investigation leads him to the Zhao family hotel, where he finds a recording that changes everything. Zhao Xuman, after seeing the recording, realized that he was from that very organization, and now she is eager to learn their secrets. The Protective Blade is an ancient order that protected the state. Their power was beyond comprehension, but over time, their power became a threat, and they became a thorn in the side of the authorities. There is determination in his eyes. He must stop them and reveal the secret connected to his mother. He shows Mu Sheng an ancient coin, an artifact found in the documents about the Protective Blade. Mu Sheng clenches his fist, his eyes burning with fire. He vows to do everything to help him in this investigation. The Zhao family is trying to get to the organization, and their actions could lead to disaster if they sell this information. He is calm, because until they have evidence, the Zhao family will lose the meaning of its existence. His devilish grin shows that he is ready to play, and he is eagerly awaiting Zhao Xuman's move. A sudden call interrupts their meeting, and the hysterical screaming on the other end of the line does not bode well. Her panic amuses them, but the seriousness of the situation forces him to interrupt the jokes and demand an explanation. She begs for help, her cries for salvation mixed with incoherent stories about birthday presents. Images of his sweet sister Lin flash through his mind, and he can't believe she's capable of such cruelty. A happy smile lights up her face as she asks for time off to deal with family issues. He happily agrees, because a walk in the fresh air is the perfect way to find out what surprises his friend has in store for them. Tears of joy and relief flow down the boy's cheeks when he finally finds the one he has been looking for so long. She tries to find out what happened, but he falls on his face, his fear of his parents' wrath stronger than any words. His calm tone contrasts with her fury, as he sees no reason for such anger. Her face contorts into a grimace of rage. She demands an immediate report. Her patience is running out. With a trembling voice, the boy tells of his tragedy, the loss of his precious gaming account. He ran away from home to find justice, but instead of help, he only got new problems. His childish heart is broken, because the seller's deception destroyed his faith in people and justice. She looks at him with affection, her anger giving way to tenderness for this little gambler. His accusation of envy makes her burst into laughter, mixed with rage and bewilderment. Spanking him on the butt becomes her response to his insolence, because good grades are not a reason for permissiveness. She leaves, leaving behind only the echo of her screams and bewilderment at his strange behavior. With a slight grin, he asks for the recordings of the translations. His interest in this boy is clearly not accidental. His voice on the phone sounds cold and demanding. He gives the scammer one chance to fix everything. The brazen laughter and refusal to return the account become the last straw that breaks his patience. With a devilish grin, he promises to pay for not only the tuition, but also all the future problems of this arrogant youth. At school, he finds the same Zhou Ming, whose smug smile speaks volumes. A friend notices his strange behavior, but Zhou Ming just brushes it off, unaware of the impending storm. He proudly boasts about his earnings, not realizing that his petty fraud has attracted the attention of serious people. With a sly grin, he tells how he cleverly tricked the buyer, reveling in his impunity. Even rumors of criminal liability do not frighten him, because he is a minor and is confident in his invulnerability. He decides to teach a lesson to the impudent man who dared to threaten him, not knowing who he was dealing with. The sudden appearance of the class teacher interrupts their conversation, and her stern look does not bode well. Her concern seems unnecessary because he is ready to personally solve the problems of his people. With a predatory smile, he reminds her of her status, his words a mixture of care and possessiveness. The guard tries to block his way, but his sternness is only a fragile barrier before his power. One ID card, and the strict security guard turns into a submissive servant, ready to carry out any order. Money and power open any door, and even teachers are ready to fawn over him. The leader falls on his face. His fear and servility are the best proof of his omnipotence. Called to the carpet, Zhou Ming sits tensely, unable to understand how his petty fraud led to such consequences. He realizes with horror that the buyer of his account is not an ordinary schoolboy, but an influential and dangerous person. Even the headmaster of the school treats him like a master, which leaves Zhou Ming even more shocked. She asks anxiously about his misdeed, but the young man's answer only adds to the mystery and tension. He tells of a childhood tragedy, his voice calm, but behind this calm lies a storm. His eyes darkened with anger, because he wanted to resolve everything peacefully. But Zhou Ming's insolence crossed all boundaries. The brazen words that being deceived is normal become the last straw. Her righteous anger falls upon Zhou Ming. She is ready to grind him into dust for such meanness. But he stops her, because the police are too simple and boring a solution for such a case. With a devilish grin, he puts forward 3 conditions that will become a real nightmare for Zhou Ming: account recovery, bitter truth for parents, and public humiliation. His revenge will be sophisticated and cruel. Zhou Ming falls to his knees in horror, his former arrogance evaporating under the weight of his inevitable punishment. She tries to soften his anger by reminding him that he is just a student, but her words are drowned out by his cold fury. Her concern for his psychological trauma seems mocking compared to what he plans to do to him. His words sound like a sentence, because his goal is not just to punish, but to leave a scar for life. He looms over him, his voice full of contempt, because without his intervention, this puppy would have continued to revel in his impunity. An icy rage flashes in his eyes, and his threat sounds like a promise of cruel and painful reprisal. Zhou Ming's heartbreaking cry is a cry of horror and remorse. He is ready to do anything just to escape his wrath. Her timid question about cruelty seems out of place given that this boy almost ruins someone else's life. He shifts responsibility to the school administration. His job is only to find the scoundrel, not to educate him. The boy looks at him with admiration. His cruelty seems to him to be an expression of incredible coolness. Her embarrassment and anger mix into a funny cocktail as she tries to scold her son for his naivety. Justice has triumphed, and now we can finally eat, because hunger is no aunt. Their path leads to the food market where, amid the hustle and bustle, they can enjoy a well-deserved rest. In a dark corner of the street, she hugs her child, her eyes full of despair and hopelessness. He hands her the money, his gesture not alms but a silent offer of help. His generosity is boundless. He is ready to feed not only them, but the entire restaurant, just to see their smiles. But she proudly rejects his money. Her request for work is a cry from the soul, thirsting for dignity. He looks at her with irony, not understanding why she refuses easy money and seeks difficulties. With despair in her voice, she explains that simply washing dishes will not save her and her child from starvation. With cold indifference, he refuses to help her, but his gesture towards his assistant suggests otherwise. His subordinate leads them away, and he is surprised to find that she doesn't even try to beg him. He looks after her with disdain, not understanding how she can be so proud and stupid at the same time. Meanwhile, an old acquaintance of his is sitting at the next table, enthusiastically praising the food, unaware of the drama. He unceremoniously takes the next table, his insolence just a prelude to the coming conflict. A loud cry breaks the silence. His behavior is a challenge to all norms of decency. The sudden jolt makes her cry out in pain and surprise, and tension hangs in the air. She turns around in anger, not understanding how he could be so impudent and unceremonious. He compliments her with a greasy grin, his lustful gaze leaving no doubt about his intentions. His disgusting threats and vulgar gesture make her feel sick and righteously angry. A fire flashes in her eyes. She is ready to tear this pervert to pieces for his vile words. He looks at her with cold indifference. His question sounds like a slap in the face. With despair in her voice, she talks about her sick son. Her pride is broken, and she is ready to do anything. He asks her to prove her worth first. His cold calculation is a test of her will and determination. His greasy grin and vulgar hint become the last straw that breaks the camel's back. The bottle crashes down on his head, its fury an explosion that sweeps away everything in its path. Cries for help are drowned out by the roar of the restaurant. No one rushes to intervene in this brutal and bloody fight. In his eyes, she sees not just despair, but a wild, unbridled strength, perfect for the leader of his new squad. A sudden system update opens up new horizons. He can now create not only fighters, but also healers. With a devilish grin, he realizes that this girl is not just a find, but the key to his future victories. Her hand with the knife freezes in the air. She is ready to kill to protect her child and her honor. He stops her with one movement, his calm a cold shower for her blazing rage. Her name, spoken hesitantly, betrays her fear and confusion. She doesn't know what to expect from this man. He offers her his help. His words are not mercy, but a profitable deal that she cannot refuse. The girl's desperate gratitude was more eloquent than any words. The hero immediately takes the mother and child away, arranging for their safety and medical care. In the car, the guy begins to doubt the stranger's true motives. Her vague answer only increases the young man's suspicions. An unknown force awakens in the young man, and he takes on new responsibility. Meanwhile, a dangerous man in a white suit begins hunting for information about the heroine. Her tragic past, full of struggle and maternal dedication, is revealed. Having learned the truth, the boy casts aside his prejudices and decides to act out of compassion. He makes a promise to provide them with a new life, taking all expenses upon himself. But a sudden call from a certain parasite threatens to complicate everything. An alarm bell breaks the silence, foreshadowing new problems for the young man. A lavish charity event brings together the city's elite under one roof. Camera flashes create the illusion of a celebration, hiding the intrigue in the shadows. The influential Mr. Sui appears on the red carpet, his presence changing the balance of power. A conspiracy is already brewing behind his back, as his enemies are just waiting for the right moment to strike. The protagonist and his companions feel like outsiders at this festival of hypocrisy. The girl secretly checks information about the fund, suspecting that it is all just a cover. Her fears are confirmed, because the charity looks like a fake to distract attention. The young man casually remarks that this is a boring event, but his look says otherwise. He playfully hints to his companion that their true goal here is to identify who is pulling the strings. A sharp screech of brakes breaks the silence of the night, and a young girl finds herself on the asphalt. An arrogant blonde unleashes a stream of angry accusations on an injured schoolgirl. With a split lip and pain in her eyes, the poor thing can only quietly whisper an apology. Her influential companion coldly orders the scene to end, not wanting to get his hands dirty. Under pressure, the woman forces the humiliated girl to thank her offender. The car drives away, leaving her alone, abandoned and humiliated in the middle of the dark street. The hero witnesses this injustice, and cold rage freezes in his gaze. He quietly gives orders to his companion to help the stranger as soon as possible. Suddenly, his jealous companion throws a comical but furious jealousy scene. She drags the boy away. But the shadow of this event promises that revenge is yet to come. The guy promises his companion with a grin that their game is just beginning. A vibrant show unfolds on stage, distracting attention from the behind-the-scenes intrigues. The girl complains of boredom, not noticing the tension in the air. With a glass in his hand, the hero watches the hall. Because for these people, today is a decisive day. Every sip of wine reminds him that in this world, ups and downs happen in an instant. The glare of the spotlight only masks the dark secrets and the willingness of the rich to do anything for power. A friendly waiter approaches them with an offer to make a donation, concealing the true purpose of the collection. The ease with which any amount can be given suggests the dubious purity of this charity. The young man takes the form with a sly look, already guessing where the money will actually go. His bold and cryptic answer to the question about the amount of the donation leaves everyone baffled. The news of the broken bones of the girl who was hit only strengthens the cold determination in the hero's eyes. He reassures his companion, promising that the culprit of this cruelty will certainly answer for what he did. A slimy guy comes onto the stage, starting a hypocritical performance with the main villain of the evening. Enter Jack Kramer, the driver whose imposing figure exudes menace. His actions are cynically presented to the public as an act of incredible generosity and kindness. The culprit himself modestly denies his merits, playing the role of a noble gentleman. His companion supports this lie with a smile, creating an impeccable public image for them. Unable to bear this farce, the protagonist's companion decides to leave immediately. The guy watches her go with relief, because a scandal is completely unnecessary now. He follows her, guessing that her heightened sense of justice will lead her straight to the hospital. In a fit of righteous anger, the girl takes out all her rage on her offender's car. The hero gently stops her, promising that she will not interfere with his own plan for revenge. With a sly smile, he points to an unnoticed punctured tire, hinting that retribution has already begun. Walking through the city at night, he notices her sudden silence, full of hidden experiences. She admits that the villain's arrogant grin awakened a burning hatred in her. Trying to relieve tension, the girl capriciously demands food and drink, dragging him along with her. A bold glint appears in her eyes as she invites him into her home to continue the evening. The air between them grows tense, filling with sensual tension and unspoken desires. But the romantic moment collapses under the onslaught of her belated, comically exaggerated rage. He gently calms her down, watching this storm of emotions with a slight smile. The guy's sly look betrays his thoughts, because sleep was clearly not part of his plans. Drunk and tired, the girl, with her last strength, asks to be taken to bed. He gently lays her down, regretting that he let her drink so much that night. Her serene sleep creates a deceptive sense of peace and tranquility. In this moment of intimacy and vulnerability, the young man finds himself on the threshold of an important decision. The morning greets her with a headache and a vague feeling that the past night was wrong. His morning reproaches are interrupted by a sudden call that will change everything. The alarming news leaves them both frozen in tense anticipation. Injustice rains down on them from the phone screen, because the villain has become a hero in the eyes of the public. Rage overwhelms the heroine when she realizes how brazenly and cynically the truth was fabricated. With icy calm, the hero understands that there is big money behind the distorted news. In a panic, the girl demands an immediate plan of revenge from him, unable to contain her anger. But the enemies strike back, presenting their revenge for the punctured tire as vile hooliganism. Despair overcomes her, but the young man remains unperturbed in the face of the new threat. Meanwhile, panic is growing in the Allied camp due to the reputational blow to their business. It turns out that the company behind the publication of the incriminating evidence is seeking revenge for the bloggers. Opponents are furiously trying to silence the press, realizing that the situation is getting out of control. Tensions reach their limits, and comrades demand an immediate response to the South China Company. But the guy on the phone, with a disarming smile, assures everyone that there is no reason to worry. He hangs up, and his next question suggests that the real game is just beginning. A split is occurring in the enemy camp, as the ostentatious apologies are merely a cover for more insidious plans. This false truce turns out to be a thinly veiled threat. the beginning of a new attack. The hero only grins, because the unification of enemies against him only confirms his strength. Paid protests spill out onto the streets, and the restaurant's reputation is under attack. The young man realizes that the time has come to act to suppress this artificial rebellion. His cold-blooded plan of waiting frightens the girl, but he knows that he must strike at the very peak of tension. He turns around, ready to face the crowd alone and protect what is dear to him. In a fit of despair and faith, she throws herself into his arms, completely trusting him with her fate. Her sudden kiss becomes an unexpected reward for him and the best motivation to win. The enemies burst into the restaurant, unaware that they have just walked right into a trap. An aggressive girl with leaflets leads the attack, demanding justice and the closure of the restaurant. Her righteous anger is met with the cold irritation of a simple visitor who wants to have a quiet dinner. The man explodes because he doesn't care about other people's squabbles. He just wants to eat in silence. The girl's partner joins the scandal, and now the quality of the food also comes under fire. Suddenly, an elderly woman, tired of this senseless farce, intervenes in the conflict. Her caustic remark hits the mark, calling the protesters what they are: more fools. The insult hits a nerve, and the situation escalates to the limit, threatening to escalate into a brawl. The protesting girl furiously accuses all visitors of being brainless and aiding evil. She points the phone at the man's face, trying to prove her point with irrefutable facts. But he looks at the photo of the victim with a smirk and completely destroys their position with one question. The injustice of the situation finally dawns on the protesters, and their confidence begins to crumble. The truth comes to light, and the caring girl in the video looks nothing like the villain. A skeptic with a phone only confirms how easy it is to manipulate crowd opinion with lies. The activist girl is consumed with shame, realizing what a stupid puppet she was in the hands of others. Whispers behind one's back turn into a death sentence, and now the protesters will have to beg for forgiveness. Trying to escape the shame, they receive stinging advice for the future that feels like a slap in the face. A powerful girl blocks their path, and her words about the trial sound like a final verdict. Her furious gaze leaves no doubt that every false word will have to be paid for in full. The skeptical man was finally conquered, because her strength and beauty turned out to be much more convincing than any slander. A pathetic attempt to hide behind the status of students is shattered by the cold voice of a mysterious stranger. His cold voice falls upon the girl, accusing her of betraying her own ideals. Under his icy gaze, she falls to the floor, her world crumbling with the realization of her mistake. The restaurant owner thanks the crowd, and the atmosphere instantly changes from hostile to friendly. In a generous gesture, he declares all the food free, turning the scandal into a real celebration. Visitors explode with delight, because justice not only triumphed, but also turned out to be delicious. Next to the winner stands his faithful assistant, and her question about the future is full of hope. With a sly grin, the young man hints that this is only the beginning, and the main blow is yet to come. Meanwhile, a furious roar is heard from the enemy camp, because their perfect plan has suffered a crushing collapse. The enraged villain takes out his anger on his subordinate, unable to accept his own defeat. Horrified, she swears she has destroyed the evidence, but Sui Yan's name already sounds like a harbinger of their doom. The enemy smashes furniture in a rage, unable to come to terms with the humiliating failure of his plan. In a rage, he gives orders to increase the pressure, intending to destroy the enemy financially. A cold look from behind dark glasses promises that those who are objectionable will face cruel reprisals. Meanwhile, his ally panics after learning that their lie has been exposed by an irrefutable video. Her humiliation reaches its limit, because their fake apologies now look like a pathetic laughingstock. The assistant reports that internet users have turned against them, and the wave of public anger is growing. The situation is getting worse as even official media outlets are beginning to publicly expose their dark dealings. Gritting her teeth, the woman realizes that she has underestimated her enemy, and this game will cost her everything. At this time, the hero calmly inquires about the mood on the internet, as if he already knows the answer. With a triumphant smile, his assistant announces that the winds of change have blown in their direction, and their reputation is saved. The hero is surprised at how quickly they managed to turn the situation around, but enjoys the moment of calm. A new wave of rage overwhelms the heroine when she discovers even greater impudence of the hypocritical foundation. The guy playfully tries to calm her righteous anger, ready to direct this energy in the right direction. She shows him irrefutable evidence, a list of donations that reveals the entire scheme of deception. Her rage reaches its limit, because her enemies not only lied, but brazenly erased her name from the list. He shares her indignation completely, and they immediately set off for answers, ready for a new battle. The young man begins to see the connection between the foundation and the plant, and the whole puzzle begins to fall into place. His predatory smile promises that if there is no apology, he will teach them a lesson they will not forget. Suddenly, that same slimy guy from the charity event appears on the threshold with a poisonously polite visit. His gaze is full of hidden contempt, and he has no idea what a dangerous force he is about to face. With a cheeky grin, the hero throws down a direct challenge, cornering the villain with an awkward question. The Foundation's yesterday's glory becomes the backdrop for today's revelation of its true nature. The director of the fund feigns bewilderment and denies everything, trying to make them look like fools. The heroine's anger breaks out, and she is ready to throw irrefutable evidence in the liar's face. With a poisonous smile, the villain goes on the offensive, turning the accused into accusers. His threats become more and more brazen, and he already anticipates his victory over them. The young man's gaze darkens with rage, and he gives his opponent one last chance to avoid the inevitable retribution. The villain's self-confidence blinds him, and he scornfully rejects this chance, not seeing the trap that has been set. The hero's unexpected turn leaves the girl completely perplexed, because it seemed like he had simply given up. But his next sudden and strange action proves that he has his own unpredictable plan. She is outraged by his apparent inaction, because they had the main trump card in their hands. With a mysterious smile, he hints that a simple lawsuit is too easy a punishment for such scoundrels. The villain overconfidently believes that the forged records will solve everything, underestimating the cunning of his opponent. He dismissively brushes off the problem, believing that the small amount is not worth the fuss. It turns out that this was all part of a big plan, and now the enemy is patiently waiting for the victim to fall into the trap. His accomplice is already ready to set the crowd on the hero, anticipating how public opinion will destroy his reputation. He is absolutely confident of his victory, because he has in his hands the most powerful weapon, the controlled hatred of the masses. Meanwhile, the hero leaves the city, leaving his enemies perplexed and waiting for his next move. But the young man doesn't look defeated at all. He's enjoying the moment, as if going on a well-deserved vacation. His faithful companion is nearby, and her question only confirms that they are beginning a new, decisive phase of their plan. The young man reveals his trump card. Their target is not the Foundation, but the bank where all his dirty secrets are kept. Realizing that they cannot win in the enemy's lair, he decides to strike at the very heart of their financial empire. His companion finally realizes the full scale of his daring plan, and admiration can be seen in her eyes. He maintains an icy calm, because before the decisive battle, he needs to gather his strength and think through every step. The impregnable central bank skyscraper becomes the field of their next most dangerous battle. Under the guise of an ordinary client, he begins his game, hiding his true intentions behind the mask of a simple investor. His polite request instantly turns into a steely demand, and the ordinary employee finds herself confused. The female clerk tries to brush him off using standard procedures, not even suspecting who she is dealing with. The hero's patience runs out, and he challenges her, making it clear that her authority here is insufficient. Her irritation spills out, but by doing so, she only helps him create the chaos he needs for his plan. Her professional mask is cracking at the seams, and she resorts to open rudeness. The threat to call security becomes her last, desperate argument in this dispute. The guy agrees with icy calm, and his gesture with the briefcase changes the entire balance of power. The glitter of a huge sum of money in the case becomes his silent but most convincing argument. Her world collapses in an instant, and her face distorts with shock and the realization of her own stupidity. Her eyes reflect not just wealth, but the understanding that she has crossed the path of a very influential person. The arrogance evaporates instantly, replaced by babbling apologies, but he remains cold. His gaze becomes predatory, and he begins the countdown, threatening to go to the competitors. Panic makes her jump, because losing such a client would be tantamount to disaster. The appearance of the sleek director takes the game to a new level, and his smile does not bode well. The director tries to smooth things over with his false politeness, but underestimates the client's determination. The guy completely ignores him, continuing his merciless countdown addressed to the frightened employee. The girl's inner world is crumbling, because now she finds herself between a rock and a hard place. The last seconds are ticking away, and the tension in the air becomes almost palpable. Like a taut string, with icy calm, the hero turns to leave, and this gesture becomes the decisive blow. In a panic, the director rushes to intercept him, because letting such a client go would mean signing his own death warrant. The young man doubles down, and his demand to call the boss turns the situation into a real nightmare for the director. Suddenly, the real master of the situation appears, and his calm smile hides enormous power. He easily takes control of the situation, and all previous arguments instantly lose all meaning. With a predatory grin, the hero raises the stakes again, making it clear that his real game has only just begun. A new, even more shocking sum finally knocks the ground out from under the deputy chief's feet. With an unperturbed look, the guy repeats his ultimatum, knowing that he has driven his opponent into a hopeless situation. Utterly broken, the banker finally gives in and escorts the important client to the VIP lounge to buy himself some time. Panic grips the leadership, and the desperate order to bring back the top boss sounds like a distress signal. Having completed his mission, the hero returns home, where his faithful companion awaits him anxiously. Her pent-up anxiety over 2 days comes out in a comical series of blows, full of relief. He gently reassures her, moving from jokes to the main question about the current situation. The girl reports on the fierce information war, and her eyes glow with hope for its decisive move. With disarming self-confidence, the young man declares that his return alone will solve all problems. He playfully throws himself into her arms, and this moment of carefreeness becomes the calm before the final storm. The enemies relax, mistakenly believing that the hero's inaction means his complete defeat in this war. His faithful assistant breathes a sigh of relief, confident that their enemy is digging his own grave. The Foundation's director anticipates triumph, waiting for the moment when he can deal a crushing blow to the young man's reputation. Reveling in his power, he speaks contemptuously of the hero, not even suspecting that he has already fallen into a trap. His depravity knows no bounds, and he makes a vile proposal, proving his utter worthlessness. He enjoys his impunity, but his dirty games are about to end in the most unexpected way. A sudden cry of panic shatters his illusion of control, foreshadowing a swift and brutal fall. His world collapses when he learns that the news has taken a turn he hadn't expected. A glance at the TV screen becomes for him the beginning of the end, the point of no return. The bank's CEO goes live on air to deliver a damning speech that will be the death knell for their corruption scheme. The villain watches the news in horror as the first crack in his perfect plan of lies becomes public knowledge. The head of the central bank goes live on air, and his words sound not like news, but like an official hunt announcement. The hero and his companion enjoy the moment, watching their enemy fall from the front row. The threat of prosecution transforms their victory from mere satisfaction into an irrefutable triumph of justice. With timid hope, the girl asks what will happen next, believing that their good name has finally been restored. But his predatory smile promises that a simple excuse is not enough. Their enemies are in for a real headache. The announcer's final words about nobility and honesty become the finishing blow to the scammer's reputation. The villain's rage explodes from within, because he was betrayed by the very people who were supposed to ensure his impunity. In despair, he takes it out on his mysterious patron, who turns out not to be so omnipotent. The dropped call becomes the final verdict for him, because he understands that he has simply been written off. Fear grips the villain, because now not only his reputation is at stake, but also the fate of his entire family. His world crumbles with the realization that the enemy has reached the very top, destroying his illusion of invulnerability. In desperate agony, he searches for a loophole, trying to shift all the blame onto a non-existent system failure. But the terrible truth is revealed. Targeted money transfers make his lies completely useless. With trembling hands, he desperately dials the number of his main ally, seeing him as his last hope. But his plea for help hits a wall, and the first thread of the criminal alliance breaks with a bang. An explosion of impotent rage shatters the office, as his accomplices have left him to drown alone. The last hope is destroyed, since no one will risk for him in this already lost game. Completely crushed, he understands that now he will have to answer for all his actions. Meanwhile, the winner ends the call with a calm smile, because his multi-move game is over. After the storm, the hero promises his girlfriend a quiet evening full of home comfort and care. But his thoughts about rest are interrupted by a sudden call, hinting that the war is not over yet. At the threshold, he is met by a defeated enemy in the company of a mysterious stranger, and the air is filled with tension again. The girl introduces herself as the main reporter, and her appearance is not an accident, but the beginning of a new information attack. With icy calm, the young man makes it clear that the conversation will take place only on his terms and according to his rules. This odd couple tries to appeal to his conscience, using their last desperate arguments in an attempt to save themselves. The reporter acknowledges the Foundation's sins, but tries to cover them up with a veneer of good deeds, appealing to the common good. Her words are a thinly veiled threat, an attempt to portray him as a destroyer who is discrediting the very idea of charity. With barely concealed mockery, the guy plays along with her, pretending to be touched by her hypocritical speeches. She challenges him directly, trying to catch him out for his self-interest. But she has no idea with whom she is starting this dangerous game. The hero turns away with contempt, because her pathetic arguments are not worth his attention. Her shocked face only confirms his rightness, and ignorance becomes her main enemy. The explosion of her wounded pride is just a pathetic attempt to regain her lost authority. The young man's chilling gaze makes it clear that he didn't just say this, but passed judgment on her. He asks her a trap question, and her self-confident answer becomes the first step into the abyss. His next attack hits home, exposing her complete ignorance and shattering her facade of competence. The specific figures of his donation become the weapon that finally shatters her belief in her own rightness. His voice, full of contempt, delivers the final verdict, tearing off her mask and calling her a narcissistic fool. Utterly crushed, she can only remain silent while her loser companion tries to salvage the remains of their honor. The guy's predatory grin promises that this was not slander, but only the cruel, irrefutable truth. With cold indifference, the hero leaves, leaving them alone with his empty threats and broken hopes. He gives them a final ultimatum, making it clear that their pathetic foundation is doomed to complete destruction. His words echo down the street, offering them a choice: to perish alone or drag all their allies down with them. The realization of complete collapse hits the villain, and panic and horror distort his face from hopelessness. The phone call becomes the final nail in the coffin for him, because the investigation has already begun. In an instant, his world collapses and he falls to his knees, completely crushed and broken by his defeat. The winner returns home, and his calm appearance indicates that the war is over and he is ready for a peaceful life. But his relaxation instantly evaporates when he is met with an unexpected and very accurate blow. His girlfriend's furious gaze demands an immediate explanation, and he realizes that he has won the war, but may lose in love. He panics when he realizes that he is suspected not of fighting the mafia, but of simply cheating on him with another woman. With a heavy sigh, the hero submits, for his girlfriend's wrath is a force to be reckoned with. He is relieved to think that the worst is behind him, but he has no idea that the main storm is still ahead. His girlfriend's furious scream breaks the silence of the restaurant, demanding an immediate and honest explanation. The sudden appearance of an enthusiastic stranger comes as a complete surprise to him, and the beginning of new problems. A devilish fire of jealousy lights up in his girlfriend's eyes, and he realizes that he has fallen into a deadly trap. In a panic, he tries to explain the situation, but his words are drowned out by an atmosphere of awkwardness and suspicion. His girlfriend sums it up with icy sarcasm, and her words sound like an indictment. Memories of this new acquaintance's crazy and dangerous past only add fuel to the fire. He realizes with horror that her sweet appearance is just a deceptive mask hiding real madness. Her impudent request to stay with him becomes the last straw, and he realizes that his quiet life is over. The demonic aura of jealousy around the girl becomes so dense that you can touch it with your hands. The stranger, with a disarming smile, tries to defuse the situation, assuring him that she is not interested in the hero at all. Her unexpected request for a job completely changes the balance of power, turning a love triangle into a business meeting. The restaurant owner's sudden burst of joy knocks the hero off his feet, and the tension gives way to comic chaos. The girl's happy smile suggests that the new employee is exactly what their growing business needs. The guy leaves the battlefield with relief, glad that he managed to extinguish this fire of jealousy. He looks at his brainchild with pride, as it transforms from a simple eatery into a true symbol of success. The young man returns to the restaurant, and his question about the new girl is full of hidden anxiety and hope. She reassures him, but her thoughtful look suggests that not all problems have been resolved yet. Her keen eye sees the real reason for the new employee's arrival, and she understands that the real battle is yet to come. Her words are full of mistrust, but deep down she is glad that he remains faithful only to her. The demonic aura of jealousy returns with renewed vigor, and its threat sounds frighteningly serious. His unexpected offer to buy the house becomes a shocking but bold step in their relationship. She blushes to the roots of her hair, because such a serious step makes her heart beat wildly. He hugs her tenderly, making it clear that his words are not a joke, but a conscious decision to connect his life with her. Her embarrassment turns into comical rage, and she tries to hide her true feelings behind a mask of indignation. The happy smile on her face gives her away completely, because she is already mentally choosing curtains for their new home. Meanwhile, a mysterious benefactor from the past recalls how meeting the hero changed his whole life. He understands that he is obliged to repay the kindness, and his gratitude will know no bounds. Fate brings them together again, and now the former broker is ready to offer his savior better conditions. The young man's keen gaze notices a hidden worry in the eyes of his old acquaintance, despite his outward friendliness. He tries to hide his confusion behind formalities, but the hero already suspects that something is fishy. A grateful friend offers him his best, but behind his generosity there is something hidden. The appearance of the realtor's sister with drinks only momentarily diffuses the situation, but the tension remains in the air. The empty office arouses the hero's suspicions, because a thriving company shouldn't look like a ghost town. The broker's confused expression confirms his worst suspicions. The company is on the brink of total collapse. A young man offers his old friend his help, and his offer is not just a gesture of goodwill, but a lifeline. But the CEO's shadow looms over them, and his dissent could ruin all their plans. Despair breaks through in the sister's voice, because the boss's inaction is leading them all straight to the bottom. With cold calm, the hero offers a simple but cruel solution, making it clear that he is ready to do anything for his friend. The realtor feels humiliated and crushed because his career is ruined. The sudden appearance of a mysterious young man with a piercing gaze gives a faint glimmer of hope. The guy with a dazzling smile announces that the lawyer has secured complete freedom for them. Brother Sui can't believe his luck, asking with bated breath about his future. The young man confirms that there are now no obstacles to returning to sales. His sly look betrays confidence that all reliability issues have been resolved. The director becomes furious when he realizes how brazenly and impudently he has just been intimidated. The girl tries to calm the boss down, because Mr. Shu's companion is nearby. Shui notes with a slight grin that his friend Baola is not at all against what is happening. But inside Baola, an uncontrollable rage and thirst for revenge for his brother Li boils. Li playfully reassures Baola, as new important things lie ahead of them. Sui bitterly admits his helplessness, refusing to help the one who came for him. But the young man is unperturbed and calm, his confidence telling him that this is only a minor obstacle. Their new goal is a luxurious mansion, a symbol of a dream that is unattainable for many. Realtor Sui describes the house professionally, although he himself is amazed by its magnificence. He names a staggering price, testing the seriousness of the young man's intentions. It's incredible how money that was previously only good for shawarma can now be used to buy an entire house. Sui admires the hero's talent, and he, in turn, instills in him faith in his own strength. Looking at the construction site, Lee reflects on his brother's unrealized potential and missed opportunities. Suddenly, a menacing stranger appears, and the air fills with tension from his direct threat. The realtor tries to appeal to the director's duty, but in response he feels only icy contempt. Director Zhang, in a rage, humiliates his subordinate, reminding him of his insignificant position. An attempt to justify oneself is broken against a wall of arrogance and complete disdain. Zhang approaches the girl with feigned politeness, barely concealing his true intentions. Recognition and anger flash in Li and Baola's eyes, because in front of them is the very same offender. The man tries to smooth things over with false politeness, but the tension only mounts. The heroine cuts him off coldly, her disgust for him becoming almost palpable. The memory of her past humiliation fuels her with an icy rage and a determination to fight back. The director straightens his shoulders smugly, absolutely confident in his irresistibility. He throws down his main trump card, revealing influential connections in order to finally suppress everyone. The director offers his business card with a smug grin, not noticing the girl's icy contempt. But Li abruptly puts an end to this attempt, showing with one movement who is in charge here. The hero's gaze flashes with rage. His quiet anger promises the impudent man a cruel reprisal. The humiliating flight to the ground becomes a bitter lesson for the director about real power. Li teases Zhang with a sly tenderness, hinting at his pathetic dependence on his sister. The couple leaves, leaving a confused Shu alone to process the chaos that has just unfolded. The director is in a panic, looking for the culprit. His trampled pride demands immediate revenge. All his anger falls on the defenseless realtor, who is unable to object. A sudden collision interrupts his hysteria, but he blindly continues to vent his anger. The appearance of Mr. Shu and his men changes everything, and a mortal threat hangs in the air. Director Zhang babble in horror about a misunderstanding, unable to believe that Li Yunjie is related to this guy. Paola reproaches Li with fear. For a moment, she believed that he would actually kill the villain. The young man gently reassures her, his confidence telling her that everything was under complete control. The girl is still worried about the consequences, but the hero, with a disarming smile, promises to be more careful. Li's gaze turns icy as he admits that the director's insolence has gone beyond all bounds. Having replaced anger with charm, the young man suggests that they unwind and enjoy a stroll around the city. Against the backdrop of skyscrapers, it becomes clear that the competitor's advertising campaign is gaining momentum. The once mighty plant now finds itself under crushing pressure. The enemy camp is in panic. Their stocks and orders are plummeting, foreshadowing total collapse. The hero watches the enemy with cold blood, knowing that their agony is only a matter of time. Paola wipes away her sweat with relief, exhausted from packing for their new life together. Li's caustic remark about her labors and his idleness instantly ignites her fatigue. A playful fight becomes a way for the girl to release pent-up tension. Suddenly, she remembers an important order, not noticing her boyfriend's comical situation. An unexpected offer to contact a former boss introduces a note of jealousy into the conversation. The girl blushes, overcome with fear that their secret relationship might be revealed. The young man looks at her with genuine bewilderment. Not understanding the reason for her sudden anxiety, he easily deciphers her fears, realizing that she's afraid of gossip and condemnation. The guy's words touch her deeply, and she fiercely defends their feelings from other people's gossip. Li gently calms his hot-tempered friend, making it clear that the opinion of the crowd means nothing to him. Confused but determined, Paola hands him the list, entrusting him with important matters. The girl quickly runs away, her concern for her friends stronger than her fatigue. The hero's brief moment of peace is interrupted by a ringing bell, bringing him back from bliss to harsh reality. Shui's appearance brings an aura of danger and a perfectly fulfilled duty into the silence. His predatory smile betrays satisfaction at the brutal solution to the garbage problem. Li coldly dismisses his subordinate, his calmness only emphasizing his absolute power. A plan for using the enemy's company for his own purposes had already matured in his cunning gaze. An elegant stranger appears on the threshold, her admiring gaze promising new intrigues. The empty walls of the new home are filled with anticipation of the future they are just beginning to build. A simple shopping list in her hands becomes a link between the two women in Li's life. The business-like atmosphere is shattered when Sister Lin, studying the list, shares her thoughts on the purchases. The idyll is interrupted by her sudden weakness, and Lee barely manages to catch her limp body. The scarlet trickle of blood on her pale face looks like an ominous and frightening omen. Anxiety grips the young man because he cannot understand the reason for her mysterious and sudden illness. Fear for Sister Lin is reflected in his eyes as he tries to reach her. She comes to her senses, but her attempt to write it all off as a trifle looks pathetic and unconvincing. Her excuses cannot deceive the hero, and doubts fall like a heavy burden on his heart. Lin desperately tries to hide her vulnerability behind a fragile mask of a carefree smile. Despite her protests, the guy insists on seeing her off. His concern speaks louder than any words. An unexpected call from Bayola introduces a sharp dissonance, reminding us of another, no less complex reality. The image of the weak Lin Se-yu won't leave his head, and Lee realizes that Baola holds the key to her secret. At the restaurant, a friend tries to calm Baola, whose resentment smolders under a mask of feigned calm. It turns out that the brazen Duan Yu got into a fierce fight with the customers, defending her honor. The situation is spiraling out of control as video of the fight has surfaced online, sparking a storm of public outrage. But a powerful countergame has already been launched. The enemies have been identified, and public opinion is changing before their eyes. Lee understands with a cold grin that this provocation is just another pawn in someone else's dirty game. He gently reassures Baola, as stirring up a scandal is exactly what their enemies are waiting for. A picture of the battle flashed in her memory, where Duan Yu, pushed to the limit, fought like a wild beast. Mr. Shu's decision sounds like thunder. A cold and final dismissal for Duan Yu. The staff is shocked, because she acted for the good of the restaurant, and this dismissal seems the height of injustice. Duan Yu is seething with righteous anger, as the arrogant clients almost drove her to the brink of a breakdown. But Mr. Shui, with icy calm, gives the order to sort things out. His authority is beyond question. He watches silently as Jo-jun leads the dismissed girl away, leaving him alone with his thoughts. Jealousy flares up in Baol, and she clings to the guy with the suspicion that he is building a harem for himself. Lee whispers his secret in her ear, and her world is turned upside down by a shocking revelation. His plan to create a business intelligence department leaves her with a mixture of fear, bewilderment, and concern for the legality. He playfully reassures her, showing that even in the most dangerous games he knows his limits. The goal is simple and brutal. Gather information to strike enemies before they can get away and prevent them from making mischief. Baola accepts his adventure with a sly smile, already mentally trying on the role of the mistress of his house. But all her worries instantly vanish when she recalls Lin Se-yu's visit with childish delight. Lee feigns casualness in reporting Lin Se-yu's illness, hiding his true concern. The memory of fragile Lin in his arms makes the boy doubt his actions. Baola, in playful rage, tries to beat the truth out of him, but he only laughs it off. A casual touch explodes into a spark as he realizes her sheer boldness. Her seductive innocence deals a crushing blow, forcing him to struggle with himself. The chaos of the kitchen rudely intrudes on their intimate moment, bringing the couple back to reality. The embarrassed hero quickly retreats, escaping from an awkward and explosive situation. A call from Cheji Xiao breaks him out of his personal turmoil, marking a new turn in their war. Important news makes him immediately get ready, because the enemy has requested a truce. There is a note of triumph in his voice as the enemy has finally surrendered and is ready to negotiate. The elegant Chen Yiqing feigns timidity in her plea for protection, playing the role of a fragile and vulnerable pawn. Young Master Zhang exudes complacency. His promises are just a cover for greed and ambition. Sweet talk about her specialness dispels the girl's doubts, immersing her in the illusion of her own importance. Tensions mount as Lee faces an unknown enemy whose tactics remain a mystery. A cold determination burns in his eyes. Today, he is ready to tear off the masks and punish the villains. The scene of vulgar intimacy that unfolds before him instantly reveals the whole essence of their business meeting. A contemptuous smirk distorts his face, because secret agents turned out to be cheap and predictable. The woman turns to him with haughty surprise, not yet realizing that her game is already lost. Lee confidently takes his place at the head of the table, destroying their plans with one gesture and taking all the power for himself. A sudden recognition pierces him, for his enemies have sent people from his distant past against him. The hero's gaze fills with cold rage. He understands that he has fatally underestimated his opponent. The woman in the blue dress exudes dangerous confidence, openly mocking his attempt to seize power. Her words, full of poisonous sarcasm, call into question his every step and his newfound status. Chen Yiqing's predatory smile reveals her true nature, complete contempt for what she considers his pathetic attempt. But suddenly, his assistant explodes with a dark aura, her silent fury a chilling warning. Only a slight smile touches Li's lips. He is calm, because their audacity only confirms that he is right. Mr. Zhang still tries to pick on him, but the hero brushes off his petty quibbles. The girl reveals her true motives. Her greedy gaze aimed at Tianyu's company. A sudden realization hits the enemies. They couldn't even imagine that he would be sent to negotiate. But even at this moment, Mr. Zhang's gaze is fixed on his beautiful secretary. A fatal mistake. Mr. Zhang revels in his supposed irresistibility, mistaking the flirtation for the truth. A cunning plan is maturing in his head, because he is sure that light pressure will break the beauty's will. Chen Yiqing angrily voices their humiliating proposal, which sounds like a real insult. Her scream is an attempt to crush him with authority and force him to accept obviously losing conditions. But Li, with disarming calm, smashes their pathetic tactics, calling a spade a spade. His gaze turns icy and his voice takes on a steely threat that leaves them no chance to retreat. The girl understands that she will have to give in, but her pride still does not allow her to admit defeat. The hero begins his attack, reminding them of the treacherous plan to destroy his Tianyu company. He takes pleasure in describing their failure, driving his enemies into a corner of their own lies and greed. Li rejects their offer with contempt, as he is no longer interested in being pawns in this game. His decision is final and irrevocable. He rejects their pitiful handouts with cold contempt. Chen Yiqing explodes with rage, her crushed pride unable to accept his brazen refusal. She gets personal, accusing him of petty revenge for their long-forgotten breakup. The sudden appearance of the assistant shocks the ex-girlfriend, revealing a new facet of humiliation. Li reminds her of her past betrayal with a caustic grin, devaluing her choice back then. He notices how his assistant is getting angry and understands that he needs to intervene before it's too late. Mr. Zhang demonstratively hugs Chen Yiqing, reveling in his imaginary superiority. His lustful gaze and greasy wink reveal his entire pathetic and narrow-minded nature. The assistant is torn apart with disgust. She can't believe that this idiot is winking at her. With difficulty holding back her laughter, she whispers how easily this fool fell for her simple trick. Mr. Zhang, in despair, makes empty threats, his crushed pride unable to accept defeat. Li's cold gaze on the departing hero's back becomes the final nail in his coffin. He couldn't understand how this insignificant offspring, who had once asked him for help, dared to humiliate him like that. The sudden appearance of menacing messengers from Mr. Jack makes him freeze with fear. Struggling to find his words, Zhang is forced to report the complete and utter failure of the negotiations. He tries to put all the blame on Li, calling him just his girlfriend's former classmate. In a pathetic attempt to save himself, he demands new negotiations and a cruel punishment for Suya. But his babble is interrupted by a crushing blow that instantly puts him in his place. Humiliated and defeated, he hears only contemptuous reproaches from Jack's assistant. Only then does Chen Yiqing, in horror, reveal to them the truth that they have failed in their negotiations with the Tianyu leader himself. Jack's assistant is seething with rage, unable to believe that their powerful connections have proven powerless. The hero leaves, leaving behind the ruins of hope and burned bridges, his decision unwavering. In the shadows of the big city, a secret ally reports that their multi-move game against the enemy has begun. Li's gaze is fixed on the future, and he coldly issues orders, launching a new phase of his vendetta. There's a devilish glint in his eyes because he knows it's time to hit his opponent where it hurts. A few days later, a storm is brewing in the glass skyscraper, ready to fall on the heads of unsuspecting enemies. Xiao Li cries out for justice in despair, his heart broken by the betrayal of his new partner. Chairman Chen Yuan humiliates him with icy contempt, reminding him of his insignificant place in this big game. The old man cynically takes away his well-deserved victory, promising a paltry handout as compensation for his ruined career. The realtor's eyes were frozen in a silent question. He realized that he had just been thrown out like an unnecessary pawn. Xiao Li can't wrap his head around this betrayal, because just yesterday the boss's smile seemed so sincere. The chairman coldly points to the door, with one gesture throwing him out of the deal and out of his life. A new player appears on the scene, his smug look indicating that he has come to take someone else's laurels. The mustachioed man's gaze is full of poisonous mockery. He revels in the helplessness of his young rival. The realtor bitterly accuses them of theft and betrayal, predicting a quick and inglorious end for the company. In response to the bold truth, Chen Yuan explodes with anger, throwing the guy out without a shred of regret. The realization dawned on Xiao Li that this cooperation was a favor to his brother Shu, not his own merit. He clenches his fists until they hurt, torn between his thirst for revenge and the fear of harming his only ally. The opponent dismisses him with disdain, as if he were an annoying child interfering with adult games. The mustachioed sycophant proudly reports to his boss how easily he dealt with the presumptuous youth. Chairman Chen Yuan is pleased to get rid of the obstacle, anticipating the signing of a lucrative contract. A new player enters the room, and the atmosphere fills with tense anticipation of the decisive moment. Director Wang Kai appears with a predatory smile, his confidence indicating complete control over the situation. He asks an innocent question about the absent Li Tan, setting the first trap for his opponents. The mustachioed trader explains with false sincerity that he was entrusted with the deal due to force majeure. Wang Kai feigns concern, his penetrating gaze trying to find a hole in their false story. The sycophant relishes throwing mud at his former colleague, not noticing how he is digging his own grave. The old man confirms the slander with a cynical grin, portraying them as victims of Li Tan's incompetence. Director Wang leaves under the pretext of delivering a report, leaving the traders to stew in their own juices of impatience. Usak is ready to celebrate his victory, not realizing that his greed has just led them both into a trap. The sycophant is in a hurry to sign the contract, his impatience betraying the fear that luck might slip away. But Director Wang explodes in icy rage, their brazen attempt to lecture him becoming the last straw. He leaves to report to his boss, leaving the traders completely unaware of the coming storm. On the other end of the line, the true leader learns of the vile intrigue and betrayal of his confidant. Meanwhile, Mr. Sui calmly explains the situation. He saw through their pathetic plan from the very beginning. He gives the order to stop the deal and bring back Li Tan, his calm tone sounding like a death sentence. Sui calls the humiliated realtor, his voice full of sympathy and a veiled threat to their mutual enemies. Xiao Li still can't believe Chen Yuan's treachery, his voice trembling with resentment and anger. The hero gently reassures him, but his next question is already the beginning of a new, sophisticated plan for revenge. The realtor's answer becomes the key to success, because his connections within the company are now a weapon in Shu's hands. Sui is eagerly preparing a surprise for the realtor, which will mark the beginning of his triumphant return. He gives clear instructions on how to stage a show to lure the traders into a cunning trap. A loyal ally readily accepts orders, his devotion leaving no doubt about the success of the operation. On the other end of the line, the manager explodes with rage, unable to believe such meanness on the part of his partners. In the negotiation room, the traders are shocked, as Director Wang Kai makes an unthinkable demand: the return of Li Tan. He makes it clear, with cold force, that their interest was directed solely at one irreplaceable employee. The ultimatum sounds like a death sentence. Either Li Tan signs the contract, or the meeting is over. The mustachioed sycophant tries to wriggle out of it in a panic, his pathetic excuses sounding unconvincing and pathetic. He can't comprehend how their grand plan could have collapsed because of some simple manager. Director Wang leans back in his chair with icy calm, his willingness to wait only adding to their agony. Chairman Chen Yuan tries to smooth things over with a fake smile, but his panic is already obvious to everyone. Fear makes him lash out at his subordinate, because he understands perfectly well that going against the Penglong company is tantamount to suicide. In desperation, they rush to search, because now the return of Li Tan is a question of the survival of their company. On the other end of the line, the realtor answers the call with difficulty, his voice trembling from the humiliation he has experienced. The mustachioed trader, in a blind rage, crosses all boundaries, threatening not only Li Tan's career, but also his family. But in response, he hears only icy calm, which is much more frightening than any screams. A realtor approaches a luxury hotel, feeling like a pawn in a strange, incomprehensible, and very large game. The staff's warm welcome and respect overwhelm him, making him feel important for the first time in a long time. Sue's charming assistant confuses him with her beauty and mysterious smile. He follows her into the unknown, his heart pounding with anticipation and fear of what Brother Sui has in store for him. The assistant reports with a smile that the humiliated realtor has arrived, and their plan is entering its final stages. Li Tang enters the room, his heart skipping a beat as the scene of power and big money unfolds before him. Bewilderment pierces the realtor when he sees a familiar but completely unexpected face at the table. Recognition gives way to shock, because in front of him is Cheng Qiang himself, Deputy General Director of the Penglong Company. Li Tang tries to hide his shock behind a mask of flattery, instinctively playing by the rules of the big players. But Brother Sui quickly brings the conversation back to business, his gaze promising something grand. A stunning revelation hangs in the air. Sui reveals his ambitious plan to take over the real estate market. An offer you can't refuse sounds like a bolt from the blue for a simple realtor. Li Tan can't understand how Brother Sui, whom he himself recently helped, was able to reach such heights. Meanwhile, a call from the real Li Tang to the Penglong Company spells the beginning of the end for the unsuspecting traders. The mustachioed trader smashes the phone in a rage, his blind anger falling on the only one who remained nearby. But Chairman Chen Yuan blames him for everything, because it was his threats that caused their crushing failure. The old man cannot understand why they were abandoned so easily, because he was confident in his power and influence. Director Wang enters, his icy calm and disdainful gaze foreshadowing a swift and brutal reprisal. The traders babble pathetic excuses, but their attempts to postpone the meeting sound like a plea for mercy. Wang Kai, with a cold smile, informs them that their services are no longer needed, as they have just fired their only trump card. He reveals the truth to them with pleasure. Their company was interesting only because of one person. Chen Yuan tries to salvage the situation, but his pathetic attempts to justify himself are shattered by a steel wall of contempt. The phone call becomes the final blow for him, and he listens in horror to the news of the collapse of his empire. 90% of the employees went to Li Tang, and on the ruins of the old company, a new, invincible legend is born. Director Wang bitterly notes that his warnings about Li Tan's value were ignored. He reveals the final detail. Insulting Mr. Shu was the fatal mistake that ruined everything. The mustachioed trader mumbles apologies in horror, swearing that he will never dare to contradict the leader again. Shue's sudden appearance with a predatory smile becomes for him a harbinger of inevitable and cruel retribution. The icy gaze of a loyal assistant speaks louder than words. He has come to finish the garbage collection that he started. Realization hits the trader. He finally understands that the very guy he humiliated is the all-powerful king. Meanwhile, in his office, the hero calmly decides destinies. His care for the child demonstrates his humanity. The girl he saved, transformed beyond recognition, reverently swears eternal fidelity to him. Even Li is shocked by such devotion, unable to believe how easily she gives her life to him. The new assistant breaks the tense moment with a smile, reminding him that he is now their leader, giving everyone a second chance. The hero offers his new subordinates a choice: safe freedom or dangerous work, testing their resolve. The blonde girl accepts the challenge with delight, her thirst for money and adventure outweighing any fear. Mysterious vessels appear on the table, and the leader reveals the secret. It is a medicine, a gift from his mysterious friend. The price for the new power turns out to be monstrously high, the mortal risk of becoming disabled for the rest of one's days. But both girls drain the bottles without hesitation, their desperate determination leaving no room for doubt. The dark-haired warrior's body shakes with unbearable pain. Her scream is the agony of rebirth. The second girl, on the contrary, experiences a wave of euphoria. Her moan is ecstasy from the acquired power. The assistant playfully closes the boss's eyes, burning with curiosity about what skills they have mastered. Smugyanka is reborn as a deadly assassin, her gaze burning with knowledge of all types of weapons. Now she is the perfect killing machine, capable of crushing hundreds of enemies single-handedly. The blonde girl is transformed into a genius of poisons, her mind now a deadly weapon. She eagerly asks Sister Jo-jun to be her guinea pig for a new skill. The hero, in shock, rips off her mask, realizing that he has just been masterfully fooled. She proudly reveals her new gift, the ability to become anyone, erasing the boundaries of reality. But even her incredible power has a limit, and the hero points it out with a lustful sigh. In a burst of gratitude, she swears eternal loyalty, ready to follow Brother Shu to the ends of the earth. But jealousy flares in the eyes of the faithful assistant. She will not tolerate competition next to the master. Even in the car, he wastes no time, eagerly absorbing knowledge of martial arts for future battles. She sheepishly reminds him of his strength, as he has already proven that he can handle any bully. But the hero, with a mysterious smile, makes it clear that in their dangerous game, extra skills never hurt. The hero's new power amazes him, because he can now master any machine at first sight. A daring thought flashes through his mind. With such abilities, he will soon become a walking scanner. But the idyll is interrupted by the alarming voice of the assistant, who noticed a suspicious car on her tail. The hero calmly orders the car to slow down in order to provoke the pursuers and understand their intentions. A sudden shot through the windshield signals the start of a deadly game of survival. But the assistant does not lose her composure. Her driving skills are not inferior to her combat skills. Rage flashes in her eyes. She won't let these bastards humiliate them and get away with it. The sound of scraping metal and breaking glass fills the air as she boldly charges forward. The pursuer's car crashes into the fence with a screech of brakes, their daring attack coming to an end. Thugs with bats emerge from the mangled car, their smug grins indicating they're not done yet. The hero gets out of the car. His calm is the calm before the real storm. The gang leader swings his bat with a smug grin, unaware of his fatal mistake. But a lightning strike knocks out one of the thugs, destroying their illusion of superiority. The guy looks at them with icy disappointment, because he was hoping for a more civilized conversation. His gaze flashes with an inhuman light, and he promises to let off steam before getting answers. Having grabbed the leader, the young man repeats his question, his quiet voice sounding more terrible than any scream. His devilish grin betrays his enjoyment of power and the fear of his victim. The bandit tries to be insolent, but his broken appearance speaks of a complete and crushing defeat. Another crushing blow interrupts his pathetic attempt at resistance, putting an end to this dispute. A chilling question hangs in the air. A quick death or a painful agony before the inevitable end? Lee looks at the defeated enemy with contempt. His suspicions about the customer were completely confirmed. The entire chain of events flashes through his head, from paid rallies to hired thugs. He throws the canister to the ground, his disappointment in the enemy's stupidity and predictability almost palpable. The final warning sounds like a death sentence, because money for treatment is the price of silence. In the car, the hero playfully teases his assistant, testing her resilience after the stress she has experienced. The girl looks away shyly, her courage cracking under the pressure of his care and attention. The sudden tears take him by surprise. He does not understand what caused her sudden weakness. She tries to hide her true feelings behind a mask of fatigue, but her trembling voice gives her away. A warm feeling begins to grow in her heart, as his concern proves that she is more than just a subordinate to him. He gently invites her to rest, his care and tenderness finally melting the ice in her soul. The beaten hero whines comically, complaining about his hard lot and the injustice of fate. Paula explodes in rage, her cry a mixture of worry, fear, and a desperate attempt to reason with him. He points out her double standards with resentment, since she herself just broke her own rules. But the girl, in a rage, makes it clear that this was not a fight, but an educational lesson for a careless guy. The assistant, with a wise smile, asks Baolu to let him go, since he has already learned his lesson. The girls leave, leaving the hero alone with his thoughts and broken heart. He looks after them tenderly, realizing that even in Bale's anger, she remains incredibly sweet. A sudden call from Mu Sheng breaks him out of his reverie, reminding him of more important and dark matters. On the other end of the line, there's a disturbing report. The investigation into Lin Zuan has yielded shocking results. The terrible truth hits him. Lin Zuan suffers from a rare and fatal blood disease. A secret agent reveals the harsh truth. The official drug is incredibly expensive and inaccessible to most. But Lin Zuan found a way around this by creating an underground network to purchase cheap counterfeit drugs. The hero realizes with horror that the side effects of the counterfeits are the same symptoms he saw in Lin. Her desperate attempt to help turned into a vast web of addiction for thousands of doomed patients. A noble but reckless act attracted the attention of dark forces profiting from human misery. Once again, the sinister name of the Sanlin Company appears at the center of this conspiracy. Their greed knows no bounds. The guy realizes that he has gotten himself into a deadly game, where Lin is just a pawn. A sudden call hits him with a torrent of rage and desperate accusations. On the other end of the line, they are shouting about Xiao Zijin, who, driven to her limit, decided to commit suicide. He responds coldly to his desperate friend, suspecting that this is just another cruel manipulation. A friend's desperate cry breaks the silence. She blames Sue for everything and demands that he come immediately. The hero remains cool, his instincts telling him that this is just a cheap show and a trap. Jealous Paula suddenly appears behind him, her insidious question catching the guy off guard. Their playful banter about his death and her legacy only highlights their strange but strong connection. The girl tests his feelings again, but he coldly dismisses the idea of comforting his ex. Paula's gaze becomes frighteningly serious. She presses on his conscience, leaving him no choice. He reluctantly complies, intuitively sensing that his ex has some kind of cunning plan. The Three Cups Cafe greets him with deceptive calm, becoming the stage for the coming drama. An ex-girlfriend bitterly complains to her friend, revealing her breakup and hinting at a new desperate plan. The friend promises to help with feigned sympathy, but her true motives are just part of a bigger game. Lee looks at his ex with cold contempt, his question a direct blow to her materialistic nature. He denounces their cheap show with a slight grin, because suicides don't sit around in cafes. His friend tries to shame him, but her words about feelings sound false and unconvincing. The hero calmly drinks coffee, reminding her that the true reasons for their breakup are known to both of them. There are devilish sparks dancing in his eyes, and he delights in finishing them off with his poisonous mockery. The girl bursts into a scream in rage, trying to justify her friend's betrayal and evoke his pity. She speaks passionately of suffering in hospitals, but her words find no response in his icy heart. His gaze becomes dark. He does not understand why he should be responsible for other people's mistakes. She desperately tries to appeal to his past, reminding him what a beautiful couple they were. Her final argument is a brazen and cynical attempt to make him pay for her happiness. His ex-girlfriend, feigning remorse, tries to manipulate him by playing on his feelings of guilt, but he dashes her hopes with a cold grin, because he is no longer the naive fool he used to be. The friend bursts into a scream in rage, unable to believe that her cunning plan is failing. She reveals her true intentions with a sly smile. Her demands have grown to indecent proportions. The proposal for a threesome becomes the apogee of her cynicism and complete lack of moral principles. A plan had already matured in her head on how to use him for her own benefit, because he was now an important and rich man. But his gaze becomes icy. He will not allow these bitches to stain his new, clean life. The sudden appearance of Paula, shining and beautiful, comes as a real blow to them. She exposes his lie with an innocent smile, showing everyone that he did not come here alone. The friend is shocked to realize that their cheap show has failed, and Sui has become completely out of reach for her. Anger flares in her friend's eyes, because now she understands that he has a new, cunning fox. Paula reminds her with a venomous grin about the past betrayal, when Shu was abandoned for wealth. Her ex-girlfriend tries to sting her, accusing her of playing with her feelings, but her words sound unconvincing. The friend bursts into a scream in rage, unable to believe that anyone dares to doubt their love. But Paula only contemptuously leads her boyfriend away, showing who is the real mistress of the situation here. Her insolence becomes the last straw, and her friend takes off, ready to tear the impudent woman apart. There is madness in her eyes. She is ready to do anything to get her man back and destroy her rival. Paula easily intercepts the blow, her calm only emphasizing the attacker's helplessness. The sudden intervention of a loyal assistant turns a women's quarrel into a brutal beating. The hero is at a loss. He doesn't understand why his faithful assistant intervened in this women's squabble. The hero quickly carries away his enraged girls, leaving his defeated enemies in complete bewilderment. The assistant, full of righteous anger, promises to severely punish the bitches if they dare to appear again. In the car, the guy can't help but laugh, because this comical scene is worthy of the pen of a humorist. But Paula quickly brings him to his senses. Her jealousy flares up with renewed vigor from his carelessness. A new message catches his attention, and his jealous girlfriend immediately accuses him of another affair. He heads to the apartment complex where Lin Juan lives, sensing that he's in for a tough conversation. The silence and semi-darkness of the apartment greet him, creating an atmosphere of mystery and hidden danger. The sudden appearance of a girl in a revealing outfit takes him by surprise. Her appearance promises temptation and seduction. She asks about his health with a slight smile. Her calmness seems unnatural and frightening. The girl clings to him, her request a desperate attempt to find protection and salvation in his arms. Her embrace takes him by surprise. He does not understand the true motives of this desperate and seductive girl. She tenderly asks him not to think about anything. Her words are an attempt to hide from the cruel reality, but he demands an explanation. Her strange behavior makes him anxious and suspicious. A terrible thought flashes through his head. What if the pills didn't help, but only worsened her condition? The vulgar thought of her dying wish distracts him for a moment, but he immediately pushes it away. He tries to calm her down, but his own voice trembles with uncertainty and fear for her. She admits with fatal calm that she wants to leave behind a special last memory. The girl shifts responsibility for her life onto him, because he is the only man in her arms. He laughs it off sheepishly, trying to diffuse the situation and hide his own confusion. Deep down, he knows he couldn't stand by and just watch her fade away. A sudden call brings terrible news to Lin Zuan. A warrant for her arrest has already been issued. Panic distorts her face as the voice on the other end of the line begs her to run before it's too late. But the hero interrupts her despair. His calm words about what he knows about her illness sound like thunder. He mercilessly rips off all her masks, revealing the secret of the counterfeit drugs, leaving her in shock. There is no doubt in his gaze as he takes control of the situation, ordering her to get ready. With one call, he erases all traces of their presence. His power proves stronger than any laws. His icy calm in the face of the police only emphasizes that he plays by his own rules, which are inaccessible to them. Even in such a tense moment, he finds time for a joke that makes her feel embarrassed and forget about her fear. But he immediately brings her back to harsh reality. His direct question about death leaves her no way to retreat. She bitterly admits that she only has a year left, and even medication is just a slow agony. There is despair in her voice, because the future she sees only as a slow decline in a hospital bed. He teases her with irony, because her desperate act was just an attempt to escape from the cruel truth. But his gaze softens. He believes that her good deeds and saved lives will not go unnoticed. An encounter with Paola, armed with a knife, adds a comical note to the tense atmosphere of their hideout. The hero whispers Lin Zuan's secret to Paola, and her world is turned upside down by the shocking truth. Paola's eyes flash with admiration, because now she sees Lin not as a rival, but as a true heroine. But harsh reality brings them back to Earth, because a real hunt for the sorceress will now begin. Sue's passivity irritates Paola. She doesn't understand how he can calmly eat an apple at such a moment. Paola's sudden move knocks Sue out, and Lin realizes they'll have to lay low. Tears of admiration and compassion sparkle in Paola's eyes. She believes that not all is lost for such a heroine. Lee understands that a long and grueling battle awaits them, and mentally prepares the girls for the worst. He decides to separate them, realizing that Lin Zuan will be safer with Paola. The girls discuss their plan, their voices full of anxiety and uncertainty about the future. The hero, looking at the news, calmly plans their next step. His calm, inspiring hope. The news shows a notice for Lin Zuan, and Paola anxiously asks if he has a plan. But the next day, a crowd gathers at the police station, people with posters demanding the release of the sorceress. Their cries are a mixture of despair and gratitude, because for them, she is the last hope for salvation. Paola shows Lin the news with admiration, because now the whole world knows about her feat in self-sacrifice. Embarrassed and unrecognizable, Lin tries to downplay her achievements, but her modesty only emphasizes her greatness. The girl she saved calls her a goddess with tears in her eyes, because without her, thousands would have been doomed to a painful death. Paola praises her friend with admiration. Her talent for disguise has exceeded all expectations. The girl, with a flirtatious smile, attributes all the credit to her brother Jen Yang, because without him she would not have mastered this art. She confidently declares that Lin Xuan is now completely safe and dreams of a fun evening after the victory. But Li cuts off her fun with a serious expression. His words a cold shower for her naive self-confidence. Paola shakes him in rage, demanding support and confidence, not pessimism and doubt. The hero looks with disgust at the news, where corrupt corporations are already asking for help. Righteous anger flashes in Paola's eyes. She doesn't understand why these scoundrels haven't been punished yet. Sui gently calms his hot-tempered girlfriend, his embrace a promise of swift and just retribution. He reminds her with a mysterious smile about old bills that are time to be paid. His diabolical plan was already in motion. He left his enemies alone, knowing that they would come to him to bow down. Li bitterly recounts how Sanlin not only participated in the fraud, but still portrays itself as a victim. Paola's eyes flash with rage, and she regrets not having dealt with them earlier when she had the chance. The hero playfully reassures her, reminding her that she, fortunately, did not suffer any losses in this battle. But the girl indignantly denies her luck, because she is not some kind of fool who just gets lucky. He looks at her with tenderness, realizing that her kindness is her main strength, inaccessible to any swindlers. Suddenly, their solitude is interrupted by a crowd of reporters, their intrusive questions disturbing the fragile peace. Li coldly retorts that he doesn't know Lin Xuan. His words are an attempt to protect her from hungry vultures, but he immediately realizes his mistake, because his denial only fuels their interest and suspicions. A memory of their only meeting, which marked the beginning of this complicated story, flashes through his mind. A persistent journalist with a video recording in her hands leaves him no choice. She demands an answer, and now he will have to play. Li asks the question with cold calm, his gaze piercing the crowd of reporters, searching for the source of the leak. The journalist confidently reveals the origin of the video, her words a direct challenge and provocation. He takes her phone. His answer sounds like a death sentence. He is not going to play by their rules. The hero leaves, throwing into the crowd a promise to find the culprit and prove his innocence, his words full of determination. But a storm is already raging online. A bloodthirsty crowd is ready to tear him apart without regard for the truth. Meanwhile, the real villains watch the unfolding drama with delight. Their plan worked perfectly. They admire their boss's genius move, as Sui is now the public enemy #1. They thank their savior, not realizing that their gratitude is addressed to the one who started this whole mess, CEO. Sanlin looks at the crowd with disdain, his words about the brutal thugs revealing his cynical nature. The true puppeteer appears on the laptop screen, his devilish grin indicating that this is only the beginning of a great and cruel game. A villainous laughter fills the room as Suya's reputation is destroyed, and he himself has disappeared without a trace. The CEO, with a cold grin, reveals his plan to use the company's name to finish off the enemy. They decide to put pressure on him from the shadows, their goal not just to win, but to make him fail with a deafening crash. The head of the Zhao family proudly praises his daughter, as she was able to turn an entire corporation against Shu. Their alliance seems invincible, and they are now confident that Sui will not be able to escape their cruel punishment. Meanwhile, the elegant woman disdainfully discusses their tactics, realizing that everything was set up from the very beginning. She notes with amazement how cleverly they used naivety and slander to create the perfect show. The sudden appearance of her brother interrupts her thoughts, his furious cry indicating a new, unexpected problem. Sui published the news, and now the whole world is waiting for his public response, which will change everything. The press conference room is tense as everyone wonders what Sui will say and how it will affect the game. Journalists are whispering, surprised that Sui was not arrested after yesterday's scandal. Their conversation turns to the main victim, the girl from the video, and it becomes clear that her family has declined to be interviewed. CEO Sanlin comments on their refusal with disdain, His cynicism knows no bounds. Ms. Zhao is surprised to note his personal involvement in this dirty game against a simple restaurant owner. But he curiously asks what such an influential figure as she sees in this insignificant guy. With a sly smile, she promises to reveal all her cards, but only after they finally get rid of Suya. A hero appears on the scene, his calm and confidence causing only a contemptuous grin from his enemies. The thought of his insignificant origins flashes through their heads. They are sure that he is just an upstart who does not know his place. The persistent journalist asks a direct question. Her goal is to drive him into a corner and force him to justify himself. But he easily seizes the initiative, promising to introduce everyone to the person who will change the course of this game. Captain Xiao appears on the scene, his stern appearance and impeccable reputation leaving no doubt about his honesty. He officially declares that the video is a vile fake, and an investigation has already begun. The enemies are shocked, their faces distorted with rage and fear, because they did not expect such a powerful counterattack. Captain Xiao leaves, his determination and speed of action only underscoring the seriousness of his intentions. Li triumphantly declares his innocence, placing complete trust in the police and their ability to find the truth. But he is not going to stop. His devilish grin promises his enemies a sweet continuation. A new player enters the scene. Mr. Jin Nan from the Drug Analysis Center. His appearance creates confusion among journalists. They do not understand how he is connected to this case. A tense silence hangs in the room. Everyone is wondering what will happen now and how it will change the course of the game. Jin Nan begins his report, and his words of horrific facts promise a new, crushing blow to the enemies. Jin Nan angrily waves the test results, revealing the shocking truth about the deadly pills. His words about the meager content of the active substance sound like a death sentence for the pharmaceutical company. He mercilessly exposes their lies, because instead of the 11 drugs declared, there were only 4 in the granules. The crowd is shocked. Journalists demand to know the name of the killer company, and a tense anticipation hangs in the air. But Li takes the stage, and his words about past charges and 7 deaths make the audience freeze. He speaks bitterly of the false reports that concealed the truth and allowed the killers to escape punishment. The hero points his finger at the main villain, his voice thundering with righteous anger and a thirst for justice. All eyes turn to Mr. Lin, his face contorted in horror under the barrage of accusations. A crowd of reporters, like a pack of hungry wolves, pounces on him, demanding answers and confessions. He tries to escape in panic, his pathetic threats of trial only underscoring his complete and utter defeat. Mrs. Zhao watches the scene with cold satisfaction, her suspicions about the trap confirmed. She didn't expect Sui to take on the matter personally, but now she's confident he'll see it through. An unexpected guest greets him in the parking lot, and her words about the Warm Sun Foundation sound like an admission of defeat. Li asks with a cold smirk if she came to apologize, his voice full of contempt and distrust. But the girl didn't come to confess, but with a warning. The scandal he had caused was too big. She reveals to him the terrible truth. The Sanlin case affects the entire pharmaceutical oversight system. The hero is surprised by her sudden kindness. He did not expect her to come in peace, and not with threats. She advises him to be careful, her words a subtle hint that he has powerful enemies. Her warning not to provoke those he shouldn't sounds like a last-ditch attempt to save him from certain death. He gratefully accepts her advice, but his question about the first strike suggests that he has no intention of backing down. Li takes on the challenge with cold determination, no matter what the battle. He is ready for it. A deadly fire flashes in his eyes as he vows to drive all his enemies into the grave. The next day, a new threat awaits him. This time, the enemies decided to act more directly. A menacing stranger blocks his path, his invitation sounding like an ultimatum that brooks no objection. But Li refuses with a cheeky grin, his fearlessness infuriating the brute. A lightning strike sends the enemy flying to the ground, unable to withstand its speed and strength. A crushing uppercut puts an end to this short and brutal fight, showing who is the boss. His cry contains all the hatred for the arrogant upstarts who think that they can get away with anything. The driver jumps out of the car, his panic indicating that he did not expect such an outcome. But in the shadows of the back seat lurks the true puppeteer, his cold gaze suggesting this is only the beginning. Li looks at his fallen enemy with disdain, his words a reminder of who is in charge here. Ma Songming couldn't understand how this guy knew his name, since he had never told it to anyone. In the car, the assistant asks anxiously about his condition, but he just brushes off her concerns. The hero gives an order to his faithful assistant. He understands that in order to win this battle, he must put all other matters aside. He realizes that Zhang Bao's case is a complex and confusing story, and that it will require considerable effort to resolve. The car races down the highway, their destination a place that will change the course of this game and reveal all the cards. A sudden meeting with the father of the girl from the video becomes an unexpected but important turn for Lee. The man falls to his knees in despair, his pleas for forgiveness a cry from a soul cornered by fear. He bitterly admits his cowardice, because the fear of revenge forced him to remain silent and cover up the criminals. His story of blackmail and threats reveals the full depth of the meanness and cruelty of those behind this dirty business. Lee is relieved to learn that the girl is safe. His suspicions about the course of events have been fully confirmed. The father, with a trembling voice, tells how his daughter, despite the beatings, was able to record a conversation with the criminals. He desperately shows the tape recording. His only hope is Shu, because they don't trust the police. The hero, having received the recording, feels relieved. Now he has a trump card that will not let him sleep peacefully. He understands that Ma Songming will soon find out about the recording, and he needs to act proactively before it's too late. The return of Baola and her friend interrupts his thoughts. Their cheerful appearance brings dissonance into the tense atmosphere. The girls chatter about Sister Zhu's health, unaware of the storm that is about to break. The arrival of his loyal assistant with a report about a safe haven becomes a ray of light in the darkness for Lee. Baola pounces on Jo Jun with childish delight, her curiosity and spontaneity diffusing the situation. She unceremoniously tries to assess her forms, causing Shu to blush and burn with shame for his restless friend. Baola admires her new friend with childish spontaneity. Her curiosity knows no bounds. But the idyll is interrupted by an alarming message, and Lee's face distorts with anger and determination. Special forces burst into the house. Their accusations of possession of prohibited items sound like a bolt from the blue. The hero, with a cold grin, demands to see their ID. He's not going to play by their rules. He boldly blocks their path. His words about an illegal search are a direct challenge to their authority. The squad leader understands that this is no ordinary citizen and orders them to act quickly and harshly. Lee grabs the Special Forces soldier's hand in a rage. His patience snapped and he's ready to fight. A lightning-fast blow knocks the insolent man out. His words about self-defense sound like a mockery. Suddenly, new fighters appear in the room, their threats and weapons only adding fuel to the fire. But instead of attacking Lee, they point their guns at the Special Forces, adding further confusion to the chaos. The sudden appearance of Captain Xiao adds further confusion to the already chaotic situation. He asks with icy calm whether their appearance is connected with the recent attack on Mr. Shu. The Special Forces are shocked. They cannot believe that Chief Xiao foresaw their illegal raid. The hero offers his help with a grin, but Captain Xiao coldly rejects his offer. He leaves, reminding Lee of the limits of the law and that justice must be achieved through honest means. But then an alarm bell rings, and the guy learns that Lin Zuan has fainted. The doctor's terrible verdict sounds like a death sentence. She has only a few months to live, maybe less. Lee asks his trusted ally to provide shelter, as the police won't set foot in a private hospital. He understands that he needs to act quickly, help Lin Zuan, and call off the search for her as soon as possible. The hero entrusts the care of the sick woman to his faithful friend Baola, knowing that she will not let him down. The assistant reports on the corpses found by Jin Han, and this becomes their main trump card against San Lin. Hope flashes in Lee's eyes, because now they have a chance not only to shut down the company, but also to call off the search. His calm in the face of the new challenge only underscores his confidence in the success of their risky plan. The Lin Zuan Protection Society is gaining momentum. Her identity has been revealed, and now people are ready to fight for their goddess. The hero decides to first deal with the assistant's problem, realizing that he cannot do without her help. A meeting with Lin Yurong's friend, Ma Qianxiao, becomes an unexpected but important alliance for them in the fight for justice. Lee watches the spontaneous rally with a sly grin, realizing that it could benefit Lin Zuan. Ma Qianxiao introduces her friend to new allies, and their first meeting promises to be fruitful. She proudly introduces her best friend, revealing her past and emphasizing her worth. New acquaintances look at Lin Yurong with admiration. Her beauty and influence do not leave them indifferent. Ma Qianxiao tries to pressure Lin Yurong, reminding her of her influential position and the need to help the goddess. But the assistant remains adamant. For her, the law and loyalty to the master are more important than any goddesses. The friend bursts into a scream in rage, unable to understand how anyone could refuse to help the one who has saved so many lives. A whirlwind of doubts runs through Lin Yurong's mind. She cannot understand how her once honest friend has fallen to this point. She coldly ends the conversation, realizing that their friendship is over and she cannot help her. The new allies are at a loss. Without Mr. Shu's support, their chances of victory are zero. In the car, the assistant bitterly talks about the meeting. Her refusal to help her old friend was not easy for her. Ma Qianxiao rushes to the car in despair. Her pleas for help, her last hope for salvation. She asks for help with a broken voice, hoping that Shu's heroic image on the internet is not just marketing. But Li coldly cuts her off, accusing her of selfishness and unwillingness to think about the consequences for himself. Ma Qianxiao is furious and shouts that Li is selfish because the goddess has done much more for people than he has. The new ally tries to smooth things over, explaining her behavior as impulsiveness and a lack of malicious intentions. He reveals their plan with a sly grin: to hold support events. But to do this, they need financial assistance. The guy gently rebukes Ma Qianxiao, forcing her to apologize and admit her intemperance. The assistant comments on her apology sarcastically, but Ma Qianxiao doesn't seem to understand her subtle irony. The ally, feigning concern, continues to play on pity, telling about Xiao Qiao's experiences and financial difficulties. Li hands his assistant a wad of cash with cold calm, his gesture a test of her loyalty. She looks at them defiantly. Her words about obeying the boss are a direct warning and a show of force. The allies are shocked. They cannot believe that she is ready to obey so blindly and betray their common cause. The assistant leaves, leaving them completely bewildered. Her actions are the beginning of a new, even more complicated game. Ma Qianxiao is happy about the money, but her joy is overshadowed by disappointment in Shu. Hatred flashes in her eyes. She can't believe that her idol turned out to be so cold-blooded. The guy with a wad of money in his hands feels like a winner, but his joy is clouded by a shadow of doubt. He bitterly admits that he underestimated Shu, and his plan was not so flawless. Ma Qianxiao furiously calls Shu a moral monster, praising his new ally. The purple-haired girl confidently hands over all her money and her destiny to him. He can hardly contain his emotions. Their trust becomes a heavy but welcome burden for him. Now, all responsibility lies with him, and he is ready to act to justify their hopes. In the car, the assistant is still seething with rage. She cannot understand how her childhood friend could do such a thing. Her anger is so strong that she is ready to tear Ma Qianxiao apart for her betrayal and stupidity. Li teases his assistant with a slight grin, comparing her temper to Baola's character. He hands her the mysterious vessel, his gesture an offer she can't refuse. The girl is shocked when she recognizes the drug, but the hero explains that its effect will be completely different. He says with a serious expression that he thought for a long time before giving it to her, emphasizing the importance of his decision. A warm feeling begins to grow in her heart, because his care proves that she is more than just a subordinate to him. Sui reveals the secret of the drug. It will improve her communication and analytical skills, making her indispensable. Without further ado, she drains the bottle, her blind faith and devotion striking him to the depths of his soul. He looks at her with surprise and admiration, realizing that this girl is ready to do anything for him. The thought flashes through his mind of how long he had been searching for a way to help his talentless newcomers. But he couldn't even imagine that a fake fan would trigger a system update and give him such a chance. The system update opens up new, dizzying possibilities for Li, and Baola pales in comparison. He has already distributed new skills: language acquisition for Jojun and nutrition for Baola, but there are no candidates for the rest yet. The thought of having to give up his remaining skills to him terrifies Shu, and he hates taking medication. A diabolical plan is brewing in his head: to hand over several companies to him so that he becomes more responsible. The assistant comes too, her eyes glowing with a new, incredible power that fills her. She feels great. Her transformation is the birth of a new, perfect, and confident woman. The girl enthusiastically offers to take another drug to become his personal bodyguard, but he coldly cuts her off, reminding her of her true purpose and that he has other people to protect him. Her confused question about what would happen if he was in danger betrays her budding feelings. She panics, realizing that she has crossed the line, and her question sounds like an obsessive pestering. Lee gently reassures his assistant, his words about her always being there sounding like a promise of protection. With a flirtatious smile, she offers him to buy the empty buildings next to his house. Her hint is obvious. He agrees easily, his words about them becoming even closer, making her heart beat faster. A trusted ally reports a new development. A medical expert has confirmed the authenticity of all the evidence against Sanlin. The hero calmly gives orders to monitor higher-level organizations. He is prepared for any developments. The counterfeit drug scandal is gaining momentum, and the person responsible, Ling Qian, has already been arrested. Lee notes with surprise how quickly Sanlin's company collapsed. Their fall was swift and inglorious, but his loyal assistant reminds him that despite Lin Qian's arrest, the case is still being hushed up. Fear grips him, because the silence of the media suggests that very influential people are behind this case. But Lee, with a mysterious smile, makes it clear that he has foreseen everything, and the authorities will not be able to ignore their actions. A loyal assistant reports with concern that the authorities have expressed serious criticism, and the situation is getting out of control. He realizes that Ma Songming underestimated them, thinking that he could shut up all the dissatisfied people. But Lee bitterly admits that he had no choice. He had to reveal the truth, no matter the cost. Now there is no turning back. He goes for broke, ready for any outcome of this deadly game. He is interested in only one thing. What means the deputy of one of the supervisory agencies will use against him? He has already conducted an investigation and knows that Ma Songming's connections reach all the way to the top. But this does not frighten him. Suddenly he is met by the police, and the arrest warrant comes as a complete surprise to him. He looks at the handcuffs with irony, because he had driven the enemy into a corner, and in response received only a pitiful warrant. There is tension in the police station. His enemies think they have won, but this is only the beginning of the end. He calmly enters the cell, knowing that in 4 hours a new, decisive round of this battle will begin. Lee bitterly realizes that he was simply locked up without any charges, like some kind of animal. Suddenly, a familiar face, his old enemy, appears in the cell, and tension hangs in the air. Prisoners gather around them, their looks full of menace, ready to treat their new cellmate. The enemy looks at him with disdain, surprised that such a tough guy ended up in such a pathetic situation. His devilish grin promises Lee a memorable reception, and he's not about to miss the chance for revenge. A rough push in the back forces the hero to enter the cell, but his gaze remains cold and unperturbed. He notes with disappointment that Ma Songming turned out to be too predictable and incapable of sophisticated torture. The enemy tries to provoke him, accusing him of wanting to destroy the Lin family. But his words fall on deaf ears. Lee looks at his handcuffs with disdain, his calm and self-confidence infuriating his opponent. His enemy bursts out laughing, unable to believe that even in such a situation, Lee manages to act insolently. The enemy, with a smug grin, reminds Lee that he is trapped and no one will come to his aid. He gives orders to his men with relish, promising Lee a painful death as entertainment. The hero notes with disappointment that the head of Sanlin turned out to be as stupid as his subordinates. In one movement, he breaks the handcuffs. His eyes flash with an inhuman light, and he is ready to fight. The enemy looks at him in shock, still trying to humiliate him, but his words sound pathetic and unconvincing. He confidently declares that in 10 minutes Lee will regret his insolence, unaware of his mistake. A sudden blow knocks one of the prisoners out, his body slamming into the bars with a deafening crash. Lee looks at his fallen enemy with disdain, his question sounding like a mockery. A cold fire burns in his eyes. He turns to his main enemy, and his gaze promises a cruel reprisal. Meanwhile, outside the prison walls, their allies sense something is wrong. but the main boss is confident that everything is under control. The head of the allies reminds him with a serious expression that Mr. Shu is not so easy to deal with, but he worries that his enemies might resort to extreme measures, and then the situation would get out of control. He wonders whether he needs to notify Xiao Chengjiang, but his hesitation reflects his fear of the unknown. The leader is confident that Xiao already knows, but he is worried that the enemies might strike at the weakest points. His faithful assistant reassures him, reminding him that Mr. Sui had foreseen everything and had prepared a cunning plan. He says with concern that they need to be wary of those who might disrupt their plans and hinder the master. The girl asks in bewilderment if they are really just going to sit and wait, doing nothing, but he declares with unwavering faith that he believes in the master and his ability to cope with any situation. Meanwhile, panic is raging in the enemy camp. They are shocked by the news of the restaurant owner's arrest. The girl screams in rage, not understanding how this could have happened and why the authorities did not intervene. The girl is furious and calls for action. She can't sit idly by when Sui has done so much for them. The crowd takes up her call, their voices merging in a single impulse: to protect Mr. Shu at any cost. Meanwhile, Lin Xuan's allies take to the streets, their cries of "Goddess is innocent" echoing throughout the city. The hero watches their protest with a grin, admiring their youthful maximalism and the sparkle in their eyes. But there is also a note of anxiety in his voice. He hopes that reality will not shatter their naive hopes. A loyal assistant suggests dispersing the crowd, but Li stops him, realizing that this would only play into their hands. He decides to use public opinion for his own purposes before it turns against them. The assistant readily accepts the order. He will find people to keep an eye on the protesters. Li looks forward to his return with a devilish grin, as his boss has already put him on the line with the overseer. But before starting a new battle, he decides to take a good rest, because a decisive battle awaits him. A few days later, tension hangs in the courtroom as the fate of not only Lin Xuan, but the entire system is being decided. Warden Sun Zhangfa introduces himself with feigned politeness, his smile a mask of a predator. But his false politeness doesn't fool Li. He's ready for a fight, and isn't going to play by someone else's rules. Sun looks at Captain Xiao reproachfully, reminding him of breaking the rules and interfering in Madame Lin's matter. A thought flashes through Li's mind. These two are clearly on the same team, and their goal is not justice but reprisal. The warden returns to the matter at hand, his words about Miss Lin's situation sounding like a threat and a warning. He says with disdain that public opinion is not enough to justify her crimes. But Li, with a sly grin, makes it clear that he has a trump card and is ready to negotiate. He reveals shocking details. The profit from selling the drugs was meager, which proves her selflessness. His offer to reduce the charges and mitigate the sentence is a bold move that leaves the warden stumped. The warden coldly declares that the entrepreneurs should not worry about the sentence, his words full of cynicism. There is not a drop of sympathy in his eyes. He is sure that the law must apply, even if the people forget about kindness. But the thought of a 1,600 yuan bribe makes him shudder, and he realizes that this boy's hand is too big. He asks suspiciously about his relationship with Ms. Lin, but Li easily laughs it off. The warden respectfully accepts his proposal, realizing that the matter will benefit the people and they have no reason to refuse. A handshake seals their deal, and now they will begin their retribution against Ma Songming and the Sanlin Company together. Ma Songming, crushed and humiliated, sits in the dark, his career and reputation destroyed. He escaped death, but his enemies, thirsty for revenge, will find him wherever he hides. The Sanlin Company fell, its dirty dealings leading to the death penalty for the chairman and his father. The remaining culprits received life sentences, their miserable existence in prison the price of their greed. Li looks at the defeated city with satisfaction, because they uprooted the Sanlin Company. Lin Xuan, acquitted and free, stands before the court, her name cleared, and her future full of new opportunities. The warrant for her arrest is lifted, and she appears in public for the first time in a long time, ready for a new life. In the car, Baola chatters with delight about how everything has worked out, her optimism infecting everyone around her. But Li gently chides her, reminding her that Lin Xuan has been through a lot of stress and needs rest. A sudden call interrupts their conversation. On the other end of the line is Ma Qianqiao, Lin Yurong's friend. She eagerly asks if they can meet Lin Zuan, their voices full of hope. The guy readily agrees. Their meeting is a chance to establish new, important alliances. The girls run to their leader with delight. The news of meeting the goddess inspires them. He lets them go, realizing that he needs to return to the hotel and prepare for the next stage of their game. Lin Yurong conveys the information with a smile. Their plan is entering a decisive stage, and everything is going smoothly. The guy is looking forward to the meeting. His joy and anticipation indicate that he is ready for a new stage. Half an hour later, girls appear in the parking lot, their eyes full of admiration and awe for Mrs. Lin. Lin Zuan greets them gratefully, her voice trembling with emotion and unexpected support. Their handshake is a symbol of unity and a common goal. They are ready to fight for justice to the end, but she reminds them with a wise smile of the importance of the law. Her words a call to reason and caution. The girl anxiously reminds them about their sister's health. Their time is limited and they need to act quickly. Ma Qianqiao enthusiastically introduces her to the organizer of their event, her words full of admiration and respect. Meanwhile, in the car, Baola is enthusiastically proposing to her boyfriend. She is sure that they are the perfect couple, but the idyll is interrupted by an alarming call. Li reports that journalists are approaching, and they need to leave immediately. The young man realizes what a dangerous and unpleasant trap he has fallen into. The girl begins to suspect that their relationship is being skillfully manipulated. Anger flares up in her soul at the thought of a treacherous financial deception. The hero remains cool, not even realizing the brewing storm. She desperately tries to reach out to her friend, warning her against blind trust. The seeds of doubt that were sown make Sister Zuqian look at everything from a different angle. Suddenly, the cute character sings praises to his idol, radiating pure adoration. The story of the guy's devotion turns their love story into a true legend. A heated debate erupts among fans about which hero is better. The third hero proclaims their ideal union, where each plays an irreplaceable role. The exhausted hero feels like just a pawn in someone else's insidious game. A tense silence hung in the air as the boy stood before the three girls. A desperate call becomes his only hope of salvation from yet another predicament. A new family responsibility falls on the young man, threatening to ruin all his plans. Teasing a friend only increases his reluctance to fulfill the ridiculous request. His mother starts a conversation about his personal life, gently pushing him to meet his sister. The young man cannot hide his indignation at his mother's unceremonious attempts to arrange his fate. Arrival at the airport turns into chaos, hinting at a meeting with a real celebrity. In the crowd of fans, they are surprised to recognize someone they least expected to see in the spotlight. Behind the striking appearance and star status lies an ordinary guy, which evokes mixed feelings. Yu Bao's live appearance creates a sensation. His charisma literally blinds the crowd. Trying to escape the fan frenzy, Zhen Yang takes his companion away from the epicenter of the chaos. The long-awaited reunion between Sister Min and Aunt Lin is filled with incredible warmth and tenderness. The boys greet their sister, whom they haven't seen for so many years, with genuine delight. The girl notes with slight mockery how much Zhen Yang has changed and become more handsome during their separation. Finding themselves in the spotlight, the embarrassed trio decides to escape from the annoying fans as quickly as possible. The star's manager tries to control the unruly crowd by calling for order. Watching the commotion, the heroine secretly hopes that this popularity will not turn into disaster. A chance encounter in a crowd instantly escalates into a furious and unexpected conflict. The young man's anger reaches its limit, and he demands an immediate apology from the offender. The woman is overcome with a chilling horror at the thought of the fans' madness and its consequences. The conflict escalates to a boil as the boy and girl exchange heated exchanges of words. The unexpected intervention of a celebrity brings a whole new twist to the brawl. One of the heroines suddenly decides to leave, leaving behind a trail of unspoken words and intrigue. A shocking call brings news of a betrayal to Qiao Qiao that will cause her entire world to collapse. The girl desperately clings to hope, refusing to believe in the treacherous act of a loved one. The cold voice of the operator, informing her of a non-existent number, becomes a death sentence for her. The realization that they have been blocked and abandoned plunges the friends into a state of complete despair. A tough conversation reveals the bitter truth about blind trust and lost money. An unexpected revelation about the boss's generosity forces one to look at the situation from a completely different angle. Tension mounts in the car as Zhu Qian is unfairly accused. The guy can hardly contain his irritation, because all this time he was secretly protecting her. Even obvious facts cannot extinguish the flame of poisonous suspicions in the heroine's soul. The girl leaves her friends alone with a choice that could change absolutely everything. The realization of the bitter injustice done to Suyu hits her with all its force. Tormented by guilt, she decides to take a desperate step and sincerely asks for forgiveness. The revealed secret of Zhu Qian's illness hangs in the air, but is immediately dissolved in words of forgiveness. Concern for a friend's health unites the girls, forcing them to forget past grievances. A slight smile hides a desperate desire to escape from cruel reality. She makes a promise to herself to plunge into madness, because silence would be an unforgivable weakness. An evening wine tasting promises to be the start of something special and unforgettable. Baola's sly smile betrays her secret intentions while Zhu Xian sleeps peacefully. Left alone, the boy and girl find themselves in the grip of an awkward but exciting moment. Having succumbed to the influence of alcohol, the heroine gathers the courage to take the first and decisive step. In the shadow of the doorway, their silhouettes merge in a passionate and long-awaited kiss. After a stormy night, a young man carefully covers a sleeping girl. But there is no tenderness in his gesture. The satisfied grin on the guy's face suggests that his cunning plan has finally worked. He looks down on her, enjoying his small victory and her naive defenselessness. The hero leaves with regret, because the presence of his girlfriend did not allow him to stay until the morning. Lying alone, he consoles himself with the hope that Baola will still dare to come to his room. In the fog of passion, she whispers about an old promise, drawing him into a new abyss of temptation. Cold water can't wash away the shock of the hero realizing that he spent the night with Zhu Qian. In the reflection of the mirror, he sees a confused young man desperately trying to convince himself that this is all a dream. A new, seductive figure appears in his mind, blurring the already thin line with reality. The guy's mind explodes with anticipation of a new battle in which he risks losing himself completely. An unexpected witness stands frozen in silent condemnation as he watches the humiliating scene. The celebrity's commanding voice cuts through the tense silence, demanding an immediate end to the violence. Full of contempt, the young man makes it clear that the words of the arrogant upstart are empty words for him. Confident in his superiority, Yu Bao resorts to open threats, not tolerating disobedience. The hero's rage erupts into a crushing blow that lands on the face of the smug star. The fans' rage flares up with renewed vigor, and they rush to the defense of their humiliated idol. In a panic, Zhang Yu tries to shield his loved ones from the angry and unruly crowd. The hero is instantly consumed by a wave of hatred, because for the fans, he has become public enemy number one. The defeated star is putting on a whole show, threatening a loud scandal and a lawsuit. Auntie looks at Zhen Yang with concern, his frightening appearance making her heart clench with fear. The arrogant artist can't believe that someone dared not recognize his media face. The young man sends the message with icy calm, devaluing all his glory with one gesture. Comparing their idol to yet another artist sends fans into an indescribable and blind rage. Surrounded by adoration, Yu Bao revels in his power, anticipating a brutal reprisal against the offender. The conflict reaches a boiling point when the celebrity promises to destroy him, leaving no trace. The sudden appearance of the star's lawyer dramatically changes the balance of power, foreshadowing serious trouble. The cold threat of legal action hangs in the air, and the price for insolence could be prohibitive. Suddenly, a squad of enraged women enters the fray, sweeping away everything in their path to protect the heroes. The verbal altercation instantly escalates into a real battle of generations, with each side ready to do anything. It becomes clear that the chaos was only part of a cunning plan for which there will now be a price to pay. The friend tries to understand with admiration how the hero managed to organize the entire performance so quickly. The guy's sly smile reveals his secret. A simple online ad worked wonders. While the heroes try to figure out what happened, they are sent to a safe place for a serious conversation. Anxiety begins to arise in the sister's soul, because Zhen Yang's fame could turn into a great disaster for them in the future. The friend scornfully devalues the hero's glory, hinting at the existence of someone much more powerful. A cunning plan is born in the friend's head on how to teach the presumptuous turkey a lesson. The hero is only irritated by his friend's idea, and he decides to cool his ardor. The hero demonstrates complete superiority, because all he needs to win is one wave of his hand. The young man's devilish grin promises his friend the mysterious gift of unprecedented power. The guy catches the mysterious bottles in amazement, not believing his eyes. The hero hints that this elixir is the key to an incredibly important and responsible position. The guy is stunned by this proposal, doubting his own strength and abilities. Despite skepticism, the young man decides to take a desperate step, because he simply has no choice. He drains the bottle to the bottom, deep down hoping for the promised miracle. The unexpected effect of the elixir instantly sends him into a deep and sleepless sleep. The hero realizes with slight irritation that his friend has passed out from a completely harmless elixir. A moment later, the guy suddenly comes to his senses, and his crazy look promises something unimaginable. In a panic, the young man tries to understand what kind of devilish potion he gave his friend instead of his usual medicine. Despite his strange condition, the young man looks ridiculously peaceful and happy. A sudden surge of energy turns him into a self-confident leader, ready to move mountains. The elixir opens the doors to another reality for him, where he feels like an enlightened deity. The guy's mind is exploding with a stream of brilliant ideas, and he can barely contain the delight that is bursting out. The hero tries to calm his enraged friend with a smile, promising to explain everything to him. He secretly hides the second bottle, because his insidious plan is far from complete. Having finally calmed down, the guy prepares to listen about the companies he will be managing. Arriving at Jung Yu's old house becomes the starting point for their new, crazy reality. The casual offer to buy the apartment only emphasizes how much the hero has changed. His words hit where it hurts most, because in this kennel, it is not only his friend who is suffering, but also his mother. The guy freezes in silent shock, unable to digest the flood of revelations that have fallen upon him. A kaleidoscope of skyscrapers flashes through his friend's head, realizing the scale of his suddenly acquired power. The thought of having to manage these business sharks fills him with real horror. In a desperate attempt to return to reality, he begs old Shu to hit him with all his might. A light, ironic pinch on the cheek becomes the anchor that brings him back to earth. Lifting heavy suitcases, they realize that their sister has come for a long time and is very serious about her visit. The voice from behind the door takes them by surprise, and that simple, "I'm back," sounds like the beginning of a new chapter. The sisters' panic descends on the boys, because a letter from a lawyer threatens them with complete disaster. The hero takes control of the situation, and a fateful piece of paper ends up in his hands. The cold lines of the letter reveal all the baseness of the actor, who brazenly distorted the truth. The humiliating demand to kneel becomes the last straw for a friend. He is bursting with rage, because the blatant injustice of what is happening simply cannot be grasped. All eyes are on Yang, as he is their only hope for salvation. On the other end of the line, the venomous voice of a celebrity revels in his impunity. The young man's icy calm in response to the threats suggests that this game is just beginning. The arrogant artist makes it clear that a simple apology will not be enough to satisfy his thirst for revenge. His words turn into an ominous promise, promising the hero unimaginable and cruel torment. With icy calm, the hero throws down the gauntlet, challenging the enemy to deliver his best blow. The predatory gleam in the young man's eyes promises that his counterattack will be devastating and merciless. Confident of his victory, the artist accepts the challenge with a grin, unaware of the trap. The manager tries to get through to the star, pointing out his fatal mistake and the impending consequences. Blinded by egoism, he rejects common sense, because for him, humiliating the enemy is more important than his reputation. The woman leaves him alone with his arrogance, issuing a final, chilling warning. She knows for sure that the slightest miscalculation will be the beginning of a shameful and inglorious end for him. Suddenly, the artist realizes that in this media war, he risks losing everything due to his own stupidity. The appearance of a mysterious masked stranger brings a new, unpredictable intrigue to the story. Her fierce gaze and aggressive behavior speak of blind devotion, ready for any sacrifice. The hero remains unwavering even when faced with a furious but completely useless attack. A wave of blind, fanatical rage sweeps through the space, ready to destroy anyone in its path. The truth about the star's mediocrity spreads at the speed of light, causing only anger and disappointment among people. The injustice done to Mr. Shu kindles the flames of righteous anger in the hearts of his supporters. The artist's world is crumbling before his eyes, as the compromising video continues its triumphant march across the internet. With chilling calm, the manager reminds the panicking star that this fall is his own fault. Desperate orders to remove the video are drowned in silence, and his former power turns into a pitiful puff. The woman delivers a crushing blow, confirming that the company has officially turned its back on him. She scornfully makes it clear that his career has been hanging by a thread for a long time, and he should be grateful for the leniency. The star's arrogant confidence is shattered by harsh reality when he realizes that money can no longer save him. The manager, with icy contempt, opens his eyes to the powerful patrons of his enemy. Blinded by pride, the artist refuses to believe that the pathetic restaurant owner could pose a threat. His pathetic attempt to assert himself through money is shattered by a wall of cold indifference. The news of the hero's charity deals a crushing blow to his inflated ego, leaving him in shock. She passes judgment on him because, compared to real giants, he is just a pitiful offspring. Her words become a foreshadowing of the inevitable end, because by crossing the hero's path, he signed his own death warrant. The icy realization of complete and utter collapse washes over him, plunging him into the abyss of despair. Thoughts of Baola's vulnerability after their night leave the hero tormented by feelings of guilt and anxiety. The young man's mourning innocence and apparent concern conceal a storm of conflicting emotions. Zuxian's disdainful gaze takes him by surprise, as he doesn't understand the reason for her cold condemnation. The system's mysterious function opens up new, unexplored horizons of possibilities for the hero. A sudden guess about the saving potion for Sister Zuxian ignites a flame of determination in his heart. The goal has been found, and now nothing will stop him on the path to finding the coveted cure. With unshakable confidence, he stretches out his hand towards his goal, not even suspecting the upcoming disappointment. A crushing blow of reality falls upon him, because a miracle requires a whole 100 points, which he does not have. The bitter disappointment of not having enough points sends him into a pit of despondency and despair. The system's hint about interacting with people makes him pay attention to the disgruntled Zuxian. An irritated Baola immerses herself in food while the hero tries to find an excuse to escape the brewing storm. His tired sigh is drowned out by the usual chaos, because, according to Zuxian, this kind of behavior is common for Baola. A simple glass of water works a real miracle, and Baola's face lights up with a sincere and disarming smile. There is more than simple politeness behind his desperate desire to see her off. Her flirtatious smile becomes a mask behind which hides a cunning and dangerous game. Anxiety about the future makes the hero forget about himself, because the impending threat requires immediate action. In the silence of the car, he makes a decision that will change the course of their destinies forever. Baola's unexpected question about Zuxian's feelings becomes a spark that is ready to ignite the flames of jealousy. His world is turned upside down by the thought that Zuxian could have found out his deepest secret. The girl's penetrating gaze reveals his secret feelings, which he was afraid to admit to himself. Every word she says is a blow, because his sister's revelations make his position even more precarious. The realization that he could have been Zuxian's first hits him with unbearable weight. Her confession of long reflection hints at the emergence of a plan that could destroy everything. Behind Zuxian's sweet smile lies a cunning plan, as she skillfully pulls the strings of other people's destinies. The direct accusation of self-interest takes Baola by surprise, causing her to question the purity of her own motives. The terrible truth about her sister's illness falls upon the girl, and the hero's anger becomes understandable and justified. Heartbroken, Baola decides to make a desperate sacrifice for the sake of her friend's last happy moments. He skillfully avoids answering, but her persistent questions about Zuxian make him think about his true feelings. Baola's misunderstanding turns into furious indignation, because in his place, she would not hesitate for a second. The hero abruptly ends a difficult conversation, finding salvation in an upcoming meeting that promises new problems. Their bickering on the road only increases the tension, as behind the mask of jokes lie unspoken grievances and pain. A frivolous trip gives way to a serious business meeting, where the stakes turn out to be unexpectedly high. In the documents, he finds confirmation of his worst fears, because the enemy is still at large and ready to strike. The truth about the Bowley family's power opens a new, unexpected chapter in this tangled story. A tragic secret from the past, shrouded in flame and death, sheds light on her orphaned fate. The burden of the revealed truth falls on the hero's shoulders, as the accidental death turns out to be part of a cruel conspiracy. The new evidence in his hands promises even more shocking discoveries, bringing him closer to solving the mystery. The arrival of relatives from the past turns Baula into a vulnerable target, and a mortal threat looms over her. The hero's icy order to strengthen security suggests that he is willing to do anything for her safety. An encounter with a mysterious stranger becomes their next step towards establishing justice. A sudden chase disrupts their plans, and the road turns into a death trap. The tension in the car is growing with every second, because the pursuers are not going to retreat. Instead of fleeing, the hero chooses to attack, and a cunning and daring plan matures in his head. The gas station becomes an impromptu arena for the upcoming inevitable battle. His short order to stay in the car is filled with anxiety and a desire to protect her at any cost. The opponent's self-confidence is off the charts, as they have no idea what kind of force they are about to face. The look from the ambush speaks of complete readiness for battle, because his loyal people will not leave the enemy a single chance. The girl's flirtatious smile conceals a deadly threat, and she eagerly awaits the start of the performance. The hero's silent and stern gaze becomes his only answer to the enemy's senseless question. Her hysterical scream only emphasizes the futility of their attempts to intimidate someone who knows no fear. The icy contempt in the young man's gaze suggests that he sees them as nothing more than pathetic pawns in someone else's game. The fan's blind rage falls upon the hero, because in her distorted world, he is the one to blame for all the troubles. He recalls his first meeting with irony, realizing that he is dealing with another victim of brainwashing. Cold steel flashes in her mad eyes, and she promises him a painful death for offending her idol. He easily dodges her attack, because blind rage is a poor advisor in a real battle. His question about revenge only fuels the flames of hatred in her, and she furiously confirms his guess. Seeing a mortal threat, the faithful assistant rushes to help her master without hesitation. The brute blocks her path, and his gaze reveals an undisguised threat and animalistic interest. His vulgar grin and dirty innuendos turn her desperate attempt at salvation into a real nightmare. Obsessed with revenge, the girl again rushes into the attack, ready to do anything to protect her idol. His icy calm gives way to anger as even his boundless patience comes to an end. With one precise movement, he disarms her, proving that her pathetic attempts do not frighten him. A sharp and painful grab puts an end to this crazy fight, and her scream is drowned out by the noise of the gas station. Realizing his friend's mistake, the brute rushes into battle, but his brute force proves completely useless. The hero's loyal men quickly neutralize the enemy, and he realizes in horror that he has messed with the wrong people. In the shadow of powerful figures, defeated enemies realize the full depth of their delusion and insignificance. The hero's cold decision to hand them over to the police puts an end to this senseless fight. The spoiled mood falls like a heavy burden on his shoulders, and he seeks salvation in long-awaited solitude. An innocent question from his assistant becomes a bitter reminder for him of a meeting on which everything depends. A sudden insight breaks him out of his stupor, because he almost forgot about the most important task. Fear for his friend, left alone with the sharks of business, makes his heart clench with anxiety. Sinister smiles and predatory glances turn a business meeting into real torture for a defenseless guy. Surrounded by the shadows of powerful figures, he mentally says goodbye to life, not daring to hope for salvation. On his deathbed, the head of the Cheng family conveys his last, most important will to his faithful assistant. The devoted lawyer takes full responsibility for his master's fate with a heavy heart. His weakening voice is filled with an unwavering determination to restore justice and return the inheritance to its rightful owner. A premonition of impending danger hangs in the air, as this case promises to be full of pain and betrayal. The old man's last breath was filled with painful remorse and a desperate plea for forgiveness that he would never hear. A few days later, a hurricane of chaos and outright hostility bursts into the quiet life of the restaurant. The brazen invader, with fury in her eyes, declares herself the new mistress, bringing with her destruction and fear. Her appearance, accompanied by a thug and a child, marks the beginning of a brutal and merciless war. The visitors watch the latest scandal with irritation, but a spark of anticipation lights up in the eyes of one of them. Behind the mask of extortion lies a well-oiled scheme, in which even a small child plays a sinister role. Beola's appearance becomes an unpleasant surprise for the uninvited guest, disrupting her insidious plans. Poisonous reproaches of forgetfulness and ingratitude fall upon the girl, trying to break her will. The revelation of family ties turns an ordinary quarrel into a real family drama, full of lies and hypocrisy. The papers in her hands become a formidable weapon, because they prove that behind the money, there is a dirty game. Her frantic cry for repayment echoes throughout the restaurant, filling the air with tension and fear. The promissory note becomes irrefutable evidence, and Beola finds herself in a hopeless situation. The gloating grin on the woman's face suggests that she is enjoying every second of her triumph. A brutal ultimatum to hand over the restaurant forces Beola to make an impossible choice that will determine her future. The threat of a lawsuit and the thug's contemptuous gaze deprive her of her last hope for justice. The unexpected appearance of a hero introduces a new, unpredictable element into this dirty game, changing the balance of power. His defensive gesture speaks louder than any words, instantly positioning him as the main obstacle in their path. The brute's gaze is full of rage because the intervention of an outsider ruins their perfectly thought-out and cruel plan. His gentle touch conceals the steel grip of the true owner, whose word is an indisputable law. The devilish grin on his face turns a business deal into a marriage proposal, putting his opponents in checkmate. The last trump card trembles in her hands, but the threat of the police sounds pathetic and unconvincing in the face of his calm. He shields her from poisonous accusations because her confusion is precisely what these ruthless manipulators play on. His quiet whisper promises her safety, and she follows him without complaint, trusting her fate in his strong hands. With a light and careless gesture, he devalues her main trump card, turning the promissory note into a meaningless piece of paper. There's a cold, calculating glint in his eyes as he speaks a language his millions of followers will never understand. The golden glint in their eyes betrays their greedy nature, and they instantly fall into the trap set by his cunning mind. His words mercilessly expose the absurdity of their demands, making them appear pathetic and stupid. Her rage is beyond all bounds, because it is no longer about money, but about the thirst for power and humiliation. His assistant's icy grip becomes a final warning as their patience has run out. The thug's panicked cry betrays his fear as he realizes they have crossed the line and gone too far. The hero's cold calculation drives them into a corner, because the offer of money reveals their true, greedy intentions. Their pitiful cries about family matters are drowned out in silence, because their fate is now in the hands of strangers. Merciless. His predatory smile is an invitation to hell, where the conversation will proceed according to his rules, and only his rules. Their smug grins are a feast in times of plague, little suspecting that the counterfeit they hold is the key to their own destruction. One call puts everything into place, and he ends up with information that could wipe them all out. The shocking truth about the repaid debt and the returned receipt reveals the rotten nature of their plan. The information he received only confirms his fears, because the Cheng family's methods leave no room for fair play. His icy calm is disarming, and he demands the main trump card on which the outcome of this battle depends. Animal fear flashes in her eyes, because the loss of this piece of paper is tantamount to complete and utter defeat. With a flick of his lighter, he mocks her pathetic attempts, demonstrating his complete and total superiority. With a sharp and precise movement, he snatches the fake from her hands, and the woman falls to her knees in horror, powerless. He towers over her like a judge, because now in his hands is not just a piece of paper, but the key to her shameful fall. Beola's angry look, confirming the long-ago repayment of the debt, becomes the final nail in the coffin of the deceivers. His devilish offer of double payment is not generosity but a sophisticated torture that makes the blood run cold. The cold threat of physical violence makes them realize that they are dealing with someone for whom human life is a bargaining chip. A chilling promise directed at a defenseless child finally breaks their will, plunging them into the abyss of animal horror. A silent warning sounds louder than any scream, because behind it lies a chilling threat. He smiles at Beola's straightforwardness, but his words are laced with a hint of mockery at her naivety. Their playful spat gives rise to a caustic remark about stupidity which hurts the girl deeply. The sudden appearance of an enraged man breaks their uneasy truce, foreshadowing a new, brutal battle. By standing up for an offended girl, the hero unwittingly gets involved in someone else's conflict, risking trouble for himself. Desperate pleas for forgiveness are broken against the wall of his anger, because he is not going to forgive her so easily. Her tears and promises not to repeat her mistakes are drowned out by his furious desire to punish her for what she did. His insane cry for revenge suggests that he is ready to do anything to satisfy his thirst for revenge. At the last moment, the hero stops his hand, because the spilled blood will remain on his shoulders as an indelible stain. His intervention only evokes contempt and anger, because in the eyes of the madman, he is nothing but pathetic trash. His rage goes beyond all bounds, and he blindly threatens to destroy anyone who dares to stand in his way. A sudden memory of a mysterious girl forces the hero to ask a question that changes the rules of this dangerous game. Recognizing his sister in the stranger's story shocks the boy, and his former rage is replaced by confusion. He recalls the past with a grin, but his words are full of poisonous contempt for the one who is trying to enter their family. The hero accepts the challenge thrown at him with icy calm, and the air around them fills with the anticipation of battle. Confident in his superiority, the young gentleman refuses help, not seeing his opponent as a worthy rival. A flame of cruelty burns in his eyes, because for him, this fight is not a competition, but a hunt for a pathetic and helpless mouse. The grand arena stood in anticipation, preparing to witness a battle that would go down in martial arts history. The solemn speech about honor and tradition sounds like a mockery against the backdrop of the upcoming duel. The masters' faces are full of determination and courage, because for them, this is not just a tournament, but the protection of their legacy and their shared path. The focus is on a young man ready for the upcoming test. The girl trusts him to represent the honor of her entire family. The heroine assures him that their secret agreement is still valid. The fulfillment of all his desires is at stake, and she guarantees it. Suddenly, another fighter disturbs the peace, intending to thwart their plans. The appearance of her brother comes as a complete surprise to the guy. Despite his insolence, she sees her brother as a reliable person. The speaker decides to publicly recall the clan's past humiliation. The stranger's angry speech escalates into a direct accusation. The hero is declared an imposter and has no right to be here. The enraged fighter refuses to believe that a great master could lose to such a non-entity. But the young man remains icy and unperturbed in the face of brazen insults. In a fit of anger, the enemy throws him a daring challenge to a duel. The girl is furious that this upstart is provoking her chosen one to a mortal fight. The guy accepts the challenge with a slight grin, as if it were just a fun game. He is amused by his opponent's old-fashioned and pretentious speeches, as if from a cheap novel. The enemy continues to press on his low origins, trying to break his spirit. He sneers maliciously, absolutely confident of his easy victory. In response, the hero makes a shocking move by announcing the creation of his own clan. He introduces his two powerful protectors, leaving everyone amazed. He casually mentions the mysterious student, stirring up the crowd's interest. Now that all the formalities are completed, the guy is ready to enter the game. The heroine is stunned by his crazy plan to create a clan for the sake of one battle. His words about the mysterious student make her heart clench with jealousy. Jang Tai can't believe his ears. This upstart decided to commit suicide right here. Even a seasoned master is puzzled by the audacity of an unknown youth. The elders see his actions as a brazen provocation and a challenge to all clans. The young man declares that he has a personal score to settle with this impudent fellow. The enemy sees in his calmness only a mask hiding his true intentions. The enemy unleashes all his deadly might on him, leaving no chance for salvation. With one lightning-fast blow, the young man crushes the enemy, not giving him a chance. He looks at the defeated enemy with cold contempt, disappointed by his weakness. The defeated fighter cannot believe what happened, because he did not even see the blow itself. He desperately tries to convince himself that it's just about speed and not true skill. Now that his pride has been hurt, he is ready to show his true, ruthless strength. In a rage, he launches a new attack, putting all his hatred and despair into it. But his crushing blow again meets only emptiness and the shadow of the enemy. The hero easily intercepts his hand, questioning his belonging to the great clan. He reveals the true reason for the attack, accusing the boy of stalking his sister. As punishment for his insolence, he unleashes a barrage of humiliating slaps on his enemy. The girl is horrified to realize that her family's inaction has provoked a real monster. She sees his dark determination and understands that he will stop at nothing. He asks a rhetorical question with a smug grin, enjoying his power. He mockingly acknowledges the strength of the clan that was just humiliated in front of everyone. His new, daring challenge leaves the crowd on the edge of their seats. Suddenly, a new fighter bursts into the ring, ready to take up the throne gauntlet. Sun Daojian of the Sun family, a formidable warrior, demands a duel to teach the insolent man a lesson. The audience is shocked, because this young master has already achieved incredible heights in martial arts. The Sun clan plays its trump card to avenge the shame they suffered. The hero is intrigued and eager to find out how powerful this renowned genius is. Sun Daojian ups the ante by demanding a death pact be signed before the fight. The girl panics when she realizes that her protector is about to be killed legally. Even his mighty comrades tensed up at the news of a life-or-death battle. The heroine, in despair, orders them to protect Shu, because this agreement means certain death. But the bodyguards just sit down with popcorn, as if this guy was asking for trouble. She is amazed by their icy calm, because they are not at all worried about their master. The judge gives an ultimatum: sign the death warrant or quit the fight forever. Refusal means the inevitable collapse of his new clan and eternal shame. With a sly smile, the young man sees this as the perfect chance to kill the enemy without any consequences. His gaze turns steely. He is ready to take the life of anyone who dares to encroach on his own. The solemn ceremony of signing the death contract begins, bringing the inevitable denouement closer. A murmur of doubt grows in the crowd about the young man's reckless self-confidence. Those in the know understand that his opponent will not shy away from using dirty tricks to win. Suddenly, the genius of the Tang family appears in the arena, looking at what is happening with disdain. Her arrogance shocks even seasoned fighters, as she has no regard for recognized masters. Sun Daojian flies into a rage, humiliated and ready to tear his enemy apart. The insightful Tang Yusi gives her verdict. This impostor won't last even 2 rounds. But in one instant, the hero delivers a crushing blow, defying everyone's expectations. He continues his merciless attack, not giving the enemy time to recover. The final blow puts an end to the duel, forcing the genius of the Sun clan to fall to his knees. The earth shakes from the crushing force of the final blow, leaving only ruins. The winner looks on with dispassion at the motionless body, while the crowd wonders if the loser is alive. He had never intended to kill, but now he was faced with the consequences of his terrifying power. 2 enraged masters of the Sun clan prepare to avenge their fallen genius. With icy calm, the hero provokes them, ready to finish off the hostage at any moment. The father of the defeated fighter desperately begs for mercy for his son, admitting defeat. The judges intervene, demanding that the Sun clan abide by the rules and not dishonor their name. One of the elders is adamant, because in a battle to the death, pity is inappropriate. The young man understands that even a powerful clan would not dare to go against the laws of the martial world. With a contemptuous grin, he throws the body to his father, demonstrating his complete superiority. The guy warns that he is not looking for trouble, but will destroy anyone who stands in his way. The head of the Sun clan acknowledges his crushing superiority, realizing the futility of further resistance. With 2 easy victories under his belt, he stands in the center of the arena as the undisputed champion. With defiant confidence, the young man takes on a new challenge, seeking a worthy opponent. No one dares to go out, because the fear of being maimed in seconds paralyzes the will of the fighters. Suddenly, the silence is broken by Tang Yuqi, the genius of the Tang family, accepting his daring challenge. The crowd freezes in shock, because even the elders do not dare to contradict this legendary girl. Viewers are debating whether he will get what he deserves, or whether he has been hiding his true power until now. With a disarming smile, the young man declares that his principles do not allow him to hit girls. Enraged by his condescension, she unleashes her crushing energy, preparing to attack. She assesses his strength with a cool head, confident that calm will bring her an easy victory. Suddenly, he pounces, shattering her confidence with his unpredictable speed. Her powerful energy blast collides with his technique in a blinding flash. With one movement, he stops her attack, getting close and depriving her of the chance to counterattack. Utterly defeated, the genius of the Tang clan bitterly admits her crushing defeat. The judge announces that Sui has accepted 3 challenges and is looking for the last daredevil. In deafening silence, he is declared the absolute winner of this bloody tournament. With a disarming smile, the young man suddenly apologizes to everyone present for disturbing him. The elders are perplexed, because his humility after a mortal battle looks like a cunning plan. The Chief Justice respectfully offers him an alliance, hinting at future mutual assistance. The wise elder understands that behind the young man's audacity lies a desperate and important goal. Finally, the hero reveals the true reason for his shocking invasion. Now his fate depends on the goodwill of those he has just publicly humiliated. The boy's mysterious request arouses the curiosity of even the most powerful masters. He turns to the entire congregation with a desperate plea, promising a generous reward for their help. The Chief Justice officially recognizes his status and promises full support in his search. He celebrates his small victory with relief, because his risky plan worked. Suddenly he notices the strange silence of his faithful companions. Sensing something is wrong, his bodyguards suddenly fall to their knees, their strange behavior hinting at a hidden secret. The girl, feeling guilty, approaches him with a sincere apology on behalf of the whole family. She realizes with horror that their cunning plan has failed, turning a potential ally into a mortal enemy. He generously forgives her, but the cold distance between them suggests that there is no turning back. His farewell ends with an icy warning, promising cruel reprisals against her brother. Suddenly, a mysterious elder offers him what he risked everything for: priceless information. Having trusted a stranger, the boy sets off alone for a meeting that will change his whole life. In the car, the old man asks the main question, on which the fate of his entire investigation depends. With pain in his voice, the young man confirms that the people he is looking for are his long-lost parents. The elder sees this meeting as a sign of fate, not believing that he has found the son of his old acquaintances. The shocked hero realizes that this man is the key to the mystery of his family's disappearance. The old man begins to tell the story of the brutal clan war that became the cause of all his suffering. A horde of 40 ruthless killers wreaked havoc, and even the government was powerless. But a secret organization led by his parents emerged from the shadows to fight back against evil. In a legendary battle under the full moon, his mother and father together defeated all enemies. The elder saved the life of his gravely wounded father, and so their destinies became intertwined forever. After this feat, his family went deep underground, and their trail was lost. The young man names the fateful year, and his guess leaves the old man in complete shock. With pain in his heart, he reports that it was that year that his parents died in a car accident. The old man recalls their cruel code, which required them to sacrifice even their own children for the sake of duty. The grave question hangs in the air: is protecting peace worth such a terrible price? With unwavering determination, the hero demands to be included in their secret war to find out the truth. He believes that participating in the mission is the only chance to finally meet his parents. The elder accepts his risky proposal, understanding the seriousness of the consequences. The elder's son has doubts because this guy's intervention could incur the wrath of the guardians. The old man is finally convinced of his origin and believes that his parents did not abandon him of their own free will. His son sees in the young man not only nobility, but also enormous strength that can help in their cause. The elder lights his pipe, his premonition telling him that the appearance of this young man will complicate everything. He realizes that the boys joining the mission could be a game changer. His loyal defenders see their master so determined and purposeful for the first time. The hero realizes that participating in the tournament was not just a fight, but a brilliant strategic move. Now he has everything: clues about his parents and access to the secret war. It's time to take action. A new ally takes her to a secret training base, leaving her alone to face the unknown. Left alone, the first thing she does is calmly check the weapon, but it turns out to be unloaded. The local instructor, mistaking her for a newbie, offers his help with a condescending smile. He persistently offers his lessons, clearly intending to take advantage of her apparent inexperience. With a smug grin, he invades her personal space, unaware of the mistake he is making. In one lightning-fast movement, she completely disassembles and reassembles the pistol, leaving him in absolute shock. With a polite apology, she returns the stolen cartridges, finally putting the impudent man in his place. His initial arrogance is replaced by pure delight. He is amazed by her incredible skill. Now he treats her with respect, offering her practice rounds to demonstrate her talent. A cunning plan is maturing in his head to get closer to this mysterious girl, using her talent as a pretext. Remembering her boss's generous offer, she requests a sniper rifle for the upcoming mission. Her flawless shooting leaves the instructor in a state of shock. He has never seen such skill. Shocked by her inhuman skills, he awkwardly tries to start a conversation. With a charming smile, the girl gets down to business, asking about buying a weapon, as if nothing had happened. A loyal assistant reports on the successful training of the mysterious Ms. Tsai, confirming that everything is going according to plan. Returning home, the young man meets his sister, whose seductive appearance hides their tense relationship. Their conversation is full of stinging barbs, and his wish for a long life sounds like a veiled threat. With an unexpected and daring gesture, the guy breaks her composure, catching her off guard. She runs away in panic, but his teasing offer only increases the dangerous tension between them. His provocations make her think, awakening conflicting and exciting feelings in her. Left alone, he reflects on his desperate desire to survive in this cruel world. With a sly smile, the young man understands that his plan worked, but more time is needed to reveal all the cards. A tense call breaks the silence, and the elder receives news that changes everything. Under cover of night, they arrive at the mysterious Sui family mansion where the unknown awaits them. Together with his companion, he enters the enemy's lair, ready for a decisive encounter. The owner of the house greets them with icy calm. He had foreseen their visit and had prepared everything. Suddenly, the guy hugs the girl, introducing her as his wife and shocking everyone. The unexpected action makes her heart beat faster. She is confused and intrigued. The elder silently leads them into the dungeon, from where there may be no way back. Mysterious assistants await them below, whose faces only raise more questions and suspicions. The elder represents a mysterious assistant on whom the success of a secret and deadly mission depends. Without this mysterious ally, their chances of rescuing a valuable man from the clutches of the enemy are zero. The new partner, Chen Dongyi, takes full responsibility for the upcoming operation with a confident smile. A handshake seals their dangerous alliance, in which trust is the only guarantee of survival. The life of a frightened girl, a key witness, is at stake and must be taken to safety. Her eyes are full of terror, because an entire army of ruthless assassins is already hunting them. They found themselves in a deadly trap, locked in a city where every exit was controlled by the enemy. All hope now lies with the young man. He must use all his hidden resources to break through the blockade. He proposes a daring plan for a naval breakthrough, but there is a catastrophic shortage of people to carry it out. The elder challenges him, and now the guy has to prove how much real power he possesses. The elder challenges him, doubting that a lone wolf is capable of such a large-scale operation. His cold-blooded declaration of readiness to mobilize thousands of fighters plunges everyone into a state of shock. With a devilish grin, the hero promises to provide an entire army of 3,000 men by the day after tomorrow. The partner panics and waves away such an incredible offer, as they only need a small part of this power. A chilling horror runs through his head at the thought of what a powerful organization is behind this guy. Their daring and desperate escape plan boils down to just 4 key points on the city map. The strategy is simple and brilliant. Create controlled chaos in 4 places at once. Their final destination is a train, secretly guarded by elite agents, the only route to salvation. The success of the entire deadly mission depends on only one thing: whether they can reach that train. He understands that in this deadly game, the most obvious route by car is a surefire trap. In a crowd, it is more difficult for the enemy to act, and this chaos is their only chance for salvation. He accepts a risky plan, agreeing to meet them in the heart of enemy territory. Behind his calm demeanor lies a cold calculation. This mission will be his triumph over his new partner. A fragile alliance is sealed with a handshake, and now their destinies are inextricably linked in this deadly game. The next morning, they enter the subway, where every face in the dense crowd could be the mask of a killer. From the shadows emerges Mu Shen, a silent intelligence expert whose skill could change the tide of battle. They move through the crowd, but the apparent shelter turns into a labyrinth full of invisible threats. His gaze is tense, because the passage into the depths of the station is a thin line between life and death. An anxious whisper in the earpiece confirms the worst fears. They are already in the sniper's sights. Among the hundreds of faces, a ruthless killer lurks, watching them with the icy calm of a predator. The sniper's cold gaze through the scope, and the finger mercilessly falls on the trigger. He is furious at the insane audacity of the enemy, who dared to open fire in the very heart of the city. One shot and the peaceful square explodes with screams of horror, turning into bloody chaos. Their new ally desperately tries to cover them, becoming a living target for an invisible enemy. The next moment, his life is cut short by a precise shot to the head, leaving no chance. Grabbing the unconscious body of the witness, the hero makes a desperate dash out from under the heavy fire. He hands the precious burden to his partner, ordering her to leave the battlefield immediately. Their eyes meet in a silent vow to protect this girl at any cost. A difficult call to the elder brings terrible news about the failure and the first victim of their damned mission. The faceless killer coldly reports on his lost target, continuing his deadly hunt. The death of the organizer ruins their entire plan, and now the elder is desperately trying to save the remains of the mission. Taking command, the hero gives a merciless order to hide the witness and replace the identity of the fallen. The old man begs him to be careful, because he swore to his parents to return his son alive. Surrounded by enemies, the young man realizes that he is now the only hope for saving the defenseless girl. A flash of rage, and he unleashes a crushing blow on the enemy, leaving him no chance. The deadly dance continues, moving like a ghost, sowing death and despair among the enemies. His victory was not an accident, but the result of grueling martial arts training. With icy calm, he reports on the cleanup while his unseen allies eliminate the remaining threats. The regrouping begins. They move to a new point. But the deadly chase is not over yet. His loyal comrades are already waiting in the shelter, reliably guarding the frightened witness. Under cover of machine gun fire, they make a final dash for the rescue vehicle. Now that they are safe, the whole team is ready for a swift retreat. He demands answers, trying to understand why this girl has become the key to such a dangerous game. In hysterics, she denies everything, her fear and panic only complicating an already desperate situation. With icy calm, he takes control of the situation, developing a new plan on the fly. Now that the witness is safe, he returns to the elder for the missing information. The old man admits that his knowledge of this matter is as meager as that of the young man himself. He suggests starting with the weakest link, the frightened girl, to get the truth out of her. But the guy understands that she is just a pawn, and her knowledge is insignificant compared to their own. Now they have only one thing left to do: wait for orders from above, while guarding their valuable captive. The elder makes a fateful decision, choosing a path that will change everything. He is ready to risk everything, because the power of this young man is their only chance of victory. For everyone's safety, he decides to operate in the shadows, temporarily removing his family from the case. Now the young man takes everything into his own hands, demanding only information and reserving the right to act. Their fragile alliance is sealed with a promise, and now he has the power of an entire clan behind him. The death of an ally opens up new opportunities for him, and he is ready to take advantage of this chance. Each successfully completed task is a step towards the main goal: meeting with parents. He gives an order to his mysterious assistant, setting his own daring plan into action. In the smoke-filled hall of an underground casino, a new game is unfolding, where the stake is not money, but power. A new player enters the scene, declaring himself king and challenging the entire criminal underworld. The White Tiger issues an ultimatum to the entire city: submit or disappear forever. Bloody carnage in the streets. His people deal mercilessly with dissenters. One of the old bosses is furious that some upstart dares to dictate his terms to them. He vows to teach the insolent man a lesson, reminding him that the old guard has not yet given up its positions. But his fury is met with ruthless force, and the younger generation sweeps away everything in its path. In the shadow of the moonlight, a new player appears, whose long silence was only the calm before the storm. Stone Tiger, another legendary warrior, enters the game, and the stakes are doubled. The old crime bosses are confused. They don't understand what this mysterious Lin Chongxian is planning. Chen Chu-cheng is furious that this new player dared to challenge the entire criminal group. But at the negotiating table, tensions subside, giving way to a fragile and forced compromise. The crime boss is furious that he is being forced into war with no choice. Any dissent is brutally suppressed, and the dissenter's hand is pinned to the table with a knife blade. The blood-drenched, smiling tiger announces the beginning of a new era, where all will submit to a single ruler. Far from the bloody carnage, the hero calmly receives reports, his plan unfolding perfectly. His faithful assistant reports that the entire criminal underworld of the city has been successfully suppressed and is awaiting orders. With a sly grin, the young man announces his true intention: to become the Shadow King of this city. His triumph is interrupted by the appearance of a mysterious stranger, the very witness he saved. She calls herself the daughter of a recently deceased rich man, and this news changes everything. The boy recalls the official version of death with suspicion, feeling that there is a lie behind it. In a fit of despair, the girl reveals the terrible truth. Her father was brutally murdered to cover up his crimes. Clutching the incriminating evidence, she vows revenge, her despair turning into an icy thirst for blood. The real enemy emerges from the shadows, a powerful and ruthless player whose power knows no bounds. Rumors of murder are confirmed, and now every detail of this mysterious death points to a deep and dangerous conspiracy. He tries to put together the disparate pieces of the puzzle, realizing that everything depends on its answer. Blinded by the thirst for revenge, she is ready to do anything, not even knowing who to trust with her last and only hope. He leaves her in a safe shelter, but this calm is only a temporary respite before the coming storm. The betrayal comes from an unexpected direction, but his icy calm suggests that he was prepared for this turn of events. He sets his own cunning plan into motion, using disinformation as bait for an invisible enemy. His secret army, which has been gathering for weeks, is ready for battle. And now the entire city will become the field for his final game. The next day, all eyes are on the shopping mall, which will become the stage for a bloody and brutal denouement. Wounded and frightened, she begs not to be abandoned, because in this world she has no one else to trust. Scorpio, a ruthless hunter, coldly identifies his defenseless target. The poisonous snake is surprised by her appearance, because their prey itself came straight into the mouth of the predators. Old Tiger gives the order, and the full might of their secret organization falls upon the unsuspecting city. A girl enters a shopping mall, unaware that she has become bait in a deadly game where her every move is tracked. An unexpected meeting between old acquaintances throws chaos into a perfectly planned operation. The next moment, the secret agent neutralizes the guard with one precise and painful blow. His body shakes with inhuman pain as the electric discharge paralyzes his will. With icy calm, she reports the capture of the first target. The operation is just beginning. From the secret headquarters, the coordinator issues new orders, directing his pawns in this complex chess game. The coordinator gives orders with a calm voice, setting traps throughout the shopping center. His true goal is not to capture him, but to create the perfect trap for the powerful Mr. Su. He is confident in his plan, because any attempt to save the girl is doomed to crushing failure. The enemy emerges from the shadows, his devilish smile boding ill for the defenseless target. But his self-confidence is shattered by an unexpected and crushing blow from his own bait. Having defeated the enemy, she looks at him with contempt, disappointed by the weakness of yet another opponent. Behind the mask of a defenseless victim lurked a cunning and deadly deceiver who played her role perfectly. Scorpio is furious that their perfectly planned operation failed because of such a stupid mistake. The poisonous snake mockingly reminds him that in their business, even the best plans can fail. Old Tiger is furious, as their enemy not only foresaw their trap, but also caused them to lose a dozen elite fighters. Now it's a matter of honor, and Scorpio is ready to do anything to wash away the shame of defeat. She realizes that all the underground forces of the city have united under the rule of one mysterious leader. With a devilish smile, Poisonous Snake decides to take matters into his own hands and show them some real class. In a rage, he stabs the target's photograph, because for him, this enemy is just another faceless target. Their main goal is to capture Mr. Shu himself, because this is the only way to break the enemy's will.